smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavious, as soon as I say it, Defcon gets caught off guard by the short B and gets immediately taken down, and now the round starts. The massive rotations, though, coming in from Thrifty to go straight towards the A site. Gonna be pretty big as Doobie will find Killa.
3 members here in Garage looking to bust out, but here's Sylph just holding the angle. Killa's forced off down to 20 HP, but do they repeat or did they just let the site do? They just let the site do. Sylph picks up 1, picks up 3. Badger secures the round, and that's 2 in a row now, once again for AU.
Sylph just peeking out and saying, look, I didn't want to play this map 3. I wanted this.
The smoke dissipates in Clay. Is this trigger ready?
It does heal up the squad a little bit more. Now there's rifles in the hands of Wichita. Can they get more? The lineup! Sylph with an amazing 3K just shuts down the retake from Wichita.
And just cycles through the weapons to find the skin they like the most. I mean, what a lineup right there. You hate to do that. 3 people pushing in from the same angle at the same time. It's just...
by Arma. Harrisburg needs to continue to do that. Work in those pairs, those trios, try to get those trade kills. That's how they get back. But Alex blind through all sorts of different things. Able to get that kill. Taco, though, finds 3. Secures the round for Harrisburg Armada. They desperately needed that to stay in this match.
The uplift from the Jet, going to be taken up a little bit, but not going down. Alex finds Scuffy, just waiting for those exit frags. Is Harrisburg Armada pushing in? Taco finds one on the quad. That's huge. Goes for a second. What is that? Oh my lord! With the collateral, the Sheriff goes for another one, but not going to land it. To try to get this quick retake, but I don't expect too much from it because of the buy-up from Baba Booey. You see already the Stinger of Spangly gonna take out Goaty, the repeat from Qua with the Spectre and Spangly to shut down the rest. A flawless round as it...
If you could do basic math here down below, you see that we are tied 29-29 in terms of round score. We are literally so even in this series. We are flipping a coin to see who's going to get side selection going into Haven. This is quite possibly one of the best series I have ever seen, I've ever casted. So much fun, and you're catching it all here at the Pit of Valor. This is what we bring to you. This is what we love. We look tired. We are tired. But Thrifty with the double Bucky gang coming in.
It's definitely something you like to see.
Yeah, it could. They're looking to try to wreak some havoc, so to speak, as Doobie will open up wreaking havoc and finding that kill on the Badger.
Yeah, but he can't be ready for this. What? It's Deluxy just picking up both. And that's a trade. Blast somehow finds Quantavious, though. And this is a very interesting round, to say the least. In a good position, Sylph sprang through the smoke, gets 2. Can't even talk because we're so late into the night. Doobie trades back, gets 2. Back to a 3v2. Spikes going down. Defcon and Doobie. These are the big names for Thrifty. They've done so much for the squad. Can they do it again? It's looking tough. RKS, the sub, coming in, securing quadruple overtime. And we're still alive here on Ascent. Double Nano Swarm to try and, run all the way through. And, I mean, that's almost impossible. You can't survive that. Smoke's now coming out. Beckham's going to be ahead of it, though. Will they expect this? They do see, get shots on target, but everybody's still alive. Teleports over the Nano, but they can't get through. 2 dead, 3 dead. Only 1 left. Thrifty pick up the first round.
Oh, that is not how AU had planned that round, especially after how they played the first half and how they played it. Comes up from Beckham, firing through the wall, but can't find the shot just yet, as Sylph will trade. Does end up getting that kill, but Defcon finds another one.
Now it's onto the site. They're getting hit from all angles. The spike still needs to be defused. Deluxy trades back. RKS showing up for the squad as the fill-in, and Killa continuing his streak of picking him up. 4-2-2 now for that Sova player. Looking real good here on Ascent.
underneath heaven area. Drops below, takes out 1 and 2, finds them both there. Really nice play from Benji. Redux, super aggressive, is going to take out, and going to take out slow motion there. Singularity finding Munchie as well. So a lot of kills coming in fast here. Operator in the garage here, gonna find a nice shot through the wall on slow motion and another one. Taken down by the classic from Dip. Slow motion does find the kill and finds another. Definitely tough. They do push really hard in here, and Tizon does get a kill, but oh my god! Scrounge comes in playing on his steering wheel, and now the push does come in. Shade does get verified. Now in a 2 versus 1 scenario, Munchie takes out Shade. Has to stop Dip, who is sticking this defuse. He doesn't seem to notice though. He's not gonna get around the corner. Cypher cam through the smoke. Benji though gonna come flying in, taking care of Chip. He isn't gonna find the headshot that he needs. The angle is going to get swung instead by his teammates, who are all going to fall. Perseverance goes down there to Dip as well.
I survived obliteration. I will survive them.
Welcome everybody, here we are on this wonderful Monday night here at GLG. We do have our Spectral Esports qualifier here for the VAL-AM starting in just a couple minutes. I am your host, the Doctor, being joined by Keglanuk here on my side. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing great, Doc. It's so great to be here as usual. GLG has been growing and growing, and now having more qualifiers, it's so great. But I'm super excited about the teams that we have here today, Doc. I mean, Able Esports, the first match we're going to be seeing with them going up against the boys, they have an interesting history. I mean, it's not a pretty history, but it's an interesting history.
We're just going to start explaining the history, but yeah, I mean... Able, they've played a bunch of top tier teams. They've done the do. They've been involved. Whereas the bros, they're coming in looking to try and topple a team of this caliber and continue on here in the night.
I mean, if you look at the stats history for Able Esports, all you're going to really see is a flood of red at times. But the most important thing are the teams they have lost against. You might not be able to win every game, Doc, but the thing is, though, is that they have gone up against the likes of Cloud9 White, Renegades, Complexity, so many different Tier 1 and high up Tier 2 teams. And while they haven't been able to really take away even a map on a lot of them, they've come really close a variety of times. One in particular was a best of 1 in a different series where Able took away 11 points over the 13 that Cloud9 White got on them.
Yeah, and I mean, losing is not necessarily a terrible thing if you're a competitive player. Yes, obviously it sucks in the moment. You don't get to continue the tournament. Maybe you're knocked out of the tournament, but every loss is kind of a learning experience. You get to look at what went wrong, look at what went right, and adapt both into your next game plan to make sure that you have a bit of a better opportunity. So good stuff there from them. And I mean, playing against those style teams, it does allow you to be like, you know, hey, these are some of the best. We're learning from them. Yes, they may have, beaten us a little bit, but we'll get them next time.
That's going to be the important thing about this matchup here, is that they are going to be going up against a team that, frankly, we don't have any information on. The bros, are a complete unknown in the GLG atmosphere. We don't have a lot of information on them, but that's going to give them a great time to prove themselves against a team that has fought toe-and-toe against the likes of so many variety of Tier 1 teams.
Yeah, and so it could be hit or miss, right? Like Able could be coming out strong, but if anything kind of historically proves anything here at GLG, the unknown teams can sometimes just simply be the scariest. We've had teams come in from nowhere and just demolish everybody 13-0, 13-2, so there is obviously that possibility. We won't really know which way we're going to swing until we get into the map, which, as you can see below, it is going to be Ascent. So pretty solid map there that everybody knows, everybody's played, and it seems to be the new favorite.
I think just about every single time you and I have casted together, it's always been on Ascent.
Yeah, 100%.
The one exception, I think we casted Haven together once, but it's always Ascent. But that's okay, because Ascent is probably, I would say, the most competitive map in the entire game.
It's definitely the most balanced. It's the one we see the most as well. But I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things that make the map desirable for a lot of different teams. There's lots of different avenues of attack. There's still lots of set play that can be involved as well. And if you just want to pug it, there's plenty of opportunity to do that too. So you don't necessarily need to be the most practiced team on Ascent, whereas maps like Haven or Split or things like that, where you kind of need a little bit more practice as a unit to be successful, Icebox particularly as well, you can come into these tournaments and still have a good time with your buddies or your bros and still come out ahead.
But the cool thing about these qualifiers too is that the prize pool is going to be a lot larger. It's going to lead to something so much greater than most of what we see in pretty much all of T3 Valorant. You don't get to see this every day. It's important for you, even if you think maybe you can win one game off the entire tournament. Bring your friends in. You could be the new champions. But the only way to find out is by entering in GLG.
Yeah, I mean, tonight's winners do walk away with $100, and they are entered and qualified in to our big VAL-AM tournament event, which does have a $2,000 prize pool there at the end of it. So really great stuff there that, like you said, Max, we don't really see much of anywhere else. So if you have the chance, if you have the opportunity, be sure to get yourself involved.
Yeah, Doc, you got to get yourself involved, dude. Go play.
I'm here. I'm busy.
You're not a player, though.
Yeah, no, I am a commentator, a caster for those of you of the esports.
What?
I look good, I talk good, and I bring you guys all of the action. And I mean, yeah, it could be better. I could be there on that grand stage at the end, waving the trophy in the air, but I think I have myself my own little trophy. And you know what?
You had me at looking good.
That's what really matters. And so I do think that we are going to be looking to try and get into some action in just a couple of seconds, as we do have, like we said, the Bros and Able as our first matchup of the night here on the mainstream. And we do have some good teams. If we're looking at across the board, we do have the Bros featuring Style, Gosha, Prism, Scuba, and Ralph. Whereas Able Esports, we do have Quate, Vulcan, Fierce, Eric, and SML. So lots of good stuff here. We'll have to see what these players decide to pick up with as the agent selection. That's something we've really touched on here tonight, Max.
I'm really curious to see how this is all going to go down. I think the agent selection for both of these teams will be probably more important than most of the other maps that we see here. Ascent recently has been an absolute breeding ground for new different kinds of variety strategies here, and already seeing the Cypher pick coming out from one side, it's going to be up to whether or not we see Able bring out possibly something different if they choose to go for the Killjoy. And look at that, they do. A Killjoy breach can be deadly when combined together, but we're not seeing that kind of initiative vitality coming out from the Bros.
Yeah, lots of assassins, lots of duelists coming in as well, lots of flashes and smokes and just I'm gonna kill you type material. So lots of fun here to be had on both sides. We'll have to see how these play out, because this is looking like a very aggressive defensive side here from the Bros.
It is going to be really aggressive, and I can't wait for us to get into this. The pistol round is going to be really interesting, too, to see, given that the new Frenzy meta is still in play. Have you heard about the new changes that are going to be happening with the Frenzy?
I have not quite checked them all yet,
no.
But it can't be that terrible, can it?
It's going to be interesting, to say the very least. The price is going to go up. I think the Stinger's range is going to be decreased too. So the meta we're all used to, the very aggressive one at that, is kind of going to crumble in a few patches.
Oh, that's fine. We don't need a stinking meta here in Valorant. We just need to click heads.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But that kill you mentality that Breach and the Killjoy are going to bring out, I think they lucked out completely on having the attack first here. The only thing that's really going to stand in the way, in my perception, right off the rip, is going to be the Cypher pick coming out here from the Bros' side. If Prism can hold down, or at least play a huge lockdown every single round, on even just a singular site, and have the rest of his teammates rely on the other one, or even vice versa, depending on where they go, this could be absolutely devastating for Able.
It's going to be a lot for them to break through. And so as we head into our pistol round in the next 10 seconds, it is going to be up to the teams to see what they want to start off with. Are we going to be getting this hyper aggression at the B side, or potentially a bit slower of this original B take that we've seen a couple times here in the past here at GLG, where they set out some utility, they try and get a little bit of information, and then all of a sudden they just punch it. They dash on into the site and get all the action going.
That's always the scariest thing, depending on what the Jet can do as well. You breach in with the flash, or you flash in with the breach, and then you just skirt on in with that updraft, or even just quickly making your way in from any different means. It can be really, really scary and overwhelming for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, when you have things like the Breach, the Jet, and the Omen, you can get on very quickly and become hard to stop because you get a lot of disorientation, you get a lot of movement, and then you also have the Sova, the Killjoy, to kind of watch your back a little bit. And so as this first round opens up, it's not going to be too crazy, right? Because, you only have so many credits. You can't really, go all out just yet. But we do have our pause finished, and it looks like it's going to be a bit of a mid-control coming in from Abel.
Oh, early mid control coming out from Abel's side. It's always really cool to see this early on. Already some bunch of trades going on through, but the Bros only have 3 left alive. That Cypher we talked so much about in the pregame, having to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. He can't rely too much on his utility this time around, but look at that, the trades yet again, control of B. And now things are looking really good for Abel's side. Only 2 left alive now. Having to see if they can hold those great positions. A lot of dinks happening through. A lot of damage has been taken on Abel's side, but there we go. Another one goes through. Trades back and forth. Scuba's the last one alive. Can he survive and find these other 2 bodies? Well, the answer might be no. He has to get only 1 shot on each of them, but it still could be an impossible task. Herculean, if you will. But they're going to be right above. He's not able to find anything just yet. He's going to drop, but they already saw the barrel. He's able to find one, but gets traded out.
Yeah, nice little trade there at the end, making sure they can take the numbers advantage in their favor. Plus, once you get that spike down, it was a 3v2 situation that not the easiest to find yourself out of for the side of the Bros. I mean, they have to break on into the site. There's so many different spots that the enemies can hide. We saw one all the way back in Boathouse. We saw one tucked in the corner there. And it just was very difficult for the 2 remaining members of the Bros to get anything done. They had the weaponry, right? Like, they had the 2 ghosts. They could have gotten something done, but the shots just weren't able to connect.
Yeah, and connecting shots on these first 2 rounds are going to be absolutely paramount on both sides, and it needs to happen if you're the Bros. You had everything in your disposal there for so long, especially on B side. The Cypher was forced to rotate, but even then, so many bodies were there. Looking at Gosha now. Inside the smokes, playing a very aggressive position, immediately going to regret it. That's going to be Abel finding them, but instead, they're going to push all the way through B main instead. Somebody's still on B side again. It's not often where we get to see a rush 2 rounds in a row from the same exact spot. But Doc, what's your prognosis?
Yeah, looking here, it's already a 5-on-4. There's not a lot of weaponry here on the side of the Bros. It's mostly classics. They did have a Sheriff in one hand, but it's not a lot. You can't rely on just that one weapon to try and make sure that you have a victorious setup. And so as this break comes out, the Paranoia buys a lot of time, but it's simply not enough. The superior weaponry of these Bulldogs is just too much to deal with. And here's the single Sheriff, Scuba. It's a bit of a tough task here. 1v5 with just a little help there from their buddy Prism. Never mind, Prism died.
Oh no, 1 left alive. It's this Reyna again, almost clutched out last round, but now it's doubling the numbers on Abel's side. They're not able to even find a single one this round. Oh, 2 in a row.
Not too shabby. Pretty much what we would typically expect here from a winner of the pistol round, but because the Bros were so stingy there on that second round, you can see here they're actually able to get full rifles here in the third, which is used to be the standard. It's kind of gotten away from standard, if we're being honest. A lot of times here at GLG, we do see teams kind of force up on the second round a lot of times, not fully necessarily where they're picking up Spectres and things like that, but yeah, lots of Stingers, lots of Sheriffs, things like that, which kind of makes you delayed by a round, because then that 4th round is when you really start picking up your full rifles.
Look at the positioning now again. Abel already trying to go super aggressively through mid again. This worked well for them round 1, but Gosha again playing such an aggressive power position on the other side of B. Abel and company looking for their pinches, looking for their crossfires. It's going to rely on that Jet to push up a little bit more, but the clock is against them. This Jet is playing a risky game, and a risky reward may not be in their favor, but this also happened last round. Gosha pushed up too much, got ransacked immediately, but now everyone's playing it super slow, super cool, all chill. But look at that. It's on purpose. Everyone from the bros are rotating around to A side. There's only one body on B. This could be a perfect time to strike.
Yeah, this would be a bit of a problematic. We do see Kanas checking this mid to make sure that nobody's trying to overpeak, but the two members of Able that are there are very deep in these corners, so they're not going to find out anything. The recon bolt being destroyed means they found one, and the counter recon is going to show there's only one member here. Great paranoia coming in! Kanas able to hit one before falling, though.
4v4 now. Everyone's going for B yet again. Not a single team has gone for A just yet, but look at that! A complete decimation on the defensive side. A 3K from Style.
Definitely doing it with the namesake, spraying down two members and still having enough bullets in the clip to come around and pick up the one on Catwalk. Definitely looking good with the rifles in hand. It's a lot of times what we see, right? These attacking teams, these winning teams kind of go for a bit of a bonus round where they come in, SMGs galore, maybe not fully equipped to face off against these rifles, and they just kind of get melted. And so, yes, Style, perfect setup there on the boxes. Only had 25 HP there at the end as well, so it was very close to falling down, but that was kind of scary for the side of the bros. They could have fallen with just the one member.
The aggressiveness that we saw Able bring out once they baited out the rotate was absolutely scary, Doc. But now they're not going to go for B again. They're going to go for A this time. The first time we have seen this happen. Scuba now might have the perfect line of sight, but that Jet already made their way in. Looking around now. Fierce having a great power position, watching Heaven, gonna be trying to blast it out, not trying to blind out any of his teammates, but where are the Heaven people at? They're not pushing just yet. That spike needs to go down any minute now. Style, though, trying to go for the Hunter's Fury, trying to find that spike plant. He's been detected, and that's not gonna be a fruitful kill. Fierce, though, has that spike into the ground. The rest of the team holding positions as much as they can. Vulcan goes for the aggressive, and there's gonna be 3 bodies on the other side. Can he push up? Yes, he's able to find the Omen, but it takes quite a bit of shots, able to be traded out instead. But now that's gonna leave the positioning for these defenders very lackluster. A 2v3 now. It's not impossible. Style might be able to get this to work, but he has to drop down. Scrubs is gonna fall, but even then, Fierce holding things down. The entire line relied up to him, and everybody else is inside A main. That bomb is still ticking away. The spike might go off, and it's only up to 1, but the Molly might be able to land directly onto the spike. Has this been timed? Yes, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's another reason why we're seeing Ascent a lot, is these different types of lineups that can be very devastating to the defending side. Once that spike goes down, there are so many agents right now that can just deny the spike defuse. There's Killjoy, there's Brimstone, there's Sova. Like, a lot of these Flame or Molotov characters just completely negate any type of offensive, defensive move there to try and get the spike defused, and there's nothing you can do at this point. You can't smother the flames. Once the flames are there, you gotta wait the full duration or eat the damage, and most of them will do enough damage to kill you. So we are gonna see a 3rd round now completed for Able, and it's still a pickup here from the bros, but it's the B side once again. Style starting at Frongo 2 already.
This never works! Style is just able to mow down everybody as a Sova. He has all the information. He has shock darts too that don't necessarily work, but even then, he hides himself away. They're trying to make their way forwards. He's able to get another 3K, but he does get taken down. But at what cost? The rest of the team picks up the sacrifice and brings it home for them.
Style really is the carry right now of the bros, just completely top on the chart. 9-3 right now. Almost has the Hunter's Fury available again after just using it a round ago, and this B-side has been completely locked down, right? Like, typically we're seeing an Odin here, but no, this Phantom has done so much work. Even with the full blind here, he has no bullets left there, just enough to get that last shot in before they have to pull out the pistol. And if they had reloaded, they might have been able to survive that round and even get the final frag for the 4K. But looks like the Ace Assault is on.
This is already ferocious. Gosha finally able to get this aggressive peak to work. It only took 5 rounds, but it finally goes to fruition. That's going to lead a lot more silence happening to the rest of Able's side. It's not often where they find to be the opening pick when they go for an aggressive rush, and now they're kind of in a standstill. Do they rotate back to A side? Do they try to fool the team? Last time we saw them go for this very slow push, they ended up in mid side and rushed into B.
Scuba not quite able to hit the shots though, does fall, and you can see the immediate rotation coming in here from Kanas, who does smoke off a little bit, but they're still not exactly holding the line.
Oh, but you look what Abel's holding. I'm sorry, what's Vulcan holding? He's holding the top of Generator. He's able to have such a great positioning. If anyone goes past in Heaven, they're not going to immediately look at top of Jenny. Spike is going to go down. Things are looking great for this 3 disadvantaged team right now, but there's still 4 alive. The Cypher's very lit up. The Sova waiting far away for any sort of rotates going through tree side, but the Omen's there to hold things down anyways. It's going to be up to the push now. It's a 2-pronged push coming out for the majority of the defenders here, but even from below, they're not able to hit in their shots. These defenders mowing down the attack again. The entire kill feed goes in their favor. They're going to melt away, and things are going to even out.
Yeah, these retakes coming in from the Bros are pretty strong when they have an equal or better number. They just trade very effectively in these last couple of situations. There have been some hiccups, obviously, in, you know, the 4th round, excuse me. But since then, they've done pretty good. Yes, the 5th round, they did just frag out. They just melted everybody in front of them. That 6th round, they just had better team play, it would seem. Yeah, that generator spot was really nice there for Vulcan, but they just didn't get much done with it. They got the 1 frag and then were shot in the back. You're so exposed to door in that position. So it's kind of cheeky, but as long as the door is smoked off, it's fine. Once that smoke dissipates, you got a jet. You cannot be there, fall down into hell or something like that.
Oh, Gosha. Gosha! Able to find Fierce already! I didn't even see Fierce on my screen. He blended in perfectly with the brown box, but that was a gnarly hit. Now it's going to be up for the rest of the team though, to decide what to do. The Spike's going to be going on a solo journey by itself through A main, but the rest of trees are facing a lot of problems. That problem's names are going to be Kanis. Look at Vulcan now, trying to find the pre-fires back through the smokes, unable to do so. Gosha already hiding inside Hell, probably realizing that the push has to go to A. There's no other alternatives here. Gosha finds the Spike, taking it down, but it's still a few more left alive. Spike no longer in the possession for Abel at all. They do have a lockdown in their possession, Doc, but Style and Gosha have been monsters about making sure a site can't be captured.
Yeah, and with just the 2 members into this 2v5, I have to imagine that Able Esports aren't quite looking for a plant at this point. It'd be very difficult for them to get much done at this point. They do have a bit of a peak going on here, but Scuba finally going to get a frag here. That's all done to Vulcan with 30 HP. I think that's just about going to beat the round. I mean, they have this nice, really corner hold situation where you have 1 up high, 1 down low, and it's a lot of similarities between a lot of these double peaks that we've been seeing from a lot of teams where 1 peaks wide, 1 peaks slim, and you just can't focus on one or the other a lot of times as long as they do it timed nicely, because who are you going to shoot? The one that went first or the one that's on your crosshair mostly? And it just becomes very difficult. So really, really solid round there from the Bros. We did see Gosha just very aggressive, you know, tailwinding forward, picking up the brimstone, or breach, excuse me, just as they were finishing up with the fracture. And after that, it just kind of fell apart. It didn't look like Abel really knew what they wanted to do from that point forward.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why Quaid thought it was a good idea to go to the most congested area of the map by himself with the Spike. That costed them the round.
It's definitely problematic. They do need to get a little bit more Spike conscious when they're going for these attacks. I mean, you can see right here, they do have just poor SML all the way here in mid with the Spike. If that suddenly just gets sprayed through the smoke or just picked off by an operator or something, that suddenly becomes a very hard Spike to recover. If you had here given it over to more potentially 08, who was very far back and not really in a position of danger, then you can make these aggressive plays with the Omen. But for right now, they're so far forward. Look where he is. He's tucked away here in the little secret corner. 2 members already going down, and the Spike not going to find it just yet as SML picks up a frag with the Sheriff here.
Oh, just Sheriff's in hand. An eco round coming out from Abel's side. They had a really good string before, but now it's looking like things are going to falter a little bit more even going forwards. The Bros have gained themselves already a great lead, but now look at it. The bodies are falling left and right, and sure, it's just Stingers versus the world, but even then, the Spike was left out into the open. They weren't pushing as a team, and I don't think they really went into this round expecting to win, Doc, but look at Gosha, though. He wants to go for the aggressive hits even then, and that's going to be a near flawless win.
Yeah, just the 1 member falling, and you almost lost 2. You almost lost Gosha there, but nice little tailwind just to stay safe. So another good round win here from the side of the Bros. pretty solid. They only lost the one member, so their economy is still looking good. You can see the Gosha down to the 3K credits, but that's because they bought an operator. That is a big investment. 5K credits all by itself. Top in, some full armor there for another 1,000 credits, plus miscellaneous abilities, what have you, Cloudbursts and updrafts. So pretty good for the most part, with almost every other member having $6,700 or credits or better. And there is a buy up from Able, and they're playing much more defensively so far.
I think this defensive prowess is a really good idea, but look at that though, Gosha. You have to stop him. SML's gonna fall. The smokes are gone minus the jet. That's a really rough start for Able's side. They do have the Hunter's Fury and the lockdown to work with, but even then, you have to look at the bro who's already 1 of 5 ults coming out. Style's able to find 08. But even then, it's just gonna be more and more bodies falling. Although it's not impossible to win this round just yet, Gosha trying to skate himself away, playing defensively themselves. I'm very concerned right now about them pushing up on the B main. They've already made themselves known, but that's not going to stop Eric, though, except for Gosha's op. That's going to stop him instead. 2 left alive now for Able's side, holding down the fort in the middle of mid. They're exposed. They're like sitting ducks. No cover, no natural cover. They have nothing to use on their own sides. That's not going to stop these defenders, though. They're going to be pushing up very, very slowly. They want to take their time. They want to relish in this possibly flawless win with only 30 seconds left. Things are getting tougher now. They have to push up, but it's only going to be the breach to do so. The backing up by the op itself, trying to find those pre-fires, going to go for the flash. Is that going to be enough? The answer might not be yes. Here he goes, though, Style on the other side, looking around, peeking, possibly. Although he can't see the enemy just yet, he has a very good idea of where they're at. Recon bolt in 6 seconds. He could use that to fish out these last 2, but look at Scuba coming on from below. He has no idea. The jet's on his left, but he has to go and look. It might go right into their idle line of sight, and there you go! The shot from Vulcan, but it's not enough. Too little time to plant.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, they lose them both anyway! Oh, that's tragic. So, bit of an oopsie there from Scuba, who just didn't check all of their angles, only to get shot in the back. But, I mean, hey, it still works out in the end, being able to take away both the rifles there from Able. And you can see now their economy really not amazing. They're going to get a couple rifles here and have a somewhat respectable round, but Vulcan, having invested into that operator, having died so late there, they only have the 2,800 credits they started with. They've upgraded to full armor. They do have the knives, but this is a bit risky. If you don't do well with these, it becomes a problem, because then you're just down to a classic, which isn't amazing, to say the least.
It's an okay gun, but it's definitely a classic for a reason. Look at all these trades going on by. Lockdown already down. The Killjoy trying to detain as many people as possible. That's only giving one locked away. Unsure exactly as to who was actually detained there, but seems like they were in a safe position. Never mind, the Hunter's Fury's coming down. Able to find a triple from it. That's going to be more bodies across the board, completely gone. The Reyna completely scoured and scourged away. But with only 30 health, all they need to do is find a kill and heal themselves up completely. 2 left alive now for the defense. Holding inside of heaven, can't find the shots just yet. It's gonna be the Reyna able to find one, but our 4K comes out from 08. Make that almost an ace. Not quite enough though.
Everything just came up Able there. They had that massive Hunter's Fury. They had somebody actually get detained by the lockdown, which is always tragic. I'm pretty sure it was unfortunately Canas, as when we see the clip there, he's kind of got his hands out. He's either going for the paranoia or he's detained. Not sure which. And then that massive Hunter's Fury just catching 3 members there, trapped in the corridor. No way out, no way to escape. You lose 2 for the triple kill at that point. And after that, it was just kind of a numbers game. You do get the Reyna trade. You do then get the aggressive Vulcan, able to get the knives there as well. So pretty solid stuff there from Able. It cost him a lot though. It cost him the Hunter's Fury, it cost him the knives, and it cost him the lockdown. And so now we kind of have to find out, can they win rounds without ultimates? It's been a minute since we've seen them do so.
Oh, that's a really scary proposition, Doc. I didn't even think of that. But what I was focusing on is the bros have 4 ults still. They had these for at least 3 rounds, and they are keeping them in their arsenal for when I think they feel really threatened, either towards the end of a round, or maybe even if Able gets some more points on the board. As of now, they're in a comfortable spot. They don't have to use any of these ults just yet, but look at where the spike is going. It's caravanning its way back on the B side again, a little bit of a mid presence coming out from the Omen, but Gosha, having that op in hand, has proven to be very scary as of now. Owljone's not going to find anything just yet, but look at SML slowly crawling his way forwards as well. Doc, this could be a really scary B push.
It's shaping up to be so. They do have Gosha, who does have pretty solid market control. If they do catch out just SML, then it kind of makes it a one-pronged attack, and we've seen what Style can do. We've seen what Kanasi can do. And with this
30 seconds left.
turret about to come out in a second, they are going to know exactly what's going on. And there's only 30 seconds left. These smokes are coming in. They know it's a B hit. Huge paranoia into 2 kills right away. SML still trying to come through market. We do see Gosha's falling away.
An absolute microwave happening at B main right now. 13 seconds are left on the clock, and only 3 are left on Abel's side. Blind, scared, disoriented, and look at that. They're able to bring it back a little bit more. 2v2 seconds left. They're down to the wire about this plan. Able to find some op shots. There you go. No, Con East with a 3K is able to bring it back in. It looked scary for a few seconds. They were threatened quite a bit, but there's a reason why the bros stayed calm, cool, and collected.
The flank there from SML was huge. Able to pick up 2 kills himself, gives himself enough opportunity for another player to pick up the third, and what was looking to be an extremely dominant bros round ends up almost falling away. They end themselves up into a 2v2 where Style and Konis once again come out ahead. Style even resorting to the jumping classic play to take out the last remaining member there of Abel. So they do get a 7th round. They've now officially won the half. Can they extend this lead in the final round here? Do they get an 8-4, or will they fall to an 7-5? They still have the Empress, they still have the Neural Theft, and they still have the Teleport. These ultimates are kind of just going to waste right now.
You're right, Doc. And they only had to use one ult that last round to clean things up here. No ults on the availability for Abel here, but look at them still trying to push their way forwards. But it's going to be a bit of a standstill. A little bit of presence on side of tree, a little bit towards A main as well. Look at Gosha again, aggressively on the up. It's only going to find an owl drone though, not quite a body, but there's going to be 3 more around the corner, but they can't see that just yet. Sniper cages are going to go down. They want to try to stall out this attack if they can, if possible. And look at that, Princess! Not Diana, excuse me, the Princess Reina finally back here, showing up for Emperor abilities, has to bring it home. 57 seconds left on the clock, still playing it very smooth. The spike now on the other side may try to go towards the safety of B again.
Yeah, I mean, the opener here was that Scuba managed to take out the tree player. It completely stalled the A play coming in from Abel, and you can see them, they're kind of struggling again. They don't quite know what they want to do. The Empress is going to time out just as they peak. They're still able to get the frag, though. Can they keep getting more? Scuba, complete control here. Gosha picks up another one as well. Fierce finally getting a kill back, gets a second, and all of a sudden this is looking like a doable round for Abel in this 3v2.
They have to play it very safe though. Spike is in the ground, blinded out completely. Both of these attackers need to fight for their lives, but no, this is the round that could make or break their series. Looking up now inside of heaven again. We've seen this push happen so many times. Abel's able to find one, but trades come on through. Is it going to be enough? It's only an up against the world. Style again with a double kill. It's going to clean things up.
Again, nice trading coming in from the bros. They're looking practice, they're looking clean, and they're coming out ahead in a lot of these off-number situations. Yeah, they looked a little shaky in the first couple rounds, but you know what? Could be tournament jitters, could be stream jitters, what have you. It doesn't exactly show what they were capable of. I mean, if you look at the board here, they won 5 in a row, lost 1, and then won the next 2. So they're clearly on a bit of a roll here. They're filling themselves, they're hitting their shots. They're now transitioning over to the more aggressive side, to the more proactive side of the attackers. So now they get to dictate the pace of the game. As long as they can get some economy behind them, they should be in really good shape to close this out. They do still need 5 rounds to win versus Abel, who kind of need 9.
Hey, Doc, I think Abel can bring this back right now solely because of the Killjoy pick. The turret is unbelievably strong for these counterflanks. And look at Vulcan, though, already just making his way in. Look at that destruction happening, a complete pinwheel on the kill feed. It's going to be a bit of a 3v3 now, a 3v4, if you will. 3.5 with the Sova already heavily damaged. Things are looking kind of scary right now. That Killjoy we were talking about is still alive and full at health, but even then, they're not going to play too aggressively anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the breach play coming up huge there. I mean, we talked about the Flash week in and week out and how strong this character can be, and that is the exact play you want to see as we do see them continuing to peak here. Scuba picks up the head of Eric as they do get a little bit more from Fierce. Gosha goes down. Scuba trying to try and close this out. Spike should be going down. SML also coming in from Tree. This is a tricky 2v3 here from the side of the Bros.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if the Bros can bring this back right now. Well, it is possible. They have to get the ghost knives to work, and they're able to do a little bit more. But look at that. The bodies are left falling. Scuba's the last one alive. Make that a 3K coming out from them, though. There's still one more they have to deal with. It's going to be this breach. Going for the defuse. Baits it out. The leader's going to go out as well. Blinded out completely on both sides. But the Reyna pushes up. It's a classic versus the ghost, and the ghost is going to come out on top of 4K.
Kind of unfortunate that Fierce right-clicked there. I think that had they just left-clicked the whole way through, they might have been able to get the more shots on target, but there's just so much recovery there, so much spread from the shotgun blast that it is the ghost that ends up coming out ahead, which, to be fair, not totally unexpected here in GLG, but it's just a little unfortunate to see live on air. And so it is 9-4 in favor of the Bros. They're 50-50 on the pistols now, and so now they are the ones able to buy up some weaponry. But I want to point out, Able have fully invested into 5 Stingers.
Oh no, 5 Stingers in this meta, absolute destruction. You might as well say they've already won the series at that point.
What? Maybe. I mean, there's still a lot yet to be seen. Gosha has a Stinger, which is quite terrifying. And so they have completely stacked the A site as well. There's a lot of weaponry over here. They have the Killjoy, the Jet, the Breach all the way made their way into Tree as well. So they don't quite have a lot. They are getting a lot of information with these drones, but this is a pretty scary situation for both sides here.
Yeah, no one on Able's peeking out just yet. The Cloudbursts are going to have to let them know that at least one team is going to be attacking the other momentarily, I would assume. But even then, they're taking their sweet time at doing so. Blinds are going to be coming on through. Killjoy Molly's go on through as well, but not enough to really make anything happen. Fierce, though, is able to find a kill, but even then, look at this. Able trying to make their way onto the site. They have to get that spike into the ground. But where is it seen? It's nowhere to be found. It has to be Connie's to pick it up. There you go, though. Only 2 left alive. It's a 2v3. That Omen's just about ready to die. It's going to be the Soul as well, heavily damaged, but at least they make it a 3v1. The Bros have only 1 left alive now, hiding away in hell. He's only protected by the enemy Cloudburst, but no, he's not able to make it out either.
Hey, what did you say, Max? It's the Stinger victory after all.
See?
How terrifying that weapon can be when you have so many of them. It kind of helps that they attacked the stacked site as well, and they didn't really have a whole lot to get in with. They only had the Stingers and the and the Spectres, which Spectre, I don't know, it used to be seen a lot. Now the Stinger's just too good to really consider it. So it does mean that we do get a little bit of a bonus round here from Able. They're able to keep those SMGs. They're going to be playing into the pistols of the Bros because that's how the economy works, folks. It's not very interesting, and Able is just so aggressive on this defensive half, and they are obliterating the Bros.
Wow.
Look at this.
Holy moly! That was the whole round! A 4K comes out from always! Like it was nothing! A hot knife to butter, Doc.
Yeah, there's nothing really else to say about that. You can see it here in the replay again. It just kind of, they all lined up and they all got knocked down. And so 9-6 so far. Able looking to come back a little bit. They're currently, 2 rounds into their streak here. Full weapons coming in from the side of the Bros, which is where we saw the decimation begin on that first half. This could be the beginning of the end here if the Bros win this. They're the first to double digits, and then we do have that 2-round economy coming from Able, so they will be able to buy up next. It's just, can they keep that momentum going?
Yeah, that's going to be the really big question right now. There are 2 ults on Able's side they can use to their advantage, especially if the plant is going to be audibly going down. Depends on the rotates and how they go down, however. Connie's playing a very aggressive mid-game. We saw Gosha when they were on the defense do the same exact thing, but no Gosha, no defense this time around. But look at this, Vulcan and Oe already using their first ults already. Not going to find a lot of action with it, though. I think the Reyna gets tagged up a little bit, but not enough to really secure the kill. Of course, now Scuba's going to go down, but the trades are happening regardless. Look at this, though. Gosha, once very aggressive on defense, playing a much slower game. Vandal in hand is going to throw the smokes, but then skedaddle out of there. Able, though, SML Looking around to see if anyone's going to be peeking on by. Some bullets do connect into him, but he's going to rotate around the C team, try to get the backstab on them. Look at this, though. The rest of the team, the attackers pushing on the B site. It might be able to get in there with all this rounds going down. They might be able to get away scot-free, but look at that. Eric still hiding in the back of B, able to find 2, but only one left alive. It's going to be 3 for Eric. One left alive. It's going to be the Cypher hiding in green boxes, surrounded completely. Spectres in hand. SNL gets it.
Absolute disaster here for the Bros. They weren't able to get on the site in any type of meaningful fashion. And once again, we see that B player just so stalwart, not giving an inch, even in these desperate times. They just completely lock it down. They hit multiple headshots with that Spectre. Then that quick reload speed gives them the opportunity to get the reload in. Not that it was needed, because they did see Prism fall down to SML there, which was a bit cheeky. So now things are looking pretty bad for the Bros. Once again, they're back onto these pistol buys to save up for the next round, and there's already an operator in the hand of Vulcan who does have the defensive side behind him. They're in a good position. We saw the operator, them on the attack. Not amazing. Not a lot you can do with the attacking operator though, so not too much worry there. Already 1 for 1 here in the beginning of the round, and these sheriffs might actually be able to do something.
It was a little over-aggressive in the beginning there for Abel's side, but at least they were able to take down the Omen. Can't use the teleports anymore, but these sheriffs, you're right, Doc, they're working. They're able to find another one. The Omen's going to fall, and that's going to be a lot of that intel utility completely gone on Abel's side. All the flashes they had melted away. But look now, we have a style in the middle of the map, just completely scot-free, no contention whatsoever. They've relegated everyone on Abel back to the sites, able to play super defensively with nothing but rootin' tootin' cowboy pistols. They have to open this door, though. They're going to be audio cued all over the place, and that's going to be the Sova having to fight against the entire world. But it's also the Sova. He has been amazing. Oh, he has been smelting master. Able to find Gosha, finds 2. But can he keep it down? Can he hold the fort a little bit longer? There's 2 more on the highway. He has to do it, but they have to drop as well. Audio cues everywhere. 3, almost 4, but it's a triple for a triple. Scuba gets the plant, but there's still 2 more to worry about. Has the Empress in hand. Now would be a great time to use that beautiful ult. There it is. It comes on through, but Eric and others, they have to divide things up a little bit slowly. The op comes down. Scuba with a 4K. He only needs 1 more before he gets the ace. It helps bring things back a little bit more into double digits. It's up to this now. The final push is in play. Eric, no, coming in from behind, has the audio cue of the snipe, of the defuse. He might be able to get it, but he's going to go for it again. Scuba's biding their time, able to see the bright flashes of Eric. That's an ace coming out from Scuba.
Extremely clean play there, finding themselves in that 1v2. They did have to sacrifice 3 bodies to Eric, who just completely, who just completely shut down that B-side once again. And this B-side's a problem for both teams. You can't egress on it, you can't get on it, you can't defend it, it seems. And there's just so many different issues from both sides. That time, though, we saw Scuba absolutely earning that duelist role into that 1v2. And I mean, they hit some really nice shots. They were fighting into that really awkward heady of green boxes, and they still didn't get headshot, which is really good for the team. So they end up finding that shot here. The audio cue of the turret made sure that they could not go through catwalk there. So it just was really nicely played from both sides, because it looked like a second for Eric was going to be able to funnel them down the staircase, get that heady off, and just win the round at that point. But they weren't able to hit the shots at that point.
I'm just really happy Scuba played Reyna like an actual Reyna. But like an actual Omen too, the flashes are going to be coming down, blinding out the entirety of the attacking team. Look at the absolute war zone all over A side right now. You said B side was a problem, Doc, but look at A. It's not really much better, at least for the attack. It might be slightly, but even then they have a lot to worry about. Although, though, they do have the site under their control. These defenders have in control, and they've been able to peek down from it and able to melt away a lot of these attackers. But they're starting out this whole offensive already having 1 man down. They're gonna have to fight back a 5v4, but things are looking a little bit hairy as the seconds go on by. They're not doing anything. Scuba, though, holding the fort, just coming off fresh of an ace, only 9 health in a dream, but then that fence comes in through the back. What is going on the feed? But they still have to worry about 2 more. Still at a disadvantage, now an even advantage. Ghost is able to get a double co-out with an op. But that's going to leave a 1v1. What's going to happen next? Can Style find it? Can he bide out the time? Yes, he can. They try to go for it, but it's too little too late. Into a triple from Style.
Does he survive? Oh, yes, he does. All right.
Barely.
Lots of good stuff there. I mean, it looked almost like the Bros were losing control. They sent the Hunter's Fury all the way back. I thought they were going to be saving it for a defuse attempt, but once that kill feed went green, they realized they couldn't hold it. They couldn't wait, and Gosha comes up huge, picking up 2 frags with the operator in and out of the smokes, just perfectly timed. Does eventually fall to Vulcan, but it ended up not mattering because there was so little time left on that spike that even if it was just raw, he might have been able to get the defuse. It would have been really close, but because we did see Style still alive, still in a position to contest, they couldn't hold the defuse. They had to move around a bit. They had to be a little bit wary of it, and it ends up just dying to it. The spike at that point was gone and forgotten, but you still get the frag, you still take the weapon out of their hands, and it does put us into this 11-7 scoreline. Then they're still buying up. They do still have weapons on the side of Abel, but they're looking a little shaky now.
I just can't believe Gosha got a collect kill with the op last round. Insanity. Do you think he can do it again?
I mean, there is a bit of luck to being able to pick up kills like that. It's
like what are the statistics? Like statistical chances of getting 2 collect kills 2 rounds in a row?
Oh, that has to be astronomical. That has to just be absolutely bonkers to be able to find something like that. But it is technically possible. They do have the operator still in hand, so we'll have to see what their decision is and where they want to go. Because we've seen them work both A and both B. Now 2 rounds in a row have been the victors. So as we head back into it, we're going to have to see if and where they decided to go. The spike is kind of shaped up over by A, but in a very, very far back position. It looks like they're waiting for some A-side aggression that they're not going to see at this point.
We saw OA do this a lot when they were on the attack here, is that they would go for a single push with the spike going to A main, and it just never worked. I'm glad, though, now that the sides are reversed, the Bros are not going for that same exact maneuver, because that was silly. But now they're going to be playing as a team, spike in hand, Vulcan's able to find one, Scuba's going to fall, he's not able to frag out this round, and that could be a terrible thorn in the sides of the Bros.
Yeah, you have to expect somebody to be there at that point. They had literally 0 vision on all of B main that entire time, and so to just blindly walk into it, I don't even know if they had their weapon out, to be honest. It's just a bit irresponsible.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting is definitely the word.
Curious.
Because now you're starting the round 5v4. You lost the weapon you spent all that money on, and you're making it that much harder on your teammates. You now have to try and find their way onto a site. Awkward numbers. Recon bolt destroyed, so they know that somebody's sitting here. Just unfortunately for them, it's Vulcan with the operator once again.
30 seconds
Vulcan
left.
has been nasty with this, but Gosha's right around the corner. If this could be an op versus op battle, it's going to rely on the double peek. And no, it doesn't matter. The flash comes on through, and Vulcan's still able to find Style. That's going to be fantastic to see. Now the rush is going to go through a full-on stampede, trying to make their way, it seems, into A. But then again, this Omen is all but lost. Everyone else has gone down. The Cypher's nowhere to be seen, it seems. He's been hiding away. SML's able to get spike control. Now Connolly's is able to fall. But what about this Cypher? They're not moving. The round is over. But then is the Cypher AFK? No, they just moved.
All right.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. But even in a 5v4, Doc, they put on so much ground.
Yeah, they were able to get full control of market area, and they had a really long push. And again, they just don't expect Vulcan to be in these awkward spots that they have to pay attention to. And it bit him twice. They bit him at B main, it bit him at the top of market. And so they're now suddenly in 5v3s, and they were in just a perfect pinched maneuver for the side of Able to just close in on them, collapse on them, not give them any room to escape from. And so now you can see, again, very different approach coming in from the Bros. They're very spread out here. They're trying to make sure that they can get some sort of knowledge first before trying to make any plays. Once again, they do have somebody watching B main this time, so they don't just get snuck up on by the operator. And they do have now catwalk control going into tree control, where Eric is just waiting for them to peek the turret.
Really big split push coming out from Abel's side. I'm sorry, the Bros side, but even then, they've made this work quite a bit. Although, There's a lot of utility already being found on the side of Gosha. Vulcan's hiding right around the corner. This was a perfect spot for them last time, and it works twice. They're able to find Connolly's. Last time it was Scuba, and Scuba's gonna fall just the same this time around as well. 2 left alive now for the bros. This round is already but done and dusted unless they can play this perfectly. Styles completely away from the Cypher, and I'm wondering what the plan actually is here. The bros, they were doing so well for so long in the first half, but it seems like once the attack doesn't work in the initial push, Doc, it's kind of lost.
Yeah, especially this round where they only had pistols to work with. They just kind
30
of
seconds left.
chalked it from the beginning. They didn't have a whole lot to do with. Oh, Prism. Oh, that's Prism's weapon from last round. Okay, I was like, there's no way he bought that round when everybody else is on Sheriffs, but he's gonna have to make sure he's looking the right way. Finally gonna get a kill onto SML, and so now clock ticking away. They know where Prism is. Do they chase? Probably, as we do see once again, they're kind of looping back around. Eric's trying to get the sneak up on him, but they're looking the right way.
All
right.
I have more tests to run.
I'm really curious about what Prism's game plan is. Because it's 2 rounds in a row now. I think the round before this one, he was AFK. That makes sense. But both rounds now, they've been playing a really, really far off and kind of deselected game from the rest of their team. And that's going to be forcing the bros from split pushing 2 and 2 onto 2 different sites, and it's clearly not working.
Yeah, it might just be a little bit of a disconnect coming in from the team. You know, they did have a DC, which was the reason for our pause just a couple of rounds ago. So maybe they're still having some inherent internet issues, unfortunately. We are in the, you know, the online world, as we do see very aggressive plays coming in. Hunter's Fury coming in, gonna pick up 1 frag, gets the second as well. Perfectly comboed there with the fracture. Not a whole lot you can do from that side. And all of a sudden, we're in a 5v2. The bros are decimated. They're just absolutely melted.
What can you even say at this point, Doc? Again, they're having a similar issue. Prism playing so far back yet again. Has to rely now on a peak going forwards on the other side of the green box, but even then he's able to find SML. I'm kind of surprised that went in their favor. Oh, it's there to make sure it only goes at a 3K for them. Stops it right here. And now it's a 1-round differential.
Yeah, Able Esports able to get to double digits now. And so another shaky buy coming in from the bros. They're starting to look a little flustered because nothing they've done so far in the last couple of rounds has really worked. Their last round was 3 rounds ago. They just got absolutely melted by a nice little wombo combo of abilities. And now, yes, that's not a thing this round as they're looking good, but Able Esports do still have 4 ultimates. They still have the lockdown, the knives, and the rolling thunder. That is a lot to try and contend with. And you can already see Vulcan very forward with this operator, trying to get somebody to peek out, and they have cat control for a little bit, but SML does have a bit of an angle.
I'm wondering if this is going to work. He's on top of the Tom Kench bench right now, but not finding anything just yet. He's biding his time. He knows somewhere top of cat, but they're not going to be peeking out too late. He's not having the fast enough reflexes to find these, but instead the knives come down, crashing through his body. That's going to be a full-on attack going through on the A side now. They're able to make their way in. Spike in the hands of this Prism yet again. Not going to be playing away from the team this time. He is right in the middle of it all. But still, A-Site under control. This round could determine whether or not we see match point in the favor of the bros, or if we see an even 11-11 and a very real possibility of overtime. But they're playing still. They have 50 seconds to play with. It's going to give ample time for Vulcan, though. Go to heaven. Have the op shots now through B A main. He might be able to find something, but it's unlikely as nobody except for the Sova is on A main. Owl drones out, biding their time as well. It's a game of stalling. 36 seconds left between everyone left alive. The Sova drone's going to go down, and yet that one little sniper's completely hidden away. Tinker, Taylor, Soldier, Jet hiding in the boxes, making sure not to be spotted whatsoever. But that's going to be hell control in their favor as well if the attackers can get on. But look at that. The Spike's going to go down. The sniper hidden away is able to find their target. That's going to be another one gone. One more assassination. 2 assassinations from that sniper. But even then, Op going to be so powerful, yet so fierce. It's only going to be 2 left alive. Make that 2 still for both teams. That Spike has a chance to go back down into the ground. It's going to be leveraging the favors of the attacks a little bit more. That one single Jet hiding away in a small little corner. It's going to be a win for the bros, despite all the odds.
The Odin is not impenetrable. Finally going to get taken down at the end there. It did look like was going to be able to really take control of the round here. They had the dart vision. They were able to pick up the frag there on the Kness, who just was out in the middle of the area there. Does drop the operator, thankfully, for the round, but Odin versus Bulldog, 9 times out of 10, I'm probably going to take the Odin if I'm being honest, but just great shooting there from Gosha, who finally hits the headshot and wins a round and puts him on that point. And yeah, I mean, it's the Odin. It has great time to kill, but it's unwieldy. I'm not an Odin user. I think it's not that amazing. It takes a lot of effort to be amazing with it. I definitely go for the Bulldog myself.
Oh, you scared me for a second. Okay.
I mean, the Bulldog also has better skins, but yeah, whatever.
You're very right. The Odin has awful skins. But hey, Conese, though, is able to plow things over on A side. He's been able to find so many different kills. But then again, what's going to happen with the rest of the defense at this point? The other Omen completely lit up as well. It's going to be the other defenders separated away on B and A. That's going to be ample time for anyone on the Bros to just make their... And look at that, the weird Odin coming through is not going to find anything. It lights up Prism a little bit, but still able to survive the ordeal. It's going to leave 2 left alive now. SML trying to teleport around, but a double battle coming in the back of B, but one comes out on top. That's a triple kill from Connolise, but one more left alive is going to be the breach, and it's a 1v5. Empress is out. It's all but over.
They both teleported to the same spot. That's hilarious, and it clearly did not work out for Able, who are in a bit of a tight spot. 1v5 now on map point. This should go the way of the Bros, and it is a flawless map win as they do go 13-10 here versus Able Esports.
What a fantastic showing coming out from both teams. Able coming out on top here. The Bros really put up a fight for a while, but it was at the very end, the very, very final rounds in the second half is what determined the game, Doc.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like there was a really tight margin there from both teams. Able, in that second half, really able to take control of those defensive line sites and really punish a lot of things. I mean, obviously, Vulcan on that operator was nasty, right? Like, keeping full control. Yeah, I mean, they just had a lot going on. And so Able, they just weren't able to clean up a couple minute things where they were kind of caught out a little bit. And I mean, when you look at the game back, there was a lot of situations from both sides where one shot goes another way. All of a sudden, the other team wins the round. So yes, it is a 13-10, but that easily could have been an overtime game.
It was unbelievably close on both sides there. And we kind of mentioned in the pre-show whether it was going to be a battle of the Cypher versus the Killjoy. I'm going to say it's a stalemate. I don't really think the utility from either of those Sentinels really brought a lot to the match.
No, it's tough too, because the Cypher, I don't think we ever actually saw a neural theft now that I'm thinking back. Or if it did, it just...
lockdown?
The lockdown was very successful, so I'll count the one very successful lockdown much more than the non-existent neural theft, which, if we even did see one, it was very lost in a bit of a commotion. So one successful lockdown, I'll count it, give that one to the bank, and take that one home. So could have seen more. The duelists were lights out, though. So much production out of both teams' duelists. You love to see it.
That was a complete duelist game there, and it was fantastic to see, and I can't wait to see what these two teams can bring together, not only in future GLG tournaments, but going forwards in this tournament as well, to see what the winning team can bring. But we are going to go into a small break. We have another beautiful setup coming out here, and I can't wait to show you guys how amazing it's going to be, but you're going to have to wait a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
See, we'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast does find Sylph though in the trade, and now it's a 2-for-2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy if they can continue to get more here. As Deluxey gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to Pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see, because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavius, as soon as I say it, Defcon gets caught off guard by the short V and gets immediately taken down, and now the round starts. The massive rotations, though, coming in from Thrifty to go straight towards the A site. Gonna be pretty big, as Doobie will find kill out
3 members here in Garage. They're gonna bust out, but here's Sylph just holding the angle. Kill is forced off down to 20 HP, but do they repeat or did they just let the site do? They just let the site do. Sylph picks up 1, picks up 3. Badger secures the round, and that's 2 in a row now, once again for AU.
Sylph just peeking out and saying, look, I didn't want to play this map 3. I wanted this.
The smoke dissipates in Clay as this trigger ready.
Yeah, it does heal up the squad a little bit more. Now there's rifles in the hands of Wichita. Can they get more? The lineup! Sylph with an amazing 3K just shuts down the retake from Wichita.
And just cycles through the weapons to find the skin they like the most. I mean, what a lineup right there. You hate to do that. 3 people pushing in from the same angle at the same time. It's just...
by Arma, Harrisburg needs to continue to do that. Work in those pairs, those trios, try to get those trade kills. That's how they get back. But Alex blind through all sorts of different things. Able to get that kill. Taco, though, finds 3. Secures the round for Harrisburg Armada. They desperately needed that to stay in this match.
The uplift from the Jet, going to be taken up a little bit, but not going down. Alex finds Scuffy, just waiting for those exit frags. Is Harrisburg Armada pushing in? Taco finds one on the quad. That's huge. Goes for a second. What is that? Oh my lord! With the collateral, and the sheriff goes for another one, but not gonna land it. To try to get this quick retake, but I don't expect too much from it because of the buy-up from Baba Booey. You see already the stinger of Spangly gonna take out Goaty, the repeat from Qua with the Spectre. Spangly to shut down the rest. A flawless round as it...
If you could do basic math here down below, you see that we are tied 29-29 in terms of round score. We are literally so even in this series. We are flipping a coin to see who's going to get side selection going into Haven. This is quite possibly one of the best series I have ever seen, I've ever casted. So much fun, and you're catching it all here at the Pit of Valor. This is what we bring to you. This is what we love. We look tired. We are tired. But Thrifty with the double Bucky gang coming in.
It's definitely something you like to see.
Yeah, it could. They're looking to try to wreak some havoc, so to speak, as Doobie will open up wreaking havoc and finding that kill on the Badger.
Yeah, but he can't be ready for this. It's Deluxy just picking up both. And that's a trade. Blast somehow finds Quantavius, though. And this is a very interesting round, to say the least. In a good position, Sylph sprang through the smoke, gets 2. Can't even talk because we're so late into the night. Doobie trades back, gets 2. Back to a 3v2. Spike's going down. Defcon and Doobie. These are the big names for Thrifty. They've done so much for the squad. Can they do it again? It's looking tough. RKS, the sub, coming in, securing quadruple overtime. And we're still alive here on Ascent. Double Nano Swarm to try and, run all the way through. And, I mean, that's almost impossible. You can't survive that. Smoke's now coming out. Beckham's gonna be ahead of it, though. Will they expect this? They do see, get shots on target, but everybody's still alive. Teleports over the Nano, but they can't get through. 2 dead, 3 dead. Only 1 left. Thrifty pick up the first round.
Oh, that is not how AU had planned that round, especially after how they played the first half and how they played it. Comes up from Beckham, firing through the wall, but can't find the shot just yet, as Sylph will trade. Does end up getting that kill, but Defcon finds another one.
Now it's onto the site. They're getting hit from all angles. The spike still needs to be defused. Deluxy trades back. RKS showing up for the squad as the fill-in, and Killa continuing his streak of picking him up. 4-2-2 now for that Sova player. Looking real good here on Ascent.
It's a good...
That was being traded. He's just like, no, I'm just going to kill you. And there's simply nothing you can do about it. Sylph being able to pick up another kill. They're on pace for a 30 potentially. And that's a scary thought.
The only thing I can compare how Deluxy is playing to is Team Fortress 2 Pyro. WM1 the entire game. That's how Deluxy's playing, and it's amazing. Now, I do want to say, Deluxe has snuck themselves onto the site. Dart sees the dart, gets the headshot, that's it! Chalk it up. That's going to be the victory for Asia United. Spike is down, just like you said. Just needs to pick up that kill to secure it. But there's the confirmation from Killa. Just as we thought we were going to have ourselves a long series, a very battled back and forth series. As you can see below, 14-12 in overtime on Bide, 17-15, and you're jumping over. You're only going to get that 1-for-1 trade if you're lucky enough. Killa will find the long range, and that's going to be very, very sketchy. As Beckham is
from that, especially with the economy they're facing, they need a miracle play to happen.
Yeah, they do need a lot to come through. This is a great start, though.
Well, that could be it right there.
Yeah, and look at that. Sylph, aim, trying to get another one. Here it is, this 2v1. They just got to play smart, peek together. Solid FPS, tack play. But he's someone gets behind him. Deluxe picking up one. Starts to defuse. Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake.
He's not going to fake.
Pros don't fake.
He's going to defuse. The missed timing from Sylph is going to cost him the round. The defuse comes in. And that's another round of Thrifty.
Up the Odin out of the hands now. It's a 2-on-2 retake situation. Soupy only has one friend left. Is gonna get the Nano Swarm off. And the high flying knives are gonna give a triple kill to Marty.
Well, we're gonna push through, but oh no. Okay, John did find that one, but like able to push back through. Gonna grab the Odin. Oh, never mind. Haha, just kidding. Man, they were teasing the,
expected, but they do end up pushing as a double unit to take him down. And now it's a 3v2, 3v1 as Blast takes down Badger. Doobie will find Sylph, and once again, Thrifty put themselves onto map point.
Yeah, really solid retake there. If RKS had been able to buy a little bit more time, maybe that round goes a little bit differently, but still 6 seconds basically on that defuse still, so plenty of time. Would have needed to probably...
Mexico finds that kill on the Blast.
What a swing from Mako. Shots has his back to. You hear the TP, so those players on B, they got off the site to help them out, but now they have to play for the retake. Clamran not ready for this player swinging through elbow. Doobie trying to knock them off. He's going to get out with the satchels. What a flick from Doobie. The bridge going to break open with one. Defcon helps with the second. Mako going to go down. Doobie with two attackers. Win another one. That's going to be the 5th round. Played for the time. 6 seconds. He's going to be edging himself closer. Just dancing around each other. Shots going to be favoring Thrifty. They're on map point, Joker.
Beckham didn't have to take that chance. He had about a second left. He could have continued that dance around the block and won the round anyway, but took it into his own hands, took down the shot. Beckham stepping up huge. Like you said, we're not seeing what we typically assume a Killjoy should be, as the rest of AU clean up that C site, leaving only Blast alive with that Marshall just backing away there. Could try to see if they could find a kill out of this. They do find Killa, which helps out a little bit, but still getting taken down. That's round number 8 for AU. Full control of this match right now, but we'll see. Blast get himself healed up, is invisible, try to find some more of those picks, but just going back and forth. Killa will find 2. Badger has the SMG, just can't take down Doobie.
Yeah, can't get the shots on target, and just RKS with effectively a collateral. Like, he sees one in the smoke, just happens to get the second member through it as well, and that's heartbreak. That's full.
That means Thrifty are going to get control over mid, and now try to see if they can go onto this B site. Full execute, full send on the B. This is for this map.
But Killa picking up Blast there in a good position. Sylph spraying through the smoke, gets 2. Can't even talk because we're so late into the night too. But he trades back, gets 2. Back to a 3v2. Spike's going down. Defcon and Doobie. These are the big names for Thrifty. They've done so much for the squad. Can they do it again? It's looking double Nano Swarm to try and, run all the way through. And I mean, that's almost impossible. You can't survive that. Smoke's now coming out. Beckham's gonna be ahead of it, though. Will they expect this? We do see get shots on target, but everybody's still alive. Teleports over the nano, but they can't get through. 2 dead, 3 dead. Only one left. Thrifty pick up the first round.
Oh, that is not how AU had planned that round, especially after how they played the first half and how they played trying to get the ult orbs. It's been costing them. It's not been working for them. And so now, trying to get themselves into a better position, Blast is just going to teabag, seeing that Owl come out. But here we go. Now it's the slow push onto A, as one is holding up mid. Deluxe's going to find the first kill onto Deluxe, and that opens things up for AU. They decide...
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are with GLG Spectral Esports Qualifier here for the VAL-AM tournament coming up to you at a later date. I'm the Doctor, and I've replaced my co-caster already. Keglunuk, we will miss you. We will see you later in the tournament. For now, we do have the most ravishing man on the internet. It is Ravishing Ravish. How you doing today, man?
Oh, you know me, man. I'm doing freaky-tastic here, baby. This is going to be a fantastic time because, like, no, look, I've already said that F word, Tyson. I'm going to say it again, but a different one. It's fantabulous, funtouche. It is a flowery good time, which, by the way, if you haven't already, today's the 15th, so it is cheap flowers and chocolate day. So get yourself some and treat yourself, homies.
I'll say where I am, it's quite dark out, so the stores are closing soon, so I will have to do all of my online ordering, but you know what? That's okay. Online's better. It's safer. I don't need to put my mask and hand sanitizer on. So you know what? Just order yourself online. Order yourself something nice. Just like, you know what's nice? And probably has a bit of a discount code for it as well.
What?
Did you know?
What?
Drink Control. It's a wonderful meal supplement. It is available at drinkcontrol.com, and there is a coupon code. If you go ahead and use the code GLG10 at checkout, then you do get a bit of a discount there. So every day can be discount. Drink Control for you. You don't gotta wait for some antiquated holiday to pass before you get that wonderful, delicious yumminess in your stomach. And so, Ravish, we do have our first map out of the way tonight. We did just watch the Bros take it 13-10 over Able Esports. So now we get to head into our second map of the night. This time we're going to be seeing last round save going up against Charlotte Phoenix.
Yes, sir, we are. And we finally have a change up of maps here, Doc. I cannot thank the gods enough that we didn't get binders sent. I'm ecstatic. Personally, it's great. Yeah, I'm very happy that the teams want to try to experiment. But not only that, though, the change of the teams brings with us new challenges, and new faces, and new people. But these aren't necessarily teams that we're not experienced with before, Doc. Because LRS last round save, these guys have been through the GLG circuit. They've even won a Pit of Valor before. Maybe on the other end, you know, Charlotte Phoenix, this is a team that is newer to our faces, but not necessarily new to the overall Val Tier 3 scene. I believe they're on actually kind of a spree of winning a couple tournaments.
Yeah, they have won the last 2 tournaments they've entered, so they're feeling good. They're looking good. We'll have to see if that type of momentum can carry them forward, though, because they are going up a current Pit of Valor champion. They did win the event on February 3rd, and then they didn't come back on the 10th, so, you know, it's a little sad. So they weren't able to defend their title just yet. So interim champs no, that's not the word. What is the word? They're just the Pit of Valor champs last round save. So we'll have to see if they can hold off the new Bucks here. As we do see the map on your screen, it is Haven. Thankfully, it's my favorite. It's everybody's soon to be favorite because it's got 3 bomb sites.
Yes, sir. I view Haven as the great equalizer for so many teams, Doc, because I find within this map too, if your execution is not done well, if your communication isn't necessarily there, and if you guys aren't able to 1, commit, or 2, have decent rotations, you will get caught every single time, or honestly just end up running out of time, because with 3 bomb sites comes 3 very, very different options, and you know what? 3 ways to unfortunately fail to push or fail to defend. So a lot of fun can go on, though, but let's break down these team comps here, Doc.
Yeah, I mean, pretty standard stuff so far. Lots of duelists here. We do get a little bit of zone control here with the Sova and the Omen, or sorry, Cypher. Double omens as well. Still seeing this agent a lot, not quite taken out of the game just yet. It's coming though. It's soon. So we'll have to see exactly what the teams do so far. But lots of flashes and lots of bullets are going to be flying through.
And I know Charlotte Phoenix also did mention to us that they do like playing the Killjoy a lot, and the shotgun Killjoy is something that they do pride themselves on, especially specifically the Bucky gang, which, you know, I'm personally a part of, Duck. So I'm very, very excited to see what they decide to bring up, as it's going to be a full stack going down on grass. He uses Silver Drone to initially come out. Don't just spot out one down a window as a Killjoy escapes. So they won't get much info there, but Spike is in head as they moving over to see Turtle spots them too. But they see everybody there. Shock Dart tags them.
Yeah, they are forced away, so they'll have to fight on through these shock darts a little bit more, but nice little paranoia to try and get them onto the side. Recon Bolt is there. The spike's now going down, and it should be pretty free. Moji gonna be able to jump out, and Soapy can't aim, but he still hits the headshot through the box onto Yoshi.
Of course, so inside Cubby has a frenzy angle, gets one, peeks out, long peek, back and forth, runs out of bullets and dies for his mistakes, unfortunately. But off around the side, gonna try to make a little bit of flank, and it won't work out for him, as that'll be the easy defuse coming up the Charlotte Phoenix.
Yeah, a little bit of good stuff here coming on through. They keep 4 members alive too, which should be pretty big for them. They do get a little bit of an economic boost. And so backstage, we did have one of our other commentators here saying that it should be pretty last round save sided here in this map, but that was a pretty solid pistol round coming out already. I mean, they absolutely dominated that retake. Yes, the spike went down. Yes, last round save were able to get there, but they weren't able to hold. They have paper hands, folks.
Unfortunately not, but I mean, if you take my hand and yours here, Doc, I promise you I will not let go. As we move on over to the A side, and before our full stack push, as Cypher is lurking around B trying to catch out any stragglers, the dart will not catch him. As 4-man push through A long D. But look at all the Killjoy util also set up there to do match to push, and as soon as they do, the turrets just spot the first person is R3D. We intercept the paranoia. Here's the footsteps. Just want to catch out as many as possible. As Dart goes in, paranoia immediately goes out, and they all push in. 1 and 2 fall. After that pushes out, catches the third, and R3 gets 3. Flips up to his name. His Glyph manages to get away as he gets out.
Yeah, Redo just absolutely standing strong there. Oh, Bucky gang, not quite going to work out, but they do get a second chance here. They're going to peek that corner, jumping on through the frenzy to just shut down the final member. Moji just absolutely godlike there.
That was so sick. Immediately from the drive-by Buck to turning around and getting the flick shot at the back. And honestly, that round on its own, so much of work was done by the paranoia set up by R3. As soon as the dart went out to spot anybody on site, he sent straight down long because they were all stacked there too. It was easy cleanup for him, even kind of short peeking out through green boxes and finding one down long. With 3 being dead, it was only so much that, you know, last round save could have done. But with 2 pistol rounds in their hand, Charlotte Phoenix looking real good so far. But they were deciding not to save the economy, but it's almost like it's essentially just essentially full buys across the board for last round.
Yeah, they will be looking pretty good here into the third round. This is a lot of times when we see teams able to move into a more winning position. They will be fighting up into the smorgasbord of weaponry that we do see on the side of Charlotte Phoenix, which could bite them. They could be going for a bit of a cheeky bonus round here, and it could backfire. But if they are able to stay strong here, it does really force the hand of last round save to get a little bit more creative with their takes. And so we are waiting on a bit of a pause here. Did have a bit of a disconnect, so we'll be getting them back here in a second, folks. But yeah, I mean, so far these rounds have been absolutely light out. You talked about the multi-man paranoia there from Redo on that A site. He blinded up 4 members. Like, what are you supposed to do in that situation? You think the site's clear, all of a sudden the big spooky ghost comes through and you can't see anymore. And it's not just you, it's all of your friends.
Yeah, because at that point too, one of the biggest things as well was that Yoshi Actually, I believe used their dash to get in onto the site as well when the dart came in, and didn't really updraft too, because we do see Mochess actually place one of their smokes right on top of the neutral plant site, and then updraft dash, so they're able to enter on the site without really being affected by much. And even if they are, they're at least inside of smoke, so they're okay. But they didn't manage to do that, and couldn't really dash out there at the end. So immediately caught out with I believe it was Sova there right at the end as well. Who, yeah, they couldn't see anything and just. Essentially was birds to a prey here, dog. But this is really where the two toughs will come for LRS with guns in hand. I'm excited to see what kind of setup they decide to take so far. It's really been 4 stacks, like all going down one site. They're not really trying to split up any of the resources so far, but usually the Cyphers just lurking around the back.
Yeah, and as you know, so far, that's really all they could do with pistols. You just kind of hope to get, a nice little headshot off and really open up a sight. Now that they do have these weapons, they can go for a lot more interesting set play. They can go for something through garage into C. They can even go like really cheeky through garage to B or B to A, or even just do a nice little A split. The world really is their oyster once we get back into this. And they do have that Sova Jet Phoenix combo, which can be very hard to deal with, because as soon as that recon bolt goes in and finds somebody, you can all of a sudden find yourself with Yoshi and Aqua right on top of you, blinding you, smoking you out, and dashing behind you. And there's not a whole lot on the side of Charlotte to try and cancel that out. It's not like they have, a Cypher with tripwires or anything like that, or even a breach to try and use the fracture and keep them stunned up.
And you raise an interesting point there, Doc, as well. Because I find the use of the breach alongside the jet is a really powerful thing that, in my personal opinion, teams are genuinely underutilizing. I think breach is one of the most powerful characters in the game right now, and the combination of using the flashes through walls to set up some of your duelists is absolutely disgusting. If you just,
it's actually crazy, right? Like,
right?
Every commentator I've ever talked to is like, breach is pretty strong, and then the teams just don't pick it. We did see it last map, and it comboed a fracture with a Hunter's Fury that just got a free triple kill. Like, it's insane.
I mean, that's a free kill right there, because Soapy looks out through garage without any cover to put the dart and goes into the smoke, and that was a nice one-way setup by the Omen too. So he kind of just gave up his life, unfortunately. As Yoshi looks to peek and try to get in garage control with one defender down. Garage is easily theirs, and 2 are holding on site as Spike will move through the grass.
Yeah, they do have some nice little crossfire angles here. Chaotic looking down through the entryway here. Just going to get annihilated by Aqua, though. That will signal the rotations coming through. Sacred trying to get some flashes out, but not even able to get a kill before Aqua just puts him down. And so now this superior weaponry is simply working.
But was yet again sticking with the Bucky. We knew how effective he was in that last round, but considering the Phoenix have already, they're down 2 people. They're up against 5, and a full hold on C site is a tricky take as Posadas peeks out through the back. Immediate headshots on to Redo. And Momiji should know that he's there, but as soon as he comes out, Cypher ducks back and going for the long play yet again with that big flank as he moves in through Link, but like Charlie won't spot him, but Aqua will.
Yeah, and that's pretty par for the course. Once you get those rifles on your 3rd round, it finally gives you the momentum you're looking for. You can finally do what you want to do as a team, and so it clearly worked out there for last round save. This is now the buy-up round here from Charlotte, so they do have their full kit. They have an operator, they have an Odin. They've heavily invested here, so they need to heavily get a win.
And we said it before as well, Duck, within the pause, right? The true test comes because now that last round save have ARs in their hand, so this should be perfectly fine. And considering previous round, Charlie Phoenix didn't invest in anything, should be looking to perfectly fine as Soapy puts out the dart this time, but doesn't peek it. A good call by him. Tries to come out ace short of the bear, gets a little peeks down. Chaotic at the end, Mobiji just hiding down short and just peeking through to the side. Takes a bunch of damage, but at least is able to get one trade. He's moving through A, but does not expect Yoshi peeking out that fast. If we do, try to save him off the site, but site is there, and Spike will go down.
run it back is going to get taken out through the smoke, and the spike's going down, so they do need to take this retake now seriously. 4v3, not a lot of HP bar here onto the side of Yoshi, but they do still have the agent up. They do still have the headshot potential up. That's a cheeky dart from the side of last round save. It's going to give him a ton of information, but Sacred just shuts it down. Huge flash comes in. Sacred on a 3K, and Redo picks up the last. That is Charlotte winning a stellar round.
I mean, stellar indeed, man. And you pointed out before too, is that dart that catches so much information. Nobody shoots it down. It pings twice. In fact, just giving Charlotte all the information they could possibly need, Doc. And I know you were talking about the Odin gaming before as well, but look at this. I mean, if you know where the enemy is, or even have an inkling as to where they might be standing, you can just spray, and you ain't gotta pray. You simply just aim at that point, and that's an easy triple. So really good job set up by the Charlotte Phoenixes. Now it's all up to last round save, because this is they did not enter this dangerous territory of, if they don't get this round, unfortunately they have to hold Goffin into the save, and this process will continue until they're actually able to win a couple rounds themselves. Right now, Alaris moved down C long, op shot misses, but he's able to catch some info as to what LS want to do. Is they move on down to B. Cypher Camera will not catch anything, but look at this 3-stack set up by Courage here, Doc.
Yeah, and I do like the play coming in from last round save. They do get caught by that operator, and so they just make the call to full retreat. They don't want to mess around with that long corridor there where the operator can just shred them, because they only have the cyber cages and the omen smoke to try and get really onto the site. You could try and do something cheeky with Yoshi's cloud bursts, but those can be a very useful tool in trying to keep yourself alive in, you know, scramble situations. But they've actually rotated back, so they do have an answer to the operator, they think.
Nice jiggle peek actually done by Yoshi as well to catch him yet again, but he's just staring down that angle that long yet. That flash play is the right call, but turns to the back, but Yoshi actually wins on the trade. That's chaotic. Nice shot by him to try to go in onto the site. C is taken as there as Omen tries to peek in around the back, but Bears catches everybody catching out of the smoke here, but the Odin will do nothing but the lockdown as plans to keep him offside for a little bit longer.
Yeah, they are going to force a retreat here, but it doesn't matter. Glyph's still able to hit the shots, and the teleport play combo, they're actually really mind blew me, because I thought he was just going to commit to the teleport, get the shot in the back, because it didn't seem like Chaotic was anywhere looking to turn around on that. So I don't know if they did the last second and killed him, and that's why they ended up losing the trade to Yoshi, but whatever happened, they got the site for free. They didn't lose anybody to the operator, which is massive. That is a big investment that, as you can see, kind of hurts their chances in the next round or two. They are going to do a bit of a force buy here, but last round save played that beautifully.
Yeah, one big thing was as well is that they committed the lockdown right at the end, but they all kind of flickered in one by one, which essentially just allowed them to get picked off and give 1v1s to last round saves who were already on the site, which is actually what they wanted. It wasn't really a coordinated take, which really should have been the play, especially because they had the lockdown though. But well, we just waiting around short. Oh, the camera does catch it right at the end, so they know he's there chilling, waiting with the shorty, just trying to get a cheeky play. Terrible spot them out as well. The heal will come down. That shot dart does so much damage as it moves through Paranoia at the side, peeks out, gets one. Oh, but he cannot confirm the kill.
Does so much damage though. He drops Bears down to 15 HP, so a stiff breeze will really drop the Sova there, and they do still have control here. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Chaotic's gonna get a kill, and of course Sonic's. That spike's still not planted. They haven't found an opportunity for that yet. Glyph just now getting it down. They do still have 3v4 for the side of Charlotte, so they do have this numbers advantage. We'll have to see if they can make it work though.
Just remember that last round save right now. Who have full buys, meanwhile Charlotte Phoenix are still on the save here, Doc, with the casual pistol peeking on the side of Yoshi. Just with the airs are just better. Redo finds one for himself, gets the second, and they clear out the actual site. What a huge take coming down short for Redo to just clear out everybody to get the defuse as well. And that's thrifty for the Charlotte Phoenix. A big win to get the econ back in order.
Yeah, a bit of an oopsie there from last round's save. They had the numbers disadvantage, and so they didn't quite have the positioning that they really needed. Some really nice timed flashes there from Sacred give them a lot of control there on the site. They took out Hell. The last two members being down a ramp and then on the little A short little box area there. It wasn't grouped together, and so it created these separate 1v1 situations that Charlotte Phoenix actually came out ahead on. So they end up getting the round, they end up getting the defuse, and now we do see a bit of a save round for the side of last round save once again. And so they're using up a lot of resources. Corsonix has already used both cyber cages, by the way, so they just don't have anything left. Nothing.
It's a really aggressive peek by him to try to push it through A short, catch anyone long, but Sacred's waiting for him, but he misses the really misses the shot. Corsonix wins out on the trade. That's actually really big there. Go shut down the one down by A long. Knives come out at the back. Nice! Getting revenge for his teammate. They're still making it even 4-4 for Charlotte Phoenix as they defend down A.
So you do trade a duelist for a bit of control, which at this point, it's unfortunate. We know that because we knew that there was no more utility in the hands of the Cypher, so it's kind of tough. Thankfully, now that once he dies, his trap wires are disabled, so it's a bit even. You do lose the flashes from the Phoenix, which is really tough to see, but they've actually gained the A side for absolutely free. There's nobody looking here whatsoever. Yoshi, nowhere to be found.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, she's waiting down by short to see if he can catch anyone peeking through, but Chaotic waiting at the back, finds Glyph peeking out in front of him. Auto Spirit used just to stop any sort of push that was coming through. I think it's Soapy doesn't stop the plant, but sees he can find a tag, is not able to do so. As not like you mentioned here, Doc. A side is last round saved. There's a 3v4 right now, so not a completely awkward and unfortunate situation, but Momochi doesn't peeking, is not looking, but puts a turret anyways. Recall board's also destroying the counter. The spot he went back. As he through, get one, get two, no! He's barely staying alive as he to the side. Awkward.
Oh, the knives!
The back, Weasley gets him! Oh my god, he missed the knives!
That is tragic. Oh, that is quite possibly the worst possible scenario there. Chaotic dashing forward with the knives out and just can't connect. They did a little bit of damage to the booty there of Aqua.
Reloading!
Yeah, Aqua had 0 bullets. 0 out of 0 bullets. Got tagged up with a couple knives and then just said, oh, thank you for the acupuncture. Let me give you the dirt nap of truth. And we're actually seeing a replay of this, so cool. We'll get to see that again. Aqua trying to jump away, reloads, gets the reload animation. You do see a bit of a damage flash, but it's just not enough. They needed one more for the kill.
He 360 no scope like it was Rust, Duck. Like he actually didn't care. Oh my god, that's absolutely well that and with Mobuji getting picked up right at the beginning too, with Aqua picking up 2, the site is easily gonna be there as a season taking in control. The last round Saber picking it back up in a big way. So we trying to aim gets one, but now it is just Chaotic left who costs this round of the save.
Yeah, it would definitely seem here that Aqua kind of took that that thrifty round personally and has just been an absolute monster since then. Bear's gonna get a nice shot there on the Chaotic. So last round save do tie it up for a piece, and these last 2 rounds have been pretty clutch from them. This could be the beginning of some momentum being gained here, but it is full weapons on the side of Charlotte Phoenix once again. So are we just gonna see rifle round traded back and back and back and back and back for the rest of this game? It kind of starts here. If they lose here, they're in a tough spot. If they win here, it kind of puts last round save in a tough spot.
Yeah, because you see too that yet again, like Momoji had decided to go for the stingers with the Bucky. I know he was hovering it, and we know how good he's on it, but realize that he too needs normal weapons sometimes. Try not, it'll be a bit of a split entry coming in for last round save though as they move 2 and through mid. The drones just spot out 1, but not the second, so they know at least there's one outside garage. They're trying to opt in for any control. The spike is planted just not your spawn. Sorry, they decided to pick it up as they move through grass. They smoked out garage, so that should be theirs.
Yeah, Soapy's very deep in the smoke, but doesn't actually hear anything, so no calls to be made. You can see that A site is completely empty outside of that Killjoy weaponry. So with her playing back and forth here in the little corridor area, those traps will still be active. So they will still trigger if somebody walks into the turret eye side. And so now they're using their utility to clear out these potential cubby holes. And look at the rotations coming through. They already know it's an A hit.
Like immediately as Chaotic gets one, though, all that Killjoy util was set up in a beautiful shot as Reedy at the back, able to find a little bit of info, was able to just like go back to his teammates at that point about hot hands. Try to clear out the side, but won't do such a thing. Spike is still planted right now. Defeated used in response. Tags one, immediately gets down Soapy. Doesn't even find the rest. Six drops down, gets the next, gets the second. Sorry, and all right, yet again. Charlotte Phoenix, a beautiful retake, Doc.
It's actually kind of crazy that Bears got a frag there by accident because they were trying to kill the lockdown. Works out beautifully for them. It does force a bit of a rebuy on the side of Charlotte Phoenix, who are struggling a bit financially. But yeah, just a really strong retake situation once again where it seemed like last round save just weren't on the same page. They weren't able to get Crossfire set up in time. They were forced off of their original plant by the Hot Hands. And so in the repositioning, they kind of got blown up there by Charlotte Phoenix.
Saw with this setup too is even though as they initially went in onto the A side, just with two being picked off, they still decided to commit knowing that they're at a men disadvantage. Even the spike being down there, it was looking good, but the immediate rush coming in from Charlotte Phoenix, they weren't able to deal with it. As they go for a similar setup yet again this round, as they came in onto Garage, so haven't been able to find this anybody of yet. So we're peeking it out through Garage, he peeks out through Miz, gets two yet again, as he has run it back and just using it for info, just gets kills instead, man. That's twice that happened on that.
Yeah, that's absolutely not what's supposed to happen if your last round save. They almost lost a third to it as well. Glyph doing their best to bring it back, picking up two. Corsonics very deep into this A site, but Killjoy's kind of blown them up before. There is a turret there somewhere. All of the utility has now been busted, but I don't think they're going to get a plant down. That smoke's a bit deep in heaven.
Yeah, because these super aggressive pushes that came out. But Charlotte Phoenix, who just immediately catching the last round, staying off guard. Because so far, Charlotte Phoenix is just demonstrating some really solid shot control. But the flash for Flash comes out. He's still paranoid. It doesn't matter because he still dies. As you can tell, he had a solid shot, but Corsonics the only one left outside. It's Redo yet again with the final kill, and Clutch will get the defense.
Yeah, Clutch King Omen's doing a lot of work here. Just lots of situations where they find themselves the last one standing and they're able to hit the shot. We did see Corsonics do some really nice shooting there into heaven position to take out Broken, but it just wasn't enough. And by Broken, I do mean Ramoji, who had a great spot. They could have done a lot from that position. They just lost the spray duel.
Those are shots they need to land as well. Now, I'm interested to see if actually Charlotte Phoenix keep going for these really aggressive push shots, especially since now they're on the defense, because they know that this is what last round Slave decides to do. It's more off a stack to what's secret to say, but the Oda spray comes out at the bottom. You see Sight just trying to be pushed in on it, but the flash it again, caught down with pants, not sacred. I feel too good about himself.
Took Aqua down to 6 HP though, so that's going to be a problem. They're on pistols, so I guess they're not super concerned about it, right? Because, any sheriff shot just can become a kill. Recon Bolt doing a good amount of work there. Soapy trying to get a bit cheeky there with the Odin, not quite going to work out. Reduce found themselves in window as well. So this round is looking a bit tough here, although they do have A control. The Killjoy being able to do these fast rotates has been a thorn in the side of last round save, but they're getting a lot of movement out of being able to get the spike down here.
As they plant the spike in a different spot, which I like a lot more. It's probably the second most common spot, I think, just right outside of Hell, especially when they know where the Killjoy utils usually stack. But they spot them out too, and there's Aqua yet again. Woohoo! 6 health and a dream, so the dream will be crushed right now because he goes in outside. The shot's just better as you surround Lastron, saved one after another. These coordinated pushes is what I wanted to see come off of the Charlotte Phoenix much beforehand, and they're giving me exactly that here, Doc. Really well done as they go up 7-4.
Last round in
Yeah, and I mean, we might have been given poor information at the beginning of the night. We said this was going to be very last round save favored, and yet they've already lost the half at 7-4. We're heading into our final round of the first half, and Charlotte Phoenix have a chance to make this an 8-4. They do have full weaponry on the side of last round saves, so this is going to be their best possible scenario to try and make it 7-5, but they've just been getting caught out a lot and making it really difficult for themselves.
The setup looks to be yet again around the C site though, but this time Charlotte Phoenix decided to opt to stay back. It's a full 5-man push. Sorry, with 4-man push. The Cypher's peeking in through A to see if he can catch anybody. He can get again. The running back used well to enter onto the set. The Killjoy to slow them down, Doc. But the will not. But nothing of such will happen. Cliff immediately TP's back in onto the site. But Sacred yet again with the running back, man, catching one right as he's about to respawn.
Oh, which one are you gonna pick? It is gonna split the uprights there. That's unfortunate for Soapy. Great lockdown is gonna force everybody away there. They're checking these corners, making sure nobody can get caught out. Chaotic able to take down Aqua with those knives, and look at this. There's so little cover from the sky. Chaotic AC 130 activated, and just one member left. It's all down to Yoshi. The defuse is trying to come in, and that'll do it. 8-4 in favor of Charlotte Phoenix.
And last round save consistently in these post-plant positions here, Doc, have looked honestly all out of sorts, because it's like as soon as the plant goes down, they're not too sure where to look. They don't really have a set position where they want to be, and they're consistently falling into place where they either are up against the smoke, against the flash, or not in a defensive enough corner where they can take double peeks or triple peeks, or be able to have another person with them to get the trade. They're falling into traps of going into 1v2s, and they're losing out, and you will lose out on those almost every single time. So now with this does give the Charlotte Phoenix a solid advantage coming into the attacking round. We've seen how aggressive they were before on the defensive. They have super solid. Let's see what they can do with it as they move it out of the C site with Cypher anchoring the point.
Yeah, they're running through a hot hands, which is a bit tough. Chaotic's already down to 78 HP. Doesn't quite hit the shot. Glyph just absolutely annihilating him. Does have to get the reload off and can't do it in time, but the rest of the cavalry has showed up.
Oh my
Sacred
God!
Once again, just absolutely popping off. Does fall to the shock dart. No shame in that. 1v2 now, and Bears is just trapped between the pincers.
Okay, that's what I like to see. Oh man, that was... Yo, did you see that this man just lined up 2 headshots as they came off the garage with a classic, Doc? Hoo-hoo!
Hey, the classic is scary.
I mean, not that scary. I mean, I was thinking the classic is like boo scary, not like you're not like John Wick Baba Yaga scary, bro. That was nasty.
Listen, there's a reason he's got that classic skin, because he is just made of ice, and it's just flowing through the veins. I know he's playing Phoenix now, but even those flames can't melt his classic, and so they do have a bit of a take here.
Yeah, yet again, similar push-up. They all go down C-line as Killjoy is a Luxor in the back through B. Actually, should spot the cell right about now due to the alarm bot being set up right near the outside as Bearsy peeks, and he only has a classic in his hand, but the omen is there. So if they both want to peek at the same time, they should get the trade as Momoji peeks outside. Alarm bot there immediately gets the shot of Glyph at the back. Does it speed him? Yes, he does. That's what I'm talking about. 2 free picks from Momoji.
Holy Corsonics, the Sheriff Master. We've seen him do it before. Can they get some more damage down here? They're down to 70 HP, walled off by these hot hands, but they could get a lucky shot here. They do fall to redo Stinger, but Aqua also on the flank. Who's going to expect this?
I mean, I imagine most people one headshot. Can he get? No, of course he can't because they know exactly where he is. Those sick just rushed him down at the back. And who said running and gunning was nerfed out? Not me, unfortunately. As right now, man, the Charlotte Phoenixes have absolutely just taken over at this point. Especially going on the attack round. Now we saw them win both pistols previously, and they win both pistols yet again. So really solid stuff.
Bit of a hot streak too. They've won the last 6 in a row. So they got to 4-4 and they were like, you know what? Let's just win. Why are we bothering losing rounds? That's just a waste of time. Just kill them all, get the defuse, and go to the next one.
Just win, forehead.
Yeah, how hard could it be? You just click heads, get kills, win the round. It's not that complicated.
No, but looking at the setup right now, coming off of the Charlotte Phoenix, so they do go for a bit of a 2-3. As they try to find out any info they can on the B side, the Spike still dropped right outside of spawn. There's no luck shall be had right now, but looking at this as well for last round save, they have 2 set up around it, so I make that 3 as A. Actually, oh, never mind. Jet will actually move on over to the B side, trying to see if things help support the Omen though, but everybody's coming in through A, 3 too short, 2 too long right now, Doc. But the Sova and Jet should be taking care of the Phoenix should take care of them, and exactly they do.
Lots of trading coming in here so far. It's still 3v2, so it could still trade out nicely. Glyph is going to be forced to fall back and reload, while the rest of the site is already taking complete control. Spike's still not down, though. They have 40 seconds left, and the spike was dropped. So we do see Corsonics hanging out in heaven. Could get a little bit cheeky here onto Momiji, who is planting, does get the spike. Oh, Sacred's a god. Hits him through the wall, and just Soapy. He might say he can't aim, but he has hit some really nice shots so far.
That was actually super solid as he looked right up yet again. It was able to get the shot down onto the shot of Phoenix as well. And with the spike going down, I gotta see it. That's gotta be one of my favorite shots to the round, because not only with the 360 they landed there, I was kind of like a 270 when he looked down back at the wall, looked back up again, decided, oh hello and goodbye immediately afterwards. This is just that easy, Doc. Now it's Charlotte Phoenix 11-4 right now for them. They're looking to take them this round in this best of 1 in the VAL-AM qualifier sponsored by Player Zone. Moving through.
Yeah, I mean, last round save, they're in a bit of a shaky buy. They didn't have enough funds to fully commit, so they are saving for the potential map point round. But best case scenario, they have to win 8 in a row for overtime. Is their best hope right now?
I mean, you know what? I think this is just the kind of disadvantage, the handicap, if you will, that last round they watch themselves, right? Because, you know, heroes really only truly wake up when they're against all the odds. And if last round saves has the hero gene within them, if they are the MC of this manga, they're going to be able to wake up right now. But you're going to see as Garage Control Dogs is taking over, but they're moving on to the B side. Sacred piece at the back to see lane 2 for 2 traded so far. As moving on site, though, Sacred just has the AR and just the better shot at the point. A spike is now yet planted, 3-2.
Yeah, finally going to go down. Location revealed there due to the recon bolt, but it's just the 1 member remaining, just down to Bears, who can't Sacred, able to get the 4K just a bit away from the ace so far, and this is their last chance for it. They've put in the work, just give it to the guy at this point. 17-10. The only person better than them on the server right now is Momiji, who is 18-8. They've died 8 times in 16 rounds.
Right now, too, you'll see that Corsonics unfortunately has to go for a bit of a half buy as well, opting for the full shield, where Glyph as well has got the half shield on him. Now, last round save, they need to win this. They need to be able to set up as they're moving on to the. They try to move it on to see, using that drone to see, get any information at all yet again. A Sentinel lurking around the back for Chaotic, use that dash and use the smoke as well to move, and the spike is not yet even on site, but control should be taken over. As look at this too, Phoenix is going up through garage to possibly catch anybody out of the flank. Use a running back, but doesn't catch anybody as of yet.
Hunter's Fury coming out, going to tag up a couple people as well. They get some knowledge, they get some kills. And it is Corsonics, the Sheriff Master, going down. Redo getting the plan down, and now it's this 5v4 retake situation. They think they know where somebody is, and here comes the assault. Can they get Aqua's run it back to get something done?
I mean, right now they're all holding offset. The hot hands usage started to stop them from defusing. Right now, but R3D comes at the back with the sick flank to catch everyone as Just Bears on site. And that's the flawless to end it off with the Charlotte Phoenix 13-4 for them here, dog. What a dominant, and I mean just solid run through of Haven, man. These guys look so clean.
That attacking side was a different beast. They won 9 rounds in a row. They went from a 4-4 scoreline to a 13-4 finish. And Redo getting both kills there at the end, the returning Phoenix plus the cover, that was the nail in the coffin. And that Charlotte Phoenix roster looked insane.
You can see why these guys have won the past 2 tournaments that we're in, and so far they're looking to bolster their accolades even more as of right now, Doc, because MobiG does finish at the top with 18 kills, and Sacred with 17 to his name still, but these guys absolutely fried out. The MobiG definitely having some absolutely clutch plays when he goes in on the site, and Sacred, man, these running backs were getting more kills than they were in for. He wasn't just finding people, he was taking them out as he saw them as well. So really well done by Charlotte Phoenix, and GG's to LRS.
Yeah, and so for those of you at home wondering why there is this best of 1 format, don't you fret. Last round save is not out of the tournament just yet. They do still have the losers bracket ahead of them, so they do still have a chance to run it back and pick up the needed victories. So be sure to keep an eye on that bracket to make sure to see if they can get it back on target. But for now, we are going to kick it to a short break while we set up for match number 3 of the night. So don't you go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute.
We'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast does find Sylph though in the trade, and now it's a 2-for-2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy if they can continue to get more here. As Deluxey gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to Pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see, because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavious, as soon as I say it, Defcon gets caught off guard by the short V and gets immediately taken down, and now the round starts. The massive rotations, though, coming in from Thrifty to go straight towards the A site. Gonna be pretty big as Doobie will find kill out
3 members here in Garage looking to bust out, but here's Sylph just holding the angle. Kill is forced off down to 20 HP, but do they repeat it? They just let the site do. They just let the site do. Sylph picks up 1, picks up 3. Badger secures the round, and that's 2 in a row now, once again for AU.
Sylph just peeking out and saying, look, I didn't want to play this map 3. I wanted this.
The smoke dissipates in clay. This is trigger ready.
Yeah, it does heal up the squad a little bit more. Now there's rifles in the hands of Wichita. Can they get more? The lineup! Sylph with an amazing 3K just shuts down the retake from Wichita.
And just cycles through the weapons to find the skin they like the most. I mean, what a lineup right there. You hate to do that. 3 people pushing in from the same angle at the same time. It's just...
by Arma, Harrisburg needs to continue to do that. Work in those pairs, those trios, try to get those trade kills. That's how they get back. But Alex blind through all sorts of different things. Able to get that kill. Taco, though, finds 3. Secures the round for Harrisburg Armada. They desperately needed that to stay in this match.
The uplift from the Jet, going to be taken up a little bit, but not going down. Alex finds Scuffy, just waiting for those exit frags. Is Harrisburg Armada pushing in? Taco finds 1 on the quad. That's huge. Goes for a second. What is that? Oh my lord! With the collateral, the sheriff goes for another one, but not gonna land it. To try to get this quick retake, but I don't expect too much from it because of the buy-up from Baba Booey. You see already the stinger of Spangly gonna take out Cody, the repeat from Qua with the Spectre. Spangly to shut down the rest. A flawless round as it...
If you could do basic math here down below, you see that we are tied 29-29 in terms of round score. We are literally so even in this series. We are flipping a coin to see who's going to get side selection going into Haven. This is quite possibly one of the best series I have ever seen, I've ever casted. So much fun, and you're catching it all here at the Pit of Valor. This is what we bring to you. This is what we love. We look tired. We are tired. But Thrifty with the double Bucky gang coming in.
It's definitely something you like to see.
Yeah, it could. They're looking to try to wreak some havoc, so to speak, as Doobie will open up wreaking havoc and finding that kill on the Badger.
Yeah, but he can't be ready for this. It's Deluxy just picking up both. And that's a trade. Blast somehow finds Quantavius, though. And this is a very interesting round, to say the least. In a good position, Self sprang through the smoke, gets 2. Can't even talk because we're so late into the night. Doobie trades back, gets 2. Back to a 3v2. Spike's going down. Defcon and Doobie. These are the big names for Thrifty. They've done so much for the squad. Can they do it again? It's looking tough. RKS, the sub, coming in, securing quadruple overtime. And we're still alive here on Ascent. Double Nano Swarm to try and, run all the way through. And, I mean, that's almost impossible. You can't survive that. Smoke's now coming out. Beckham's going to be ahead of it, though. Will they expect this? They do see get shots on target, but everybody's still alive. Teleports over the Nano, but they can't get through. 2 dead, 3 dead. Only 1 left. Thrifty pick up the first round.
Oh, that is not how AU had planned that round, especially after how they played the first half and how they played. Comes up from Beckham, firing through the wall, but can't find the shot just yet, as Sylph will trade. Does end up getting that kill, but Defcon finds another one.
Now it's onto the site. They're getting hit from all angles. The spike still needs to be defused. Deluxy trades back. RKS showing up for the squad as the fill-in, and Killa continuing his streak of picking them up. 4-2-2 now for that Silva player. Looking real good here on Ascent.
It's a good
that being traded. It's just like, no, I'm just gonna kill you, and there's simply nothing you can do about it. Still being able to pick up another kill. They're on pace for a 30 potentially, and that's a scary thought.
The only thing I can compare how Deluxy is playing to is Team Fortress 2 Pyro. WM1 the entire game. That's how Deluxy's playing, and it's amazing. Now, I do want to say, Deluxe has snuck themselves onto the site. Dart sees the dart, gets the headshot, that's it! Chalk it up, that's going to be the victory for Asia United. The spike is down, just like you said, just needs to pick up that kill to secure it, but there's the confirmation from Killa. Just as we thought we were going to have ourselves a long series, a very battled back and forth series. As you can see below, 14-12 in overtime on Bud, 17-15, and you're jumping over. You're only going to get that 1-for-1 trade if you're lucky enough. Killa will find the long range, and that's going to be very, very sketchy. As Beckham is low.
From that, especially with the economy they're facing, they need a miracle play to happen.
Yeah, they do need a lot to come through. This is a great start, though.
Well, that could be it right there.
Yeah, and look at that. Sylph is aim, trying to get another one here. It is this 2v1. They just got to play smart together. Solid FPS tack play. But someone got behind him. Deluxe picking up 1. Starts to defuse. Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake.
He's not going to fake.
Pros don't fake.
He's going to defuse. The missed timing from Sylph is going to cost him the round. The defuse comes in. And that's another round of Thrifty.
Up the Odin out of the hands now. It's a 2-on-2 retake situation. Sufi only has 1 friend left. Is going to get the Nano Swarm off. And the high-flying knives are going to give a triple kill to Marty.
We're going to push through. Oh, no. Okay, John did find that one, but, it was a push back through. Going to grab the Odin. Oh, never mind. Haha, just kidding. Man, they're teasing the
who expected, but they do end up pushing as a double unit to take him down. And now it's a 3v2, 3v1 as Blast takes down Badger. Doobie will find Silph, and once again, Thrifty put themselves onto map point.
Yeah, really solid retake there. If RKS had been able to buy a little bit more time, maybe that round goes a little bit differently, but still 6 seconds basically on that defuse still, so plenty of time would have needed to
This Mexico finds that kill on the Blast.
What a swing from Mako. Shots has his back too. You hear the TP, so those players on B, they got off the site to help them out, but now they have to play for the retake. Clamoran not ready for this player swinging through elbow. Doobie trying to knock them off. He's going to get out with the satchels. What a flick from Doobie. The bridge going to break open with one. Defcon helps with the second. Mako going to go down. Doobie with 2 attackers. Win another one. That's going to be the 5th round. Play it for the time. 6 seconds. He's going to be edging himself closer. Just dancing around each other. Shots going to be favoring Thrifty. They're on map point, Joker.
Beckham didn't have to take that chance. He had about a second left. He could have continued that dance around the block and won the round anyway, but took it into his own hands, took down the shot. Beckham stepping up huge. Like you said, we're not seeing what we typically assume a Killjoy should be, as the rest of AU clean up that C site, leaving only Blast alive with that Marshall just backing away there. Could try to see if they could find a kill out of this. They do find Killa, which helps out a little bit, but still getting taken down. That's round number 8 for AU. Full control of this match right now, but we'll see. Blast get himself healed up, is invisible. Try to find some more of those picks, but just going back and forth. Killa will find 2. Badger has the SMG, just can't take down Doobie.
that can't get the shots on target, and just RKS with effectively a collateral. Like, he sees one in the smoke, just happens to get the second member through it as well, and that's heartbreak. That's full.
That means Thrifty are going to get control over mid and now try to see if they can go onto this B site. Full execute, full send on to B. This is for this map.
But Killa picking up Blast there in a good position. Self sprang through the smoke, gets 2. Can't even talk because we're so late into the night. Doobie trades back, gets 2. Back to a 3v2. Spikes going down. Defcon and Doobie. These are the big names for Thrifty. They've done so much for the squad. Can they do it again? It's looking double Nano Swarm to try and, you know, run all the way through. And I mean, that's almost impossible. You can't survive that. Smoke's now coming out. Beckham's are gonna be ahead of it though. Will they expect this? They do see get shots on target, but everybody's still alive. Teleports over the Nano, but they can't get through. 2 dead, 3 dead, only 1 left. Thrifty pick up the first round.
Oh, that is not how AU had planned that round, especially after how they played the first half and how they played trying to get the ult orbs. It's been costing them. It's not been working for them. And so now, trying to get themselves into a better position. Blast is just going to teabag, seeing that Owl come out. But here we go. Now it's the slow push onto A, as one is holding up mid. Deluxe is going to find the first kill onto Deluxe, and that opens things up for AU. They decide... Oh, they get the pick onto A. They make Thrifty think they're going towards A, but now they
just 2 on target, 10 HP. He's gonna get peeked. He's gonna get not found out just yet. Footsteps are stomping. There is enough. Deluxe picks up and even gets the dink for Killa, securing it. 2 HP. What? 2 HP?
Not even close.
Not even close, baby.
But that's actually pretty massive there from Sylph to be able to take so many, or excuse me, from Deluxe to take so
Middle there, Light will find a trade, but Akame finds another one back, trying to back up, is able to escape for now. Akame and friends gonna push up onto this catwalk, but awaits them around the corner, could be death. Light does find one, Akame trades it out though.
He's going to be able to heal up as well. Tries to keep the operator in hand. Hit the final shot. 4K for the assassin, Akame. And things are looking pretty good now. They've picked up a couple in a row. They've, you know, made...
We thought we were going to have ourselves a long series, a very battled back and forth series. As you can see below,
Don't know what I'm gonna do this last round here. Don't know what is next. And I'm
That they do, and definitely not the way you want to rally as Benji swiftly doing some work. KP and a bit of run. Shade! Gonna take a shot out on through the wall at CT and taking out KP.
Hang around with that judge. Manages to take out 2 and make Benji's job hopefully just a little easier here. That res, though, talking about Sage plays, that is a pretty big res there as it gets all the Killjoy utility back online as well. But Benji finds Enjoy there, taking him out. Very nice and quick there. And I have to wonder if both his enemies now here are in this underneath heaven area. Drops below, takes out 1 and 2, finds them both there. Really nice play from Benji in the 1 versus 3 scenario. He's gonna defuse that spike, and it's a 3-1 lead for TLP. That's some really good play there, Vincent.
It certainly is.
All the way out, Shade is going to trade back that jet difference there. Now it is Perseverance sliding his way in here, trying to come around and swing this angle. Isn't going to find the headshot that he needs. The angle is going to get swung instead by his teammates, who are all going to fall. Perseverance goes down there to Dip as well. So a nice little 3K in that garden for Dip. Does a really good job holding things down. And the 9-3 turns into an 11. Spectral Redux also takes out Reno. He is just looking phenomenal on that Vandal. Spawn. Nuke Prophet does take care of Reno, though, with that Molotov. Really good work there. Really good sort of setup placement there. Getting that Molotov exactly where it has to go. Less so from the Sova ultimate, but it is Dynasty going to be able to take out Nuke Prophet. Dip, though, finding all the kills there. 1 with the utility, 1 with the gun, and Dynasty gets a clean little 3K there that round as well. We've seen a lot of individual performances here. Shot by that Cypher Cam through the smoke. Benji, though, gonna come flying in, taking care of Shifty and Bap. Dynasty finding a couple of his own there. Reno is going to take out Lovely and Benji. Just gonna clean things up with that last frag onto Churro. They barely took any damage, TLP, let alone actually getting killed. They have just been tearing back onto these sites in these retakes.
Yeah, I mean, and there was not a lot of, anything available to hold them off on the retake there for a win.
Yeah, absolutely. We see some super aggressive defense there again from Wave Runners on the sort of save eco round. Here comes the run it back. Out on site now, gonna find a couple there. Another 2 for 1. This time it's Dynasty. Little taps there. That is one of the most valuable run it backs I think we've seen so far. Make it 3 for Dynasty there. Shade's gonna figure out a 4 versus 4 retake sort of scenario. You see Shade watching that flank. Nobody going to be coming there though. Curry, very nice Hunter's Fury onto Dip, taking out his Sova counterpart. Dynasty finds 4 before Clamran finally shuts him down. Rano going to find that last kill, and wow, what a match. I think those teams pretty even, but it did end up being, they're not going to want to walk into it. And we see Rano making things happen with that Odin here. You don't always see an Odin in play. Clamran also going to find a kill there. Dynasty, though, taking care of Fun Buns and Nuke Prophet and Clamran. That is a nifty little 3K there. Some really nice shooting from the Phoenix there, and it is just Curry left alive here for the Wolves. Going to be the one finding Lyoko here. The battle Phoenix is going the way of the Phoenix for TLP so far. No trades needed when you just pop somebody in the head like that. Spike does come down, and back into Long here goes Shade and company. They're going to try to hold this spike from Long again. We've seen it work before on this site. No reason to think it wouldn't again, but Rano is going to be the first to go down. We talked about Churro fragging, and here he comes, pushing onto that site. And they're going to be trying to get a little bit of aggression here, but I'm going to run it back, but gets taken down by Shade's operator. Munchie does get Benji in garage, though, and now the push does come in. Shade does get verified. Now in a 2 versus 1 scenario, Munchie takes out Shade, has to stop Dip, who is sticking this defuse. He doesn't seem to notice, though. He's not going to get around the corner. What a stick there from Munchie. Or from Dip.
They've now pulled out the knives, and they've got to do it with poor weapons.
Yeah, it is definitely tough. They do push really hard in here, and Tizon does get a kill, but oh my god! Scrounge comes in playing on his steering wheel. He just comes in knocking everybody down. That is an incredible play there from Scrounge. That level of aggression. Singularity manages to clean it up. Has an inkling of what's going on, but Singularity already made his way up into heaven. Sees that he has some free shots here. Gonna take one, gonna take two.
30 seconds.
Dynasty now finds himself in a tough spot. Fluffy gonna take him out with the knives, put him out of his misery, and wow, Vincent, that Singularity flank, that was a long payoff.
Was a long con, and he got away with it in.
He's spamming with that ghost, not gonna find anything, and immediately we see Redux, super aggressive, is going to take out and gonna take out slow motion there. Singularity finding Munchie as well. So a lot of kills coming in fast here. Redux takes out Verify. Tizon though finds the trade, and it's gonna be Fluffy getting the better of that Jet matchup early on here. So honestly, not a lot for most, and are looking to get a pretty good start on doing it again. Operator in the garage here, gonna find a nice shot through the wall onto slow motion, and another one, this time onto Verify. Shade finding everything right now with that Operator, looking very poised in that garage. Push still comes through garage, but Rano just waiting for Tizon outside, and just one more, why not? Shade takes out Munchie there, and that's a nice little cushion TLP is building.
I mean, that was just a feeble attempt at a garage take, to be honest.
Showstopper comes out, but it's going to get taken down by Shade. Very nice shooting with that Operator. Definitely a risky play to peek that, but it paid off in a big way. We see slow motion finding some kills here. Tizon sort of trying to play this crossfire, gets taken down by the classic from Dip. Slow motion does find a kill and finds another, making a 4K for slow motion. What a clutch play, coming up huge there, and grabs the op on his way out.
Yeah, I mean, slow.
Teleports as well. It's going to be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2. Now, where are the last two alive? Well, they're going to be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late with the defuse now. Yeah, middle halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PEGT stay in the game. And Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunate that Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body.
Oh, Zine, no! He pushed up too much. That's going to tell you exactly where the bomb's going to go. And that's going to be the plan. Surely you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. Paranoia goes down. You miss the op shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill. Now if he can...
And welcome back, everybody, to GLG for the Spectral Esports VAL-AM Qualifier. Yet again, I'm Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing part of the internet. Right here, yet again, by my brother in Arsenal. Look at that handsome little white boy with that cute ass beard. But look at Mr. Kangaloo neck. How you doing, baby?
Pretty good, Ravish. I mean, oh man, that so much gas you've just given me. I don't think I can keep up with it. But we have an interesting time too, with some amazing teams coming out here. You know, in the first series with Doc and myself, we talked about how great a team like Able Esports and the Bros could be, with the likes of each team going up against, C9 White and other top tier competitive teams. But the thing is, Ravish, they lost to those teams. We have a team here right now that has won quite a few different times against a bunch of different T1 teams, and not even just in random tournaments, but in mainstream Riot series overall, especially in the VCT. I'm talking about going up against names like Anbox, taking down names like C9 White, and that is going to be on the way, already being a huge mainstay for GLG themselves. They've evolved so much in 2021 alone.
I'm so excited to see what these guys bring out here, man. Now we've heard rumblings from around the scene about seeing more of them, but their opponents, people that we saw just earlier today here, Max, that being the Bros, and you even casted them. They did come out on top in what was a very close best of 1, though.
That's true. It does come close a lot of the times. In a best of 1, you do not have the time to adapt around and figure out these macro strategies in time. You have to rely with the resources that you have. There are no second chances. And a lot of the series that we've seen these teams like on the way do successfully, Well, they were best of threes. They had that chance. Now, things are going to be a little bit more scary for both times around for both of these teams.
It should be really interesting because we are going to go back to Ascent here. Now, Ascent, Max, it seems like a map that you and I can actually never escape from ever in our entire lives.
No, never.
We are destined to either cast Ascent or Bind. I promise you, for the rest of our lives, we'll never see another map. It is just a blessing for us. But hey, that just means we get to see more and break down things that people do wrong and right on an even deeper level. Because Ascent is one of those maps which I find that people just default to and has become such a staple for map arsenals, which teams are honestly more than often just comfortable on. And I wait for the day that Icebox becomes that.
I think Icebox is slowly starting to become to that position right now. The thing about Icebox is that it's so much different to a map like Ascent, right? It's almost to an extent like an inverse of Ascent, if that makes sense. Ascent has a lot of these very congested angles. Going to B main, congested. A main, congested. Mid, a little bit congested, but at least there's a little bit of passageway there. Icebox is so big and open except for maybe 2 or 3 key areas, but even then, those angles are so niche that you're lucky as an attacking team to even get there. Ascent, Doc said it best himself, is probably the most competitive and the most even map in the entirety of competitive Valorant right now, but it's going to also mean the stakes are a lot higher. If you can't adapt around the enemy team on Ascent one way or another, well, then I'm sorry, there's a very good reason why you lose.
I mean, but right now, though, I can't imagine the bros are gearing up to lose, though. Now, you mentioned that you actually seen the bros before. I did as well. So talk to me a bit more about the bros play style. And do you imagine them coming out on top of the series?
So the Bros have been having a really interesting play style. Now, this could be just because of how they wanted to play against Able Esports, but we saw them go for these super aggressive peaks in the beginning of each round, especially on the defense. And normally, these ego challenges don't really work, Ravish. But here, it worked out fantastically. Did it work out 100%? No. No, there was a lot of rounds that were costed against them because of it. But the rounds where it did work, they were able to melt away Able Esports attack, and it just left them essentially crippled for their offense towards the end of the round. Sometimes they never even attacked. They were just stuck there and just waiting to be picked off by Bros one by one.
Which is absolutely insane, though. Just going from this process of attacking to turtling it back again, that's going to be the most interesting part. And honestly, now that they've been on stream, I imagine they might want to change up a couple of their more set plays. So I'm interested to see how they choose to attack this one as well, considering I believe they're on a set before as well. So
yes,
a lot of familiarity already there. So it should be a lot of fun. Now, Max.
That's me.
If I were... Stop it.
Don't forget it.
Not... folks, we are just having just a little bit of delay, just trying to go ahead and get into the map, but we should be in as soon as possibly. But on the other side of OTVV, OTW, I don't know why I saw VV, because I'm blind though. But on the side of On the Way here, Max, what would you like to see in terms of composition as you load into the map?
Oh, Leviathan has been absolutely nasty on that Sova pick. Sova is not a duelist, in case, you didn't know that, but he absolutely melts people away when it comes to Ascent. A lot of the time, it's only just on Ascent, but already a very fast selection of those agents coming out on both sides here. Now, you're going to want to keep an eye on the duelists for Bro's side. It wasn't really much of a Sentinel game for their team when they went up against Able. Prism did not really bring a whole lot to the table. Utility, movement, even getting plants, it wasn't really there. All of it was eyes on Scuba and Gosha, and those are the two I'm really looking most forward to play here.
Now, the important distinction too, I find, is that people, when they move around through a set based on what they're comfortable on, I'm personally a large fan of using the Killjoy on Ascent just because your lockdown can just be so much more impactful. But I've seen a Cypher popping up more and more. I believe on the Andbox match too, which was played the other day. They actually had the Cypher instead of the Killjoy too. Now Andbox did end up losing the match, 200 Thieves it was, but they do put the Cypher in a much interesting way. Like, just using the camera a lot more aggressively to with the clear out angles is one of the most useful ones. And on the defense too is just setting up one ways the Cypher trap. So we'll see what they can do as the Bros go in a 3-down cat with Spike on the other end.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see how aggressive the Bros want to be going out the gate here. On the way, a little bit more prestigious than I would say the other team Able is going to be. Gosha's already going to find the opening pick, Raven. That just shows you how aggressive they want to be coming out the gate.
Yeah, consider they're able to clear out that moving through trees, and they're on site already here, Max. I mean, A is there. The door's not closed as of yet. The Shock Dart 2 will delay the plan for a little while longer, but this plan should go down as it is a 5-man stack all on A for the Bros. A solid open position. Let's see how the way takes us back.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough position overall for everybody, especially on the defense right here on the way, pushing things forward a little bit more, but even then, Rav, it's going to be tough to bring it back. As soon as one gets close to the spike, you have to keep an eye on Scuba. He's going to stay alive a little bit longer, but it's mostly down in the ways of the Bros. Staying alive, having one more in their possession. It's going to be on the way, though, trying to hold on a little bit longer, baiting out the audio cues, but the governor himself, he needs to stay in office here. He's going to try to hold on a little bit longer, trying to bait out the timer as long as he humanly can, but look at that. It's going to be style. The Bros bring it back for round 1.
That was just a clean crossfire set up by the Bros as well, because as soon as they were on site too, honestly, on the way needed to win that trade when they're pushing it through grass, because they gave them a ton of space, and although respect to take back too, when they came in onto the side, they lost out 32, and it was with only one left on the side of on the way, man. The Bros just had it cleanly set up. But yet again here, Max, there's only a pistol, but the pistol rounds can tell the story of a lot of teams as we go into the second.
Oh, absolutely, Rav. We're in an interesting history part right now for Valorant where the Stingers are just unbelievably powerful. The thing is, though, is that we already know that and the Frenzy are going to be nerfed in a few patches, if not the next patch. So both of these teams need to enjoy the aggressive Stinger while they can. Look at Leviathan. He's going to go against the norm. He has the Ares here in his possession, and this is fantastic for B site. But normally, you would just wait for that to use to penetrate on the B main walls. That's not going to be a possibility here until very late in the round.
But right now, with them having this kind of 3-stack going through mid, Governor's peeking again with the Bucky at the end. There's 2 people there, peeks out immediately, shot in on the face! But doesn't get the kill. That's why they had TCAS at the side to make sure they can at least get the refrag. Though they are able to do so as they peek and moving through A, able to decide, no, they don't want none of the smoke here, Max. They immediately rotate out through mid.
That's an interesting rotate, too. I'm not sure if Governor meant to actually not teleport, but just bring themselves right into the front of the Cypher. But no, that didn't quite work out the way they had hoped. They're going to mad dash their way in towards A site, and already we see the Killjoy hiding away, getting one Sheriff kill.
But 2 just waiting for any more people to cross over. You catch one, like you mentioned, but 2 were just hiding outside, waiting for her to peek. But right now, on the way, have a really solid advantage with Scuba's waiting for them to peek out. There he does! Patience is the virtue, Max, and the virtuous is Scuba. But the paranoia will do him in. Now just one left on site. As Kanas used the paranoia to TP up through heaven, but catch them out one. It does not matter. Spike wasn't even there. Leviathan catches him at the end.
Well, it seems like now On The Way have found their proper footing going into this matchup. It's even 1-1. Typically speaking, from what we've been seeing a lot of pistol rounds lately in Valorant, is that usually the winning team gets the pistol win, of course, but then they always get round number 2 as well because of the buy-up. Here, we're seeing On The Way kind of go up against the norm. They won round 2. That's going to put their economy in a much better position than the Bros have. They have to go back down to the first and hopefully only eco in a while that we see come out from them. I'm really curious to see if this eco is going to be beneficial or On The Way are able to capitalize on this round as well. We saw the Bros do a fantastic job with the pistols before, but that was the same artillery. The Governor's already going to go and find 2, but they're melting away.
But like you mentioned, these are the kind of plays we expect out of the Bros here, Max, but this extremely aggressive push on the bonus round for On The Way, they just decimate the 1-by-1, reading the play beautifully too. And one interesting I wanted to point out was that Governor and TCAS actually push out as 2 every single time through where's that A main, and TCAS actually got the wall bang. I believe it was on the Cypher who was hiding on the other corner, and with the Governor peeking both sides, they're able to clear them out really well. So that honestly is just having trust in the team and landing your shots. That was beautiful coordination by On The Way.
I just have to say, Rab, I'm super surprised that we're actually seeing On The Way play so aggressively here. They're not really used to doing that here, especially against an equally aggressive Bros. They might struggle a little bit no more, but no, they're proving that these 2 duelists are plowing everybody.
Oh! And they say that run and gunning was nerfed, and finally we're seeing the effect of that here, Max, but he does get a lot of damage onto everybody on the Bros. but Spike still picked up right at the back, but then pinch it into their own spawns. Leviathan takes down Prism. Even though he gets spotted, he doesn't care. And Scuba using that Vandal like it's a one-shot, trying to get a head tag, but will not be that lucky. On the way, take the lead 3 rounds in a row for the Max. Really well done, but now the Bros are the same.
Oh no, look what I see there from Leviathan. It's gonna be the Odin coming out already. When we saw the Bros on Ascent only a few games ago, we did see some Odin play come out, and it worked okay. But having a defensive Sova right here, it's already spelling doom if they want to go for a B main push. Luckily, that's not what we're gonna see from the Bros right off the rip. They're more focused on A site. Now they like to go for the aggressive plays here, and one already in the middle of mid, but usually the push up from Governor does a great job.
But Riss right now, they get a lot of damage right around the style, and there's TCats yet again here, man. These double pushes from both of them have been so exponential in the way that they're able to capitalize the advantages for on the way. Although TCats were lagging a bit behind, they were still able to get the trade for his teammate. And now, on the way, maintain his man advantage with the Bros on the save. There's not a ton he can do right now. As the smoke dissipates, likely will Prism's life. And Connor's just stuck at the back through spawn, bro. He gets tagged. He just has to run. He might be able to get one. Nope, can't even get that.
Yikes, you have to get rid of the duelist on the way side in order to win a round. The Bros, they're kind of struggling right now. They keep trying to go for the same exact maneuvers that worked against Abel, and it's not working out here. We saw an attempt last round of a split push, and while that was a great attempt, I think, it just wasn't able to go into full fruition. They just get caught out early on by an aggressive push, either from Governor or from TCAS. You have to remove them in order to stand a chance here.
Keep it together.
Right now, looking at the setup here, Max, it's the Bros yet again are choosing to do the same style of push they've done the past couple rounds, but instead of pushing up, even past defender spawn, they try to stay back and let on the way come to them. But Opshot will miss, but good call by them to not necessarily go to where on the way wants to, considering how far up every single time OTW catch them out. They're just waiting. But where did they die?
Gosha, though, is able to find one. That's going to be a strong pick, but look at that. A double op versus op Rav. Already a huge sniper battle going on. This, just like the first matchup here, it's a battle of the duelists.
So we just have a spike still outside dropped. Your spawn yet again here, Max, with 2 people. Let me get through mid, that Jet and so when I have to fight info, but the op is still in their hands. Goes around the side, still waiting to see if they catch one. Turns around, misses the Z60 round, but if this was Rust, people will be laughing at you.
Oh no.
They get caught, and it's just Kanas left with the spike, man. Moves in through A, but the A site is open. There's 2 entries, but spotted him entering. Wins the trade up against up against Gook. So they know he wants to enter, wants to fix the plan, just waiting for them to come in. Who's left to go? Yes, clutches, but dies to the op shop. Point blank almost.
See, it's almost kind of like a logic puzzle here at the end of that last round. If you're Khan, do you go for the teleport on the B? Because you don't have the intel about where everyone else left alive on the way is. You know where the Jet is, and that's pretty much it. For all you knew, everyone else was on B side. But also, in reality, nobody was on B on the defense. You could have teleported there and maybe had a chance to bring things back, but it's decisions like that that are really costing the Bros right now. And already we're seeing a huge lead steal on by from on the way side. Look though, the Bros have 5 ults on the board right now. A lot of intel-based ones, but just as importantly, they have a lot of aggressive ones that they can use in their arsenal. They're mostly fully bought up. It's kind of a light buy. Look at the shields especially coming out from the Bros. It's a complete mess. Scuba, doesn't have any at all. Khan and Prism have light shields on their Vandals, and that means they're extra susceptible for all the damage that the on the way loves to bring out for the defense. They play it like it's an attacking round.
They're so extremely aggressive with all these pushes here, Max. With the way they decide to just say, "Hey, you know what, man? I know you're trying to push out through B and like possibly take it slow, but what if we brought the party to you?" And I don't know about you, Max. This isn't a party that I possibly want to attend, especially with the ones that have guns in hand. Decides, "Hey, what if we decide? Okay, all right. So you're having fun. Let me just stop that for you right now." It's the opposite of party's lame.
Yeah, so
But-
Gosha is going to be using the knives, but the rest of their team is full buying. And it works!
Yeah, deciding to more often than not. You do see Jets go for the attack. But Governor with a point blank option, he was in front of me, just flipped
Holy
it
crap.
and took him down. That was sick. And Kara's keepers all the way to the back, but doesn't have any points at all and stuff. Flawless. Come on, come on. That was disgusting, Max. Oh my god.
That was a miracle shot coming out from Governor. He has been on fire. Governor is probably up in maybe the top 15, I would say, in North America for Jet Ops, right? But, I mean, that was unreal. I'm glad we can see the replay again, because we need to see Governor go for that crazy no-scope. Yeah, there it is. Oh, my lord. I mean, the statistical chances of getting that, especially with a jet being in the air, is pretty low. And that's really impressive. That goes in the highlight reel. But it's still a 5-1 right now on the way. They've just been melting away bros every time they go for these huge aggressive attacks, and that's really all the bros know, are aggressive attacks. They're not really divvying up their strategies at all. They keep going in different avenues, B, A, and mid, but we talked about that in the pre-show, how congested those areas can be, and if you get clogged up in those areas, just like Leviathan did, Rav, it's going to be a really bad time for you on the attack.
And even if they try to slow push here, Max, it doesn't really even matter because it on the way brings the party to them. With Gucci at the back, peeks out, catches his counterpart at the end with that side, and Prism though goes to the big fight, gets the op down. So which is the big pick, but it doesn't really matter because Leviathan's there for the trade. At 3 still alive, they even saved the op, but the econ is so good for on the way. They could lose 10 ops right now and they'd be perfectly fine because they're all maxed out here, Max. They haven't had to buy for almost 4 rounds.
So what do you do if you're the bros, right? You have to force up. You have no other choice. You tried to play the eco round, didn't work. Then you try to force up, that didn't work. You're forced to play then. Stay with me here. The eco round, that didn't work, and now you're back to forcing up. Luckily, though, this force-up's looking a lot better than last time we saw it. That was the round where the Jet came out with their knives and got pummeled away by a no-scope op. But now, they're going to try to play a little bit slower. Look here at the top of Cat. The op is in a prime position to find us through the smokes if possible. And there it is! The Governor again reigns supreme.
And again, the peak, just he knew that would come by. He manages immediately the option shut it down, possibly a cat witch that they could have. And right now, though, the bros still positioned all the way at the back. They're looking through A site, but a lot of Killjoy Yuto's already there with both set up through trees, though, that we know Gucci and KG likes to play there a lot. There's possibly waiting for anybody to come in, and the Yuto set up for them. It should be perfectly fine, but Leviathan spotted nothing with the drone out mid either, so they know it should be A as they make their way onto site.
Yeah, this is going to be really important to kind of juke out everyone on the way. Using these mind games are the only way they can win on the attack now. They have the plans starting to go into fruition here, but look at Leviathan. He can pierce through anything in his surroundings, and he almost just found one. That could have been the Empress, immediately activated by Scuba, could have been relegated away. Look at this, though. The spike's still on the ground, so 3v4. These attackers are still at a disadvantage, especially with TCAS still on the board.
Right now, the Oda just putting out so much pressure along with the op at the side as well. They're able to do nothing but Gosha peeks up to the back, looks the wrong way, unfortunately gets immediately headshot. And it was a good slow take by the bros, I gotta say, for faking down B, moving it through A mid, at least leaving one there for the time being. They got out of sight. They were able to plan, but as soon as that happened, man, they knew they were 2 by 3s, and because they didn't clear that either, they immediately pinched it through heaven, didn't have any control, were forced down through hell, and they were playing off site, and even then, the smokes were good to block them off, and it was just so unfortunate for the bros. Now 8-1 so far here, Max. This is looking like a bit of a stomp.
I am in love with how Governor is playing the op right now. Gosha did something very similar, but they overextended themselves quite a bit when they had the op in their possession. Governor plays it just right. Peeks through the smokes, on the mid site, gets the kill, gets the heck out of there. But now, he only has the Vandal. He's still able to make it work, and Scuba, who is able to find some pop shots, but even then, it's not quite enough. It gives ample time for the attackers to get on the B, but the Odin comes in clutch.
The TCAS finds a counterpart as well. Ruiz is chilling up by main as they all move in through onto the side as well. At least they're able to get the spike down, but they didn't lose 2 people along the way as one peeking out. And there's the Hunter's Fury as well to support them. Possibly off site along with the lockdown used. They get Snat's lockdown as well, which is really soft. So they wanted to be forced out. But yo, G, okay, says, yo, man, I'm chilling here, bro. This is my side. I don't know about you, fam. only Style and Cypher left to try to defend this here, Max, at 3v2.
Yeah, this is such a tough possession right now. I mean, what do you do if your Styles you fall? You get left up with the Prism. That's not going to be enough either. The defuse is underway. And this brings me to the same issue, and we mentioned this with Doc in the first series with the Bros, is that we haven't seen any Sentinel utility coming out from the Bros at all this matchup. We didn't see it in the first one either. I can't tell you a single time in this matchup that we've seen a Cyber Cage come through, let alone a Tripwire being used, because On the Way doesn't need the flank.
Every single time to enter right in front of them too. And I believe the Tripwires as of right now, it's I'm pretty sure he's setting up, like you mentioned, like setting them up like around different flanks to like posse catch someone off guard. But the way I'm looking at it, he should definitely try to save them, you know, as they're entering onto the site, to just catch them, especially if they're going on to be like on each side, you know, either on Speedway or right down by stairs, to at least see where they're coming from, to possibly take a look at it on the same side. But Opshot goes long, basically misses. But yet again, this Reyna Jet duo peaks have come up so big for On the Way.
Jet and Reyna on both sides are like the Powerpuff Girls. I mean, you don't have Buttercup. You don't really need Buttercup.
No.
You have Blossom and, you know, you have Blossom and you have Bubble. That's all you need. But here's the thing, right? You kind of have Mojo Jojo too, and he's going to fall as well. Prism, after each round, finds themselves the last one alive. Not quite straggling behind the rest of their team, but it's to an extent where I don't understand what the utility is being used for. And now that we're switching sides, Rav, it's 10-1. I think this is the chance for the Bros to bring it back. The reason why I say this is because you have to rely on that Sentinel utility now for the defense. The Killjoy was fantastic on the defense itself originally. We never had to see any lockdowns, but now the Cypher can really shine on B-site.
Like you mentioned here, Max, is just that they just need better smoke set up for themselves, because they're just getting caught all the way in the open. But Ghost with a stinger comes in at the back, and the very aggressive pushes from All the Way are being punished though. But Gucci merely gets down 2 pieces, one through mid as well. Nats finds one, able to peek it. There we go, shot for shot. The spray control finally getting the headshot for himself. A stop peeks in, and they're just ready and waiting for him. The drone wasn't able to use, and neither was the dart, but they find the Reyna just chilling outside main. He should be dead. And actually Scuba's better with the shot. That's down to 1 for 1. He needs to clutch this.
Scuba is really feeling inside their element right now. This is the Scuba we know and love. Before, they were kind of sleeping a little bit, but this is looking fantastic for them. Only one left alive now. It's Leviathan, but he has the advantage. He can pierce through that wall, but chooses not to. The Owl Drone, nope, never mind. It's going to be the Odin still, a gigantic Warhammer, peeking around the perfect corner. If Leviathan doesn't peek the corner, he's going to play it very stealthy. This is a great chance for Scuba to bring it back, but still looking behind. Little does he know. A Karambit in hand, has to look behind at any moment. Now, could this be a knife kill? This is getting really scary. It may not look like much, but this is a dangerous game Leviathan's playing. He has enough room to mess up if he really chooses to, but from Scuba! What a dangerous game, but you get a dangerous prize, and that's death. A 4K comes out from Scuba Ravish, and that could have gone either way. Sure, now it's another point on the board, but these duelists need to step it up. We're now on the second half, and like we mentioned before at the beginning of the last round, the Cypher has to lock down a site much better than Killjoy did.
Can I just say, that was so BM for Leviathan. Like, it's like, this man had like 30 seconds of just staring down the head of Reyna and decides to take the gamble, still pretty much like pretending like he's the Pink Panther, moving in and out of vision. But man, my brother, when you come out through that door, you know she's gonna see you eventually. It's, and the Reyna is faster on the flick, bro. But
that felt scripted. That was so scripted.
That was amazing. I gotta say, but looking On the Way right now, they decided they want to push us, all 5 coming in with Raider Blinds as well used, and this is how you enter the site, because we wanted to see out of the Bros, but as straight coming through K's, the Govern and Taze consistently have each other's back. Wakana speaks out. UCT spawn able to get down Gucci though, so a 1 for 1 so far. The spike was down, Max.
Well, this is where the Bros really shined originally. They won the first pistol round in the first half, and now they might be winning the second pistol round in the second half. Only 2 left alive now. On the way, a heavily damaged Killjoy. 1 more other one's going to be on the way. Well, never mind. I'm no longer alive, Reyna. That's going to be another defuse in their favor. It's a 7-point differential now, Ravish. Things are looking good on the pistol round, but if you remember, things started to be rough and tumble once they couldn't win the buy-up round.
Yes, sir, because we saw on the way go for full standards across the board in the previous second round that they had. And I imagine we'll see the exact same. Oh, except one Marshall. All right, for Nats. So like,
I like the
I
Marshall.
respect the play. Yeah, I respect the play definitely, but still, you're gonna have full stringers. And right now, the bros have to know, and they do definitely know, man. If they don't try to go for at least almost full buy for themselves, they might get caught out because on the way right now are looking real good, and they do not want to give the bros that second pistol on base going into the bonus. On the way, having full buys could absolutely be dangerous.
Gosha has had a very quiet game so far, and this is where they shined best earlier in this series. They played the defense so unbelievably well. They have to do exactly what Governor did. Things are heating up though. They're making a very fast entryway on the A side. In fact, they already have it taken over. These defenders now have to play a dangerous game, already trying to go into the back. Rab, what's going on? The spike is already down.
They immediately, because they peek it through heaven, they get one out through trees here, man, and they immediately force the bros off site here, Max, because they use the Rainalier along with the Jack Smokes as well, and getting that initial pick, it was super solid. Singer peak one. Oh, but Star gets the second. But Heaven isn't completely clear as they come out to back here, man. That tree kill gave them the space they needed. Now it is a 1v2. Yuchi has the clutch, but the shot darts are wearing him down. And Style does exactly that by running and gunning at him with the Ares in hand, deciding, my brother, I'm going to get this round whether you like it or not.
This is finally a time for the bros to shine through. They won the pistol round both halves, and this time they're able to win the full buy round as well. From here on, they have the bonus if they choose to, and this bonus will be really important. It's gonna be on the way now. Do they want to play kind of more of an ego game? Do they want to full buy themselves and try to take the risk, or are they gonna play it safer? They're kind of doing a mixture of both right now. We see some Spectres a little bit more than usual, and a Sheriff on the board as well. But I think this is great for them to go aggressively on B. They had a lot of luck the first time. They were shut down on B side after a defuse, but they're really good about going quickly onto the site and getting those plants.
Right now, the spike's still being slow playing it for the side of on the way, as look to catch any info at all with which a 3-stack on A with 1 on trees and 2 moving out to possibly catch someone down on mid. But the Sova is there along with the Jet as they enter onto the site. Cypher catches them with prison, can't get him, but Conis gets the trade for himself. The tree control yet again not giving up because no one comes out through mid and they aren't able to catch the spike. Still in control of on the way, but 2 for 1 so far.
1 minute left now. Things are heating up a little bit more. It's returning to a boiling point, but even then, though, none of these shots are connecting with either bodies on the screen. It's going to be 2 left alive now for the bros. They have to find that plant. Honestly, they could just play retake right now, and that might be their best option. The Governor, though, knives in hand, is able to find the headshot instead, taking out Style. That's going to be a 3K for them, but Gooch is able to find yet another one as well. That's going to be pretty Gucci of him, if you say, and that's going to be on the way, finding their footing yet again. This is the first time in the second half that they have won a round. It seems like maybe going up for harder and more bigger artillery could be the way to go, but you have to play around the fact that the bros even brought out ult and they got shut down with that as well. The Governor, I'm sorry, no, it was going to be Gosha who couldn't find any luck with that.
Unfortunately not, though they had the initial pace coming out in the first round, though, but immediately with the piece came in and they're smoked out. On the way was just better at catching them here, man. Immediate headshots, able to get heavy control down A size. They're moving through. Yet again on A, going for a bit of a faster push with 4 strong, sorry. Killjoy's leering around the back, trying to catch anybody on the rotate to possibly catch them on the flank. But Scuba taking out Taz, though. That Raider being down, that's a big pick so far. Because he has the Empress. He filled in himself with a Phantom. Will clean up 2 on site, Max.
Oh, Naz had such a quiet game, but finally waking up here with a 4K! No less. There's still 1 left alive. This could turn into an ace, depending on whether or not his teammates will allow it. But no, the Governor wants to sign a contract instead. Able to find Style. And that's going to be match point now. 3 times as many points over the bros here. And while the bros, I don't think are playing a bad defense by any means, I think they were really hemorrhaged by the fact that they couldn't find any attacking rounds. They've been bringing out a great back and forth here in this second half, but it was their attacks that have seriously weighed them down and may have compromised the integrity, but may have compromised the entirety of the series for them.
And you saw as well that one big thing was that Nats hiding at the back, watching the flank through A main, just to be able to catch them out was super big, considering they were able to catch down 4 though, and just catch them out to possibly just shut down any sort of flank that the Bros could have had, but he's not going to use his force. The Bros off the side, TP used to just get out through mid, but Connors gets caught out as they move in onto the site here, Max. They don't detain anybody, but already 2 down on the side of the Bros.
Look at that, the Hunter's Fury, though, still in the possession of On the Way. They could very well make this work. Gucci's able to find Connaissance as well. The Imposter has left the ship, but the Spike's going to go down. Things are getting scary. It's going to be only 2 left alive for the defense, and already they have to skedaddle. I think they're contemplating if they want to save or not, but that Gucci's not going to let that happen, and the Molly brings it home. That is going to be a fantastic win for On the Way. There's a reason why they beat Cloud9 White, and there's a reason why they beat the Bros.
I mean, 2 13-4s in a row, man. On the way, you saw they came out swinging and did not stop. In that first little bit, it should have honestly been like 11-1, man. It's like, because like you saw Leviathan, he did get a bit cheeky with it, you know, just falling around that Reyna, because that honestly should have been the round. But them giving away 2 pistols on the defense too were them, in my opinion, I would still say getting really confident in their abilities. If they slow put it like they did before and played around more so the utils, I think they would have been perfectly fine, because On the Way are looking like some serious contenders to take over this VAL-AM and move on to the qualifiers, man. They were amazing.
Oh, absolutely. If they don't make it as far as the semifinals, I will be absolutely surprised. But I was also the same person that would said that last round save might be able to take it all, so maybe don't listen to me. But here's the thing, though, and I'm wondering, had the side started off on the reverse, had the Bros started off on the fence, I think we'd still be casting this matchup here. I think their attacks are a little lackluster and a little underwhelming at times, and if they're able to really transform it and use more intel, more sentinel utility, they have a great chance of bringing themselves to the semifinals themselves. They're great about getting those early picks. They're great about that early aggression, whether on defense or on attack. But the really big problem comes with the coordination and really finding a good spot for Prism to utilize, well, pretty much anything he can bring out. There's clear talent being brought out by this Cypher, but it's grossly underutilized for their team.
I mean, we'll see if they decide to improve here and move forward as they go down and lose the bracket. So I do not believe this is the last we're seeing of them, but we'll see if they make it on through. With that being said, here the Max will kind of do a very, very short break. And when we come back, we have the semifinals for y'all. And it'll be a best of 3 as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right here on GLG.
See, we'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast us find Sylph, though, in the trade, and now it's a 2 for 2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy if they can continue to get more here. As Deluxey gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see, because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavius, as soon as I say it, Defcon gets caught off guard by the shorty and gets immediately taken down, and now the round starts. The massive rotations, though, coming in from Thrifty to go straight towards the A site. Gonna be pretty big as Doobie will find Kill.
3 members here in Garage looking to bust out, but here's Sylph just holding the angle. Kill is forced off down to 20 HP, but do they repeat or did they just let the site do? They just let the site do. Sylph picks up 1, picks up 3. Badger secures the round, and that's 2 in a row now, once again for AU.
Sylph just peeking out and saying, look, I didn't want to play this map 3. I wanted this.
The smoke dissipates in clay. Is this trigger ready?
Yeah, it does heal up the squad a little bit more. Now there's rifles in the hands of Wichita. Can they get more? The lineup! Sylph with an amazing 3K just shuts down the retake from Wichita.
And just cycles through the weapons to find the skin they like the most. I mean, what a lineup right there. You hate to do that. 3 people pushing in from the same angle at the same time. It's just...
by Arma, Harrisburg needs to continue to do that. Work in those pairs, those trios, try to get those trade kills. That's how they get back. But Alex blind through all sorts of different things. Able to get that kill. Taco, though, finds 3. Secures the round for Harrisburg Armada. They desperately needed that to stay in this match.
The uplift from The Jet going to be taken up a little bit, but not going down. Alex finds Scuffy. Just waiting for those exit frags. Is Harrisburg Armada. Pushing in. Taco finds one on the quad. That's huge. Goes for a second. What is that? Oh my lord! With the collateral, the Sheriff goes for another one, but not going to land it. To try to get this quick retake, but I don't expect too much from it because of the buy-up from Baba Booey. You see already the Stinger of Spangly going to take out Goaty, the repeat from Qua with the Spectre Spangly to shut down the rest. A flawless round as it...
If you can do basic math here down below, you see that we are tied 29-29 in terms of round score. We are literally so even in this series. We are flipping a coin to see who's going to get side selection going into Haven. This is quite possibly one of the best series I have ever seen, I've ever casted. So much fun, and you're catching it all here at the Pit of Valor. This is what we bring to you. This is what we love. We look tired. We are tired. But Thrifty with the double Bucky gang coming in.
It's definitely something you like to see.
Yeah, it could. They're looking to try to wreak some havoc, so to speak, as Doobie will open up wreaking havoc and finding that kill on the Badger.
Yeah, but he can't be ready for this. It's Deluxy just picking up both. And that's a trade. Blast somehow finds Quantavius, though. And this is a very interesting round, to say the least. In a good position, Sylph sprang through the smoke, gets two. Can't even talk because we're so late into the night. Doobie trades back and two. Back to a 3v2. Spikes going down. Defcon and Doobie. These are the big names for Thrifty. They've done so much for the squad. Can they do it again? It's looking tough. RKS, the sub, coming in, securing quadruple overtime. And we're still alive here on Ascent. Double Nano Swarm to try and, run all the way through. And, I mean, that's almost impossible. You can't survive that. Smoke's now coming out. Beckham's going to be ahead of it, though. Will they expect this? They do see get shots on target, but everybody's still alive. Teleports over the Nano, but they can't get through. 2 dead, 3 dead. Only one left. Thrifty pick up the first round.
Oh, that is not how AU had planned that round, especially after how they played the first half and how they played. Up comes up from Beckham, firing to the wall, but can't find the shot just yet, as Sylph will trade. Does end up getting that kill, but Defcon finds another one.
Now it's onto the site. They're getting hit from all angles. The spike still needs to be defused. Deluxy trades back. RKS showing up for the squad as the fill-in, and Killa continuing his streak of picking him up. 4-2-2 now for that Sova player. Looking real good here on Ascent.
It's a good
networking trades. He's just like, no, I'm just going to kill you. And there's simply nothing you can do about it. Sylph being able to pick up another kill. They're on pace for a 30 potentially. And that's a scary thought.
The only thing I can compare how Deluxy is playing to is Team Fortress 2 Pyro. WM1 the entire game. That's how Deluxy's playing, and it's amazing. Now, I do want to say, Deluxe has snuck themselves onto the site. Dart sees the dart, gets the headshot, that's it! Chalk it up. That's going to be the victory for Asia United. The spike is down, just like you said. Just needs to pick up that kill to secure it, but there's the confirmation from Killa. Just as we thought we were going to have ourselves a long series, a very battled back and forth series. As you can see below, 14-12 in overtime on Bide, 17-15, and you're jumping over. You're only going to get that 1-for-1 trade if you're lucky enough. Killa will find the long range, and that's going to be very, very sketchy. As Beckham is low.
And especially with the economy they're facing, they need a miracle play to happen.
Yeah, they do need a lot to come through. This is a great start, though.
Well, that could be it right there.
Yeah, and look at that. Sylph, name, trying to get another one here. It is this 2v1. They just got to play smart, peek together. Solid FPS tack play, but he somehow gets behind him. Deluxe picking up one, starts to defuse. Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake.
He's not going to fake.
Pros don't fake.
He's going to defuse. The missed timing from Sylph is going to cost him the round. The defuse comes in. And that's another round of Thrifty.
Drop the Odin out of the hands now. It's a 2-on-2 retake situation. Soupy only has one friend left. Is gonna get the Nano Swarm off. And the high flying knives are gonna give a triple kill to Marty.
We're gonna push through, but oh no. Okay, John did find that one, but like it was a push back through. Gonna grab the Odin. Oh, never mind. Just kidding. Man, they were teasing the
expected, but they do end up pushing as a double unit to take him down. And now it's a 3v2, 3v1 as Blast takes down Badger. Doobie will find Sylph, and once again, Thrifty put themselves onto map point.
Yeah, really solid retake there. If RKS had been able to buy a little bit more time, maybe that round goes a little bit differently, but still 6 seconds basically on that defuse still, so plenty of time. Would have needed to
Mexico finds that kill on the Blast.
What a swing from Mako. Shaz has his back too. You hear the TP, so those players on B, they got off the site to help them out, but now they have to play for the retake. Clamran not ready for this player swinging through elbow. Doobie trying to knock them off. He's gonna get out with the satchels. What a flick from Doobie. The bridge gonna break open with one. Defcon helps with the second. Mako gonna go down. Doobie with 2 attackers. Win another one. That's gonna be the 5th round. Played for the time, 6 seconds. He's gonna edge himself closer, just dancing around each other. Shaw's gonna be favoring Thrifty. They're on map point, Joker.
Beckham didn't have to take that chance. He had about a second left. He could have continued that dance around the block and won the round anyway, but took it into his own hands, took down the shot. Beckham stepping up huge. Like you said, we're not seeing what we typically assume a Killjoy should be, as the rest of AU clean up that C site, leaving only Blast alive with that Marshall just backing away there. Could try to see if they could find a kill out of this. They do find Killa, which helps out a little bit, but still getting taken down. That's round number 8 for AU. Full control of this match right now, but we'll see. Blast get himself healed up, is invisible, try to find some more of those picks, but just going back and forth. Kill, we'll find 2. Badger has the SMG, just can't take down Doobie.
Yeah, can't get the shots on target, and just RKS with effectively a collateral. Like, he sees one in the smoke, just happens to get the second member through it as well. And that's heartbreak. That's full.
That means Thrifty are going to get control over mid and now try to see if they can go onto this B site. Full execute, full send on to B. This is for this map.
But Killa picking up Blast there in a good position. Self sprang through the smoke, gets 2. Can't even talk because we're so late into the night. Doobie trades back, it's 2. Back to a 3v2. Spike's going down. Defcon and Doobie. These are the big names for Thrifty. They've done so much for the squad. Can they do it again? It's looking double Nano Swarm to try and, run all the way through. And I mean, that's almost impossible. You can't survive that. Smoke's now coming out. Beckham's gonna be ahead of it, though. Will they expect this? They do see get shots on target, but everybody's still alive. Teleports over the Nano, but they can't get through. 2 dead, 3 dead. Only 1 left. Thrifty pick up the first round.
Oh, that is not how AU had planned that round, especially after how they played the first half and how they played trying to get the ult orbs. It's been costing them. It's not been working for them, and so now trying to get themselves into a better position. Blast is just going to teabag, seeing that owl come out. But here we go. Now it's the slow push onto A, as one is holding up mid. Deluxe's going to find the first kill onto Deluxe, and that opens things up for AU. They decide, they get the pick onto A. They make Thrifty think they're going towards A, but now they
just 2 on target, 10 HP. He's going to get peeked. He's going to get not found out just yet. Footsteps are stomping. There is enough. Deluxe picks up 4 and even gets the dink for Killa, securing it. 2 HP. What? 2 HP?
Not even close.
Not even close, baby.
But that's actually pretty massive there from Sylph to be able to take so many, from Deluxe to take so
middle there. White will find a trade, but Akami finds another one back, trying to back up, is able to escape for now. Kame and friends gonna push up onto this catwalk, but awaits them around the corner could be death. Light does find one, Akami trades it out though.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to heal up as well. Tries to keep the operator in hand. Hits the final shot. 4K for the assassin Akame. And things are looking pretty good now. They've picked up a couple in a row. They've, made...
We thought we were going to have ourselves a long series, a very battled back and forth series. As you can see below, 14-12 in overtime on Bind, 17-15 in quadruple overtime on Ascent. Asia United say, nah, let's just end this. We want to take our money and go home. And they end Haven 13-2. Congratulations to Asia United for winning this week's. He doesn't have position on the spike. He can't get himself in onto the site quick enough. It's going to defuse. And not only will it get the defuse, but Thrifty will get the kill, or the kill will go over as well to Badger to finish it out. AU take map number 1, 14-12. We have ourselves a series. This is going to be amazing. Asia United coming out strong. But hey, Thrifty looked good too. It's not just a...
It hurts. And it's so hard to come back from that, especially with the economy they're facing. They need a miracle play to happen.
Yeah, they do need a lot to come through. This is a great start, though.
Well, that could be it right there.
Yeah, and look at that. Sylph able to take out Spook, but look at the damage. Oh, no. Oh, no.
That's the reverse of what it could have been. Clay, the last one alive.
Just when we thought that they were going to be struggling, this round finds a kill through the smoke. Badger finds 2 through the smoke. Sylph will finish out the round. That smoke comes down and Badger just starts free firing.
Yeah, Flawless on top of it, just everything breaking their way. Now have to force buy on second round of a half that they lost. Look at that, they have no money. Economy, shambles. They're looking like Bitcoin after Christmas. It is just in tatters. I don't see a good way for them to pull this back if, they can get an off-site. Back out for this one-shot. Vandal does get the reload off. It's a 2v3 situation, 3v1 situation. Looking like AU's gonna be able to clutch up. The DP still has to come through. They don't know exactly where Blast is gonna fire shots. Gets 2, gets 3, gets the clutch, bringing it to overtime.
Blast with the spray and pray across all 3 members of AU, and Asia United is shaking in their boots. It's gonna be a nice boom bot as well to try to find out anybody who's gonna rotate in through the D side spawn. So good job here, 30. Again, aggressive. The Bucky is going to find the first kill. Bucky gang on the board here for Beckham, as Doobie's going to find another one. The long-range Bucky finds it second, finds a third. Flawless goes Thrifty. Bucky gang in the house.
Bucky gang. Bucky gang, Bucky gang. Let's get in the chat. You get hype.
Is gonna get the kill, but Killa and Deluxy finds some more. Killa finds a third one as well. It's a 2v1. And it's a 1v1 as Blast will find Deluxy. And that's a very, very sketchy position.
He traded it. He doesn't have the judge anymore. He picked up a Phantom instead. There's no bullets left. What are you gonna do? He finally gets the shot. Blast clutching up and bringing it to a pretty close scoreline.
Another round in A sewers. So looks like it is going to be the C pushes. They've made their way onto the site. Deluxy gets taken down. Beckham trying to get those shots with the frenzy from long range. Just can't land them. And Sylph will take him out. The stun coming out to try to knock everybody down as Badger here trying to find a decent angle. Sylph will get the plant. That's a good start here for Ace. You don't know. Spike. Zefcon gets the kill onto Sylph before the fight goes down, and now Thrifty turning the match around.
Everything comes down to this pistol right here. DEFCON with a frenzy only has 30 bullets remaining. Spike finally gonna go down, but given time to come in, it's just not enough. The Lexi.
We see themselves in. The train's coming out. The shorty will pick up that kill, but Quantum Virus finds the Lux for the trade.
Yeah, and there's still some sneaky spots coming in here. They're not going to quite check this secret position. DEFCON's going to get the free kill onto the plant here. Finds himself a second in showers as well. And things are looking really good for Thrifty this time. 2v3 Spike's still in the hands of AU.
Looking really good here so far, but it's a 2v3 now.
5-on-3 with really not a lot of damage traded back. Badger picking up the third kill of the round. They do find Deluxe. He brings him down to 3 HP. Just going to be able to heal up here. They're still going to try and spray him through the wall. Does get a little bit of bait though and picks up the kill. Attacker win. AU first on the board.
First on the board here in the second, in the overtime. They desperately need this defensive round to go their way. And it's going to be very scary because they did struggle.
Either overcommit to get to the site or undercommit and have to start from scratch again. Only this time now missing their jet. And they decide to go the overcommit route, continue getting caught in transition. And by the time they get to the site, it's 2v4 and health bar's not in their favor. As we see Deluxey just ripping onto the site.
Yeah, that was a massive rush in coming in from AU. The run it back used well to find that information, get that kill. The smoke came out just in time so that they could. Yeah, and that's actually pretty big because AU, they really need to make sure, because of how their defense has been playing, if they can steal this offensive round now, they have a really good shot. But Deluxe with a beautiful angle, it's just gonna immediately shut me down. Deluxe hanging right there. RKS, at least we'll get the trade kill, but wow, that was absolutely disgusting. Just hanging out in
this last round here.
That they do, and definitely not the way you want to rally as Benji swiftly doing some work. KP in a bit of a run. Shade! Gonna take a shot out on through the wall at CT and taking out KP.
Hang around with that judge. Manages to take out 2 and make Benji's job hopefully just a little easier here. That res though, talking about Sage plays, that is a pretty big res there as it gets all the Killjoy utility back online as well. But Benji finds Enjoy there, taking him out. Very nice and quick there. And I have to wonder if both his enemies now here are in this underneath heaven area. Drops below, takes out 1 and 2. Finds them both there. Really nice play from Benji in the 1 versus 3 scenario. He's gonna defuse that spike, and it's a 3-1 lead for TLP. That's some really good play there, Vincent.
It certainly is.
All the way out, Shade is going to trade back that jet difference there. So now it is Perseverance sliding his way in here, trying to come around and swing this angle. Isn't going to find the headshot that he needs. The angle is going to get swung instead by his teammates, who are all going to fall. Perseverance goes down there to Dip as well. So a nice little 3K in that garden for Dip. Does a really good job holding things down. And the 9-3 turns into an 11. Spectral Redux also takes out Reno. He is just looking phenomenal on that Vandal spawn. Nuke Prophet does take care of Rano though with that Molotov. Really good work there. Really good sort of setup placement there. Getting that Molotov exactly where it has to go. Less so from the Sova ultimate, but it is Dynasty going to be able to take out Nuke Prophet. Dip though, finding all the kills there. 1 with the utility, 1 with the gun, and Dynasty gets a clean little 3K there that round as well. We've seen a lot of individual performances here. Shot by that Cypher Cam through the smoke. Benji though, gonna come flying in, taking care of Shifty and Bap. Dynasty finding a couple of his own there. Rano is going to take out Lovely and Benji. Just gonna clean things up with that last frag onto Churro. They barely took any damage, TLP, let alone actually getting killed. They have just been tearing back onto these sites in these retakes.
Yeah, I mean, and there was not a lot of, anything available to hold them off on the retake there for a win.
Yeah, absolutely. We see some super aggressive defense there again from Wave Runners on the sort of save eco round. Here comes the run it back. Out on site now, gonna find a couple there. Another 2 for 1. This time it's Dynasty.
Little taps there. That is one of the most valuable run it backs I think we've seen so far. Make it 3 for Dynasty there. Shade's gonna throw at a 4 versus 4 retake sort of scenario. You see Shade watching that flank. Nobody going to be coming there though. Curry, very nice Hunter's Fury onto Dip, taking out his Sova counterpart. Dynasty finds 4 before Clamran finally shuts him down. Rano going to find that last kill, and wow, what a match. I think those teams pretty even, but it did end up being, they're not going to want to walk into it. And we see Rano making things happen with that Odin here. You don't always see an Odin in play. Clamran also going to find a kill there. Dynasty, though, taking care of Fun Buns and New Prophet and Clamran. That is a nifty little 3K there. Some really nice shooting from the Phoenix there, and it is just Curry left alive here for the Wolves. Going to be the one finding Lyoko here. The battle Phoenix is going the way of the Phoenix for TLP so far. No trades needed when you just pop somebody in the head like that. Spike does come down, and back into Long here goes Shade and company. They're going to try to hold this Spike from Long again. We've seen it work before on this site. No reason to think it wouldn't again, but Rano is going to be the first to go down. We talked about Churro fragging, and here he comes, pushing onto that site, and they're going to be trying to get a little bit of aggression here, but going to run it back, but gets taken down by Shade's operator. Munchie does get Benji in garage though, and now the push does come in. Shade does get verified. Now in a 2 versus 1 scenario, Munchie takes out Shade, has to stop Dip, who is sticking this defuse. He doesn't seem to notice though. He's not going to get around the corner. What a stick there from Munchie. Or from, excuse me, from Dip.
They've now pulled out the knives, and they've got to do it with poor weapons.
Yeah, it is definitely tough. They do push really hard in here, and Tizon does get a kill, but oh my god! Scrounge comes in playing on his steering wheel. He just comes in knocking everybody down. That is an incredible play there from Scrounge. That level of aggression. Singularity manages to clean it up. Has an inkling of what's going on, but Singularity already made his way up into heaven. Sees that he has some free shots here. Gonna take 1, gonna take 2.
30 seconds.
Dynasty now finds himself in a tough spot. Fluffy gonna take him out with the knives, put him out of his misery, and wow, Vincent, that Singularity flank, that was a long payoff.
Was a long con, and he got away with it in.
He's spamming with that ghost. Not gonna find anything, and immediately we see Redux, super aggressive, is going to take out and gonna take out Slow Motion there. Singularity finding Munchie as well. So a lot of kills coming in fast here. Redux takes out Verify. Tizon though finds the trade, and it's gonna be Fluffy getting the better of that Jet matchup early on here. So honestly, not a lot for most, and are looking to get a pretty good start on doing it again. Operator in the garage here, gonna find a nice shot through the wall onto Slow Motion, and another one, this time onto Verify. Shade finding everything right now with that Operator, looking very poised in that garage. Push still comes through garage, but Rano just waiting for Tizon outside, and just one more, why not? Shade takes out Munchie there, and that's a nice little cushion TLP is building.
I mean, that was just a feeble attempt at a garage take, to be honest.
Showstopper comes out, but it's going to get taken down by Shade. Very nice shooting with that Operator. Definitely a risky play to peek that, but it paid off in a big way. We see Slow Motion finding some kills here. Tizon sort of trying to play this crossfire, gets taken down by the classic from Dip. Slow Motion does find the kill and finds another, making a 4K for Slow Motion. What a clutch play, coming up huge there, and grabs the op on his way out.
Yeah, I mean, Slow.
Teleports as well. It's going to be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2. Now, where are the last two alive? Well, they're going to be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late for them to defuse now. Get to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stay in the game. And Kaplan sacrifices themselves.
Unfortunately, the Kaplan right there at the end. Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life and with my body.
Oh, Zine, no! He put
pushed up too much. That's gonna tell you exactly where the bomb's gonna go. And that's gonna be the plan. Sure, but you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. Paranoia goes down. You missed the op shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find him? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill. Now, if he can find his last one, he's gonna switch to the Phantom. No ops.
2 claps for that. Thank you. I absolutely love that, man. But yeah, that's definitely absolutely massive success rate for them, because with the C-side opening up, which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there. Which is why I don't necessarily like having Sova playing as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but a fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there.
Yeah, like a ghost just flittering away, never to be seen again. The Jet wants to contest this too. Fluffy gets 2. Hasino, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. You've just wasted your life for no reason. The only opposite, Fluffy cleaning house with a double kill.
As of right now here, Max, it is still only the Killjoy left inside the PGT. Now, Prophets they should be able to get this. As you went ahead and broke it down, it is these facts executing Millie and on to C, which are catching AV off guard, and then Marshall can only do so much.
That hit.
It's, yeah, and
We are back yet again, everybody. The semi-finals of this amazing series that we've had so far. We have seen a lot of teams come to fruition with amazing successes, and some teams that have found themselves in the lower brackets. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by the amazing and wonderful Dr. Doctor. How's it going, Doc? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I got some food in my belly, and we got some semifinals ahead of us tonight. So I'm excited for this. We did just watch the team on the way, absolutely dominant in their game before this. 13-2 was the score difference. So just absolute bonkers performance there.
And they're going to be going up against an interesting challenge this time now as well, going up against Illusions. It's a team that we've seen a few times before at GLG, but they've made huge strides elsewhere in the Valorant community. I'm really excited for this matchup. I think this will be a great time for On the Way to finally have a real challenge against another team.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly how that works out. And now you guys may notice a little bit difference on the overlay here. You may see that we do have 3 maps underneath us tonight. That is because the semifinals will be a best of 3. Now, the reason for this is that based on the qualifier rules, the top 4 teams will be moving on to the VAL-AM tournament itself. So to help us decide who the true best top 4 teams are, the semifinals are going to be featuring this best of 3, where we will see Bind, Haven, and then if necessary, we will travel all the way to the frigid terror of Icebox.
Yeah, you mentioned that in the pre-show. You're not a fan of Icebox, Doc. I'm warming up to it.
It's just a bad map. It's just a terrible, horrible design map. I'm sorry, Riot. You messed up on this one.
I like Icebox. I think it's an interesting composition of maps that we have overall. I mean, starting things off on Bind and Haven are pretty traditional maps. I'm just glad we're not seeing Ascent again. But otherwise, yeah. Icebox, I think that'll be cool to see.
I want to see Split, honestly. I think the changes to Split were really good. I think it's a much stronger map now. I do wish we would see more here on GLG over on that map, which, again, it's weird to me that we're seeing Icebox over that, but people really hated Split. So I have to imagine that that has still continued forward. I am still waiting for the team to just, like, perfects Icebox and like somehow gets it through a ban phase and has it for like the first map of like a best of series or something like that, and just 13-0 somebody on it, because that's how every time we see that map goes. Literally every time we've seen that Icebox here at GLG, it's been a 13-0, and it's just so bizarre because every other map that we've seen is super one-sided. It still ends up sometimes being like a 13-2 at best.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in with Icebox. Teams are still figuring out everything. I think the agents that you really need on Icebox are so radically different from any other composition in the entire game. You have to rely on Sage. You have to rely on Viper at times. They're S tier on that map. But luckily, though, we don't have to worry about Icebox just yet. We're going to be going back to Bind here, and already we're seeing some interesting compositions coming out from both sides. Now, Doc, last time around, we saw Governor, and we saw TCAS go crazy on the duelist picks. I'm going to assume we might see a Raze pick and maybe a Jet, or the Reyna Jet yet again.
I do think that we will probably see a Raze on this map. Bind has been absolutely nutty for a lot of the Raze players here in the past. You can just get so much done with it in terms of clearing out zones or making sure that you just get a free kill with the showstopper or something like that. So it does appear that both teams should be looking at it, and it just makes sense. Another stellar pick that we've been seeing on this map has been the Phoenix as well, and you can already see that's being picked up by Zeem. So pretty solid stuff here around. It is going to be just one duelist on the side of on the way though, which is two. It's Jet and Raze. So a bit interesting. Very mobile though. Very, very mobile.
Yeah, that's going to be a scary setup there. You have a very mobile setup, like you mentioned. Plus, you don't really have any flashes on that side. You do have the Omen Paranoia, which is a flash. It's a decent one at that. But I've been more concerned about the pop flashes coming out from Illusion's side.
Yeah, pop flashes are the name of the game here on Bind. It's slowly taken over the meta quite heavily. I'm still kind of surprised we're not yet seeing Yoru. He's been available for a couple weeks now, and the teams are very hesitant to pick it up here at GLG.
It's weird because that goes all the way up to tier 1. I think after the buffs that we're going to see on Yoru come out in a few patches, I think we are going to start seeing him trickle in. Sky has been kind of in that same exact boat. We haven't seen a lot of her either.
Yeah, and that one's a little interesting just because we've seen her in the past, so it's been something that has existed before, but it's fallen away, and it's just interesting overall to see an agent get picked a little bit and then just completely dropped like a hat. We do get a ton of damage here on the Zeem, forced all the way back, and full site control now on the side of On The Way.
Oh, this is going to be interesting to see how the rest of Illusions can adapt around On The Way, just completely taking over the site. Spikes being planted into the ground, blinded out completely. A lot of members definitely going to fall out once. But look at that, the kill feed turning into an absolute array, a widespread decimation with the first round already going under. It's going to be up to Carno, though. He's able to find a double, but even then, can he bring it back home? The answer is going to be possibly yes. Bringing things down to a 1v1. Coming out from the sides, though, through the back on the elbow. You always got to check that body part. It's going to be a 3K coming out from Leviathan.
Yeah, definitely not expecting that type of flank there, and caught all the way down. So pretty unfortunate there. Just not a lot you can really appreciate for. So as they do win the pistol, they will get the opportunity to buy up, but you can see already, we've talked about it here tonight, it is going to be the force buy coming in from Illusions.
And these force buys are really interesting, Doc. We've seen them work, we've seen them not work, but typically if you win the pistol round, you pretty much guarantee yourself round number 2, but the force buy is going to kind of put a bit of a monkey wrench in people's plans. Papa Cole already taking down the boombot, a lot of utility gone on the side of On The Way, but that's not going to stop them from barraging their way on the B-Long.
Yeah, they actually forced a camera into Hookah, which is forcing the counter aggression there from Zeem, but as the site is now under attack, it's a 1-for-1 so far. TCAS somehow with 2 HP picks up another 2 frags. Finally goes down, and Papa Cole gets 2.
Oh, it's down to a 2v2 now. Can the Spike dedicate itself to the site? No, it won't. They'll go for the teleporter, make their way onto A. That's already where a lot of Cypher utility is. They're going to dodge all the Cyber cams. They're going to have the Cyber cages go on out. But even then, can Karn find this hit? He somehow has no idea right now where one is, but the Cyber cages are going to go up again against this other Cypher. But so much utility blocking the ways for these defenders to figure out where they have to go next. Spike's going to go down, having the line of sight. The Omen's going to fall. The Spike in the ground, but not planted. Been carrier killed. Nuts now. 1 of 2 left alive. It's up to Bandito having to stay alive right now with their teammate. Able to find the shots. A quick little P comes through, and Nat's gonna fall.
Really solid stuff there coming out. It looked very disastrous at the beginning of the round when things really started slipping away from the defenders. They got out-fragged a little bit, but Papa Cole coming down from hookah position, getting the 2 kills. They really opened up the defensive side of that map, and they were able to claw back a little bit of victory. And so on the way, forcing up once again, they felt confident in how they took the round, in the losses they inflicted, and they think that it's going to be enough for them to continue the trend and do it all over again.
Oh, but look at this aggressive push coming out here. The flame all goes up, orb in the possession of that Phoenix, but even then, is the run-up back really that close away?
I think it's at like 4 of 7 right now. It's,
3.
Sorry, 3 of 6. So my halfway point was correct, but he's just barely going to escape the firing squad there.
It's an absolute battlefield right now. Governor's able to find the opening double kill yet again, but it's going to be a quick clap out from Hyrule to make sure it doesn't turn into a triple. With that being said, though, although we have seen On The Way do this in the past, they're going to dedicate themselves to the time and get the spike into the ground. It's a complete decimation yet again. Carno, again, the last one alive. He was the last one on round number 1 as well in the same exact boat, but he got a triple out of it. He's able to find one, but gets traded out immediately.
And that's just On The Way continuously forcing the issue there with these buy-ups, making sure that Illusions just can't get any momentum going. And look at the buy. They're completely broke. They picked up a Marshall and some upgraded pistols, and they are conceding the buy-up aggression war. They are going to hopefully give up this round for a better position into the next one. They're all going to try and hover around 2K, so that way they can guarantee a full buy going next.
I like the Marshall coming out from Karn here. It's a really interesting choice for the Cypher, and I'm wondering if he's going to play that aggressively or hoard the back of the site. But here we go, though. Zaheim and the rest all playing a very aggressive defense here on Octagon. Governor peeking with the knives. Able to find... No! They can't find the Brim! They struggle so much, but it's going to be TCAS that steals it away. The ult useless from the attacking side, but they just ransack their way back onto the site. 2 left alive again. The Marshall wielding Cypher still alive. The other one has only a judge. Governor not having a good round. It's going to fall. But even then, spike in the ground. 2 left alive on the defense. They have to push through the smokes. They have to pass through the shadows with a flank from the other side. It's going to be a bit of a clearing on the sides, but no, TCAS comes through the elbow yet again. That's going to leave 1 left alive now. Bandito's going to fall. Another 4K comes out from On The Way.
And you were talking about TCAS coming off a bit of a heater, and they've now come in and they're doing it all over again. 8-2-1 is their scoreline into the 5th round. They've gotten on average 2 kills a round so far to open up this map, and that is absolutely nutty. Yes, they got 4 of them last round, but averages do mean something in the stats world, so you got to look at that.
I have no idea how to find an average.
Okay. You just take the number of total instances and divide the total by that.
Oh, that's going to hurt the average, though, Doc. That's already going to be a huge wipe on the kill feed for On The Way. But look at this. The ransacking, how much they try to push aggressively every single round. It's going to be hurting a little bit more. Hyrule, especially with these ults, are really coming in clutch here. That spike is still going to find its way to its destination. But even then, though, Governor now with their favorite signature op could put in so much more damage. That's going to be Hyrule, revealed, located, found and detected. Last one alive. A Shock Dart could spell the end, but he's going to push up and try to make some damage. An op versus an up close Phantom. It's all down to this. It's the advantage of the Brimstone, but doesn't have the visibility. They pick up the other weapons, find it from up top. Governor comes back on top.
Governor, absolutely nutty flip there. Right. Not being able... Hold up. I'm going to get through the sentence, I swear. Not being able to connect with the operator there, but has the great frame of mind to make those cloud bursts work in their favor. They really confused Hyrule, who wasn't quite able to get a read on the movement coming in there from Governor, who had enough time to trade out for the Vandal and just get shots on target. You can see here, 1 cloud burst is all it took up in the sky, and it just was a lost cause there for the side of Illusions.
The scary area to be in right now for your Illusions. They've done such a great job so far in this tournament. They've taken down some pretty big names in the past too, but they're struggling. And now with Governor having that op in their possession, there's a lot to really potentially worry about here for the attack, especially given how aggressive they've come into each round. Scary.
Yeah, and you're already starting to see that there is a bit of a force up coming in from Illusions as we look at the scoreboard here. Sheriff, Bucky, and a bunch of Stingers. They're at that point in the game already where they don't feel confident enough to go for save rounds. They do have 1,500 averaging across the board, it would seem, but it's going to be scary because even if they lose this round, they'll have a full buy next. But if they win, then lose, that's when things start to get really poor for them. So they have some weaponry, but the question of is it enough is definitely going to be impactful here. And Leviathan is just opening strong.
God of Death coming through here. We've seen so many B pushes work out unbelievably, and suddenly Hyrule is the last one alive, trying to find some shots on the center, falls to the ground, falls 6 feet under. Another round.
That first step is a doozy, and it just completely threw Haroon's aim off there, trying to get into the window. And so pretty flawless round. We do get the full buy-in from Illusions. They have that operator on Bandito. They have full weaponry. They're pretty tapped economically, whereas the side of On the Way, they are starting to build up a bit of a bankroll with 6K on the Governor, who does have that operator, that 5,000 credit weapon. So it's going to take a lot to break the economy here.
TCAS has been an absolute heater so far, just been amazing. And oh, Governor, if they had that shot, that would have been a miracle. But no, instead a reverse miracle is going to come on through. Banditos, now the range on the up. Not something we see every day. Turns out to work pretty freaking fantastic on the back of B-site.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit different here, as we do get the Hunter's Fury from the defensive side coming through. Leviathan gonna dodge out on the next couple, so only loses his armor, stay alive, and they do know that there is still a Phoenix trapped in this corner, so you can see Governor just hard holding this angle. The only way out is through the teleporter, which does seem to be the call.
Oh, but maybe it was not a great call. Look at already. They're coming onto the side. Gucci has control of it, along with the Cypher. That's only going to be 3 left alive, all completely in different parts of the map. Let's look at that Phoenix, though, at the end of Showers. Might be able to find some action, but it's Gucci who decides to push on up as well. It's going to be the Sova right on the other side of the Shroud. One might have to find the other. The Sova definitely knows an Omen's right nearby. Is he going to wait for the shadows to end? The spikes in the ground. The time is ticking away. He's the last one alive, but just like AimLab, there's going to be another one gone. A quick headshot from Gucci.
And 4 members alive from On the Way means they get 4 rifles still. 8,900 credits for Governor when the round started. That is 100 credits off of the absolute maximum you can actually have here in the game. And it's just incredibly bad timing here for Illusions. They're back onto a bit of a save round. They've lost 5 in a row now. And it doesn't even seem like there's a whole lot that they're doing poorly outside of shooting. They're making the right reads on which site is going to be taken. They're stacking people in a way that should be on target as long as they hit their shots, and they've hit some really nice ones. We saw Bandito with that operator get a really great opener there into Hookah, so they have some pieces, they just need more.
Oh, absolutely. And look at Papa Cole here, along with the rest of the Hookah duo. They look like really fantastic, but the knives are only able to pierce through one. The rest of these defenders able to melt away a lot of On the Way, but then again, only one left alive. It's gonna be the Omen. Tries to play a sneaky game, goes through the teleporter, and I've never seen that happen before. Doesn't quite work out, but it could have been other instances. A 3K with the op yet again.
Yeah, another great round there from Zeem, who stole it away from the enemy Jet player, just old Governor, losing their weaponry, and guess what? They're Governor. They got plenty of money in the bank. They just buy up another one, and they're thinking about it. They're trying to figure out if the operator is the right call here. They had amazing results with it, and it's a bit expensive, yes, but it's one of those things that you buy it for life.
Or hopefully, if they can buy it for life, they can keep it for a while. Bandito has been kind of on and off with the op. We've seen one fantastic kill with it at the beginning of one of the rounds on B side, but then again, they kind of drop really quickly given how aggressive they can be. The reverse aggression's coming on through as well. Look at that running back already used, finding one. It's going to be a good flank, but even then, from the top, it's going to be Gucci taking control of having, but that demon goes down as well. Trying to be on A site, having to have as much control as they possibly can. Look at TCAS though. Hiding away, knowing one's probably going to go to heaven. The op is still on the board, whether they know it or not. The plant trying to go down. TCAS is able to find Hyrule, trying to even out those odds just a tiny bit more. But this Raze is having a hard time having the rotate towards B site. No one's going to be except for the single Sova. Might be able to get the recon dart and detect where everyone's going to be. The spike plant's going to go down, Doc. This could be a very scary situation.
The paint cans are going to rain down, but they're not actually going to get any damage. Look at this, the peek through. He had 3 lined up and could not hit the shot. There's 1 member remaining, and Bandito with the operator on target. Turns him into a fluffy cloud of mist, and it is finally going to be a second defender win.
Bandito is an absolute monster with the op, and we're talking about this going up against Governor as well, who we said in the previous round is probably maybe in the top 15 best jet oppers in North America.
That is definitely some high praise, and they're definitely earning it this game. 8 and 6 so far, hitting some absolutely nutty shots. It's just a great show when you get multiple duelists that are strong on the operator and they're both being given the range to work with it. So we are seeing that after 2 losses in a row, the economy of On The Way can't quite sustain the operator. It's a bit out of their budget, and that's painful. TCAS not able to get the second blast pack in the right position, which means they don't go where they went. They just went straight up to the sky. Showstopper not gonna find anybody, and now they're dead.
Look at this, though. The train's going back and forth yet again onto the board. The positioning still a little lackluster for the defense. It has to be a flanking. Bandito's going to be shot from behind, though. No flanks today. It's all down to the Sova. And the Phoenix, where is the Sova? He's going to be on CT. One has the elevated advantage. Drops down, gets the heal.
9 HP.
And then will that be enough? It's not a lot of HP at all. He's going to fall. And oh, my lord. He has 1 HP and a dream. They have to make this work. Leviathan still having to defend. He can't find the quick flick on the Papa Cole. But now he has to find that defuse. One shot guard might do the trick, able to bring it down to 50, but the Hunter's Fury going to stall things out as long as possible. Can Zahim find the kill? No, the Hunter's Fury is delaying the inevitable. He might be far enough away to deny it, but it's too late either way. He's going to sacrifice himself with it, get the kill, and can he survive? Yes, he can!
Great defuse there. It is plenty of time. Zeem recognized that they got it to halfway during the Hunter's Fury and then still able to stick it once the ultimate was over. They do trade their life for it, but in the end of the day, it's the round wins that matter. You have 3 in a row now. You have plenty of economy to buy back the weapon that you lost, and it's looking a little bit different from the rounds before this. We are seeing Illusions able to start getting some purchasing power. They're getting the weapons they need to work with, and they're actually hitting the shots that they need. So great stuff so far. We'll have to see if they can keep the trend going, because it was looking a little scary for the first 6 rounds.
Yeah, this was a really rough beginning for Illusions, but I think they finally found their groove. Speaking of the groove, though, we have to see if they're able to continue it on, and holy moly, look at the Hellfire that went down. Didn't quite do a lot, but Kara was able to find a double from it, but the Shower Warrior's gonna fall instead. Spike gonna go down on A site yet again, but look at Papa Cole. Had the great positioning before, now at half health. He was able to make so much work last round with only 1 HP and a dream, but this is gonna be rough. Zeem, though, pushing into land. This could be a critical position, but the Shock Guard's gonna say no! Get out of here! Now we have to see if Papa Cole and the rest of the gang can bring it together to take down a 3v3. 4 to 6 now, holding these power positions. Gucci's able to find Zeem. That's going to be 1 gone. Only 1 duelist left to worry about, and the intel to Sova. The reverse recon bolt going to go on down, trying to deny the defuse. But there we go. It's going to be a quick plea coming out from TCAS and Gucci in tandem, like a jack-in-the-box, coming out with a spring and saying goodbye.
And that was worst case scenario almost there for the side of Illusions. As you can see, their economy not looking good after that round, and it's just unfortunate that you win 3 rounds in a row and all it takes is 1 to put you back into poverty, because they are coming in 7-4. Last round of the half now. They got a Judge and some SMGs to back them up with. It is not a good look for them after winning 3 in a row. So if they can win here, it's a 7-5 half. If they lose, it gets that much harder to bring it back in the offensive side when they will have to be the aggressors. Nats already taking out the duelist of Illusions. He gets a second for his troubles.
These Cyphers on both teams are putting in work this game. But look at this, though. The knives are going to be up close, but too close enough. Zeem with a double, no less. Now look at this, though. Only 2 left for the attack. They have to make an emergency exit. They have to get off this plant and go into the showers. If they can make their way on A, play on green box default, they may have a chance of still winning this. It's been a really weird counter defuse, or at least a retake for Illusions on A site, but this could be their chance to bring it back. Keep in mind, there is the undercover shadows coming out, possibly from this Omen if they don't dedicate to the site. Plants could be going down. They're not going to use the TP right away, though. Garno's able to find one, and it's only going to leave the Omen left alive. He teleports, but gets detected. He has to hide away, do what he can to shroud himself away, but this could be a 3v1. Through the smokes, he's able to find Zeem, but there's still 2 more to worry about. He has to push on through. He doesn't have the angles. He might be able to find the Sova, but the Sova gets him instead. That's going to be another defuse and a strong comeback.
That was looking really scary there for a second. Just barely able to stay alive there. We do see Papa Cole able to hit the shot, and it's just, man, if that headshot goes the other way, I think it is a 1 round for on the way. But guess what? They stay alive. They bring us into the second half, 7-5. This is looking extremely close here in map 1 of this best of 3. And so we are seeing frenzies aplenty, and it is going to be now Illusions on the attacking side, seeing if they can make up for a bit of a deficit they had on the defense.
Illusions might be able to bring this back, Doc. We saw them, like we mentioned, have a really rough beginning to this game, but they brought it back. I think their composition is a little bit more suited for a defensive team, and even though, you know, the pop flashes and everything out there was strong, we have to see now if On the Way can bring the same exact muster they could on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, they do have some tools. They are getting very aggressive at this C long, which is pretty interesting. They are giving up hookah for it, so Bandito could be in a great flanking position, but only has the classic to work with.
That's right, not enough frenzies on the board right now. Bandito, again, in a power position, it seems, but no, the Boombot's not going to be able to detect quite a bit. They're going to have to rotate around. They're able to see at least one's going to be on the defense, but look at that. Bandito is going to be by themselves. Hyrule and company smoking down whatever they can. TCAS inside of lamps. May have to hold down the entire fort with just a ghost. Relegating the position very quickly. It's going to be up to Zeem to push up and have that power position in their own. The spike's going to go down. Gucci's able to get some trades, but even then, it is just an absolute ocean wave coming on by. You have to wonder, is this going to be enough, though? Can these defenders close up and coagulate themselves to bring it back? The answer might be yes. No! The Governor and TCAS, the 2 duelists, are able to bring it back a little bit more to a 2v1, but this one Papa Cole brings things back, evens it out, but the defuse is going to be a ninja one. They have no idea, and Papa Cole gets away with their life.
Yeah, really interesting that Papa Cole didn't go to push the smoke. You killed everybody else on the field, and so it's just going to be that 1v1. I guess they didn't feel confident in it, or they thought that they may have come off of the defuse there. Just, it does give the 8th round over to On the Way, so they're feeling good about it. They've bought up. They got a Bucky on their Jet, who probably is going to get aggressive. They're up against that shield there and hookah, so they might look to get something cheeky with it, but round start, they are just going to fall away.
3-round differential now. Nothing but classics and frenzies again from Illusion's side, Doc. We saw a lot of frenzies before, but just mostly now it's classics. They're trying to conserve as much economy as they can, and going up against Spectres in this kind of position, at this kind of distance, it's already not looking good for Illusion.
Yeah, we are hearing lots of sounds coming on through the paint cannon. The bullets are going to trade. Everybody that jumped through the hookah window has fallen, and it is going to be the flawless round here for On the Way. They pick up 9, and it's finally gun rounds, so it should finally be Illusion's time to bring something back.
The super economy now coming forwards here. Look at all the heavy armor coming out from Illusion's side, but On the Way, they just won a round, and yet, excuse me, there's still Bulldogs in light armor. I think they might be trying to go for a bonus here, relatively late into the round. We don't normally see a bonus at this stage.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that's the call. They want to make sure that they hit their shots to be prevalent. They're trying to just build this economy as much as humanly possible. And look at Governor already dashing through, going to get one, trying to stay alive. Picks up the Vandal. TCAS somehow gets one before trade. And all right, Bandito with the paint can shuts down old Governor.
What a battlefield coming out here. It's going to go to a definitely quiet landscape, though. Gucci still has full control of A site. In fact, nobody's on A site at all except for the Sloan Omen. That's going to require the rest of Illusions to rotate their way to B, but little do they know, a Cypher Cam is quite frantically looking around at all the possible ways of entering onto the site. It's a 3v1 now, depending on how this goes. Only a few tripwires, but they're super defensively inside. There's going to be some dedication, some intel about where the push might come from, but all they know about is Hookah. They have no idea about the Cypher going on B. It's going to be up to this one lone Cypher, another one not too far away. Can this go into fruition? It's a 3v1 still, despite all the intel being brought out so late into the game, and yes it is! Carno is able to find them. That's free control of B, but even then the Sova has to frantically get onto the site themselves, locked off by a cyber cage, having to relocate their positioning as well. It's not going to be easy, but the paranoia might be able to suffice a little bit more.
Looks like they might actually be saving the paranoia for just a second later, as we do get Leviathan caught out, pushing forward, gets the frag on the Papa Cole, bringing it back into his 2v2 as Bandito drops it to 2v1. It's only the one member remaining, and they know exactly where you are, my friend. You're kind of trapped, as we do see poor old Leviathan just going to fall there to Karn as they get one tapped in the wall.
A fantastic round returnal coming out from Illusions. They really needed that. That was the first round they've won in the second half.
It's a good start. It's definitely something they can work off of if they want to keep bringing this game back, because they do have a bit of a road ahead of them. It is 6-9, which looks relatively close, but when you look at the state of the round wins that we've seen so far, it doesn't appear as close as the numbers themselves may, say, because there's been lots of situations where it's been very heavily sided for on the way when they win round, which means their economy is amazing. And look at this, TCAS flying on through with the ultimate, gonna pull it back out again, let it rip, and gets the frag on the Papa Cole.
What a snipe coming out from TCAS. That was pretty nice. But look at the spike now. There's some cyber cages and tripwires not too far away from where the spike is located. But it's so spread out for Illusion's side.
Cover going out.
Yeah, they definitely weren't expecting to get caught out like that, because that's just some very heavy aggression. Not many times will you expect a player to just come flying at you with the showstopper and the blastbacks there. And so now you can see some hesitation from Illusions. They just don't know exactly where they want to look. They're in such a huge disadvantage in this 3v4. They have zero information. The only thing they've seen so far is a flying raise, and it blew their face off.
Yeah, it melted away like the end of Indiana Jones 1, but we have to see now if B is going to be the way to go again. This could be the story repeating itself twice in a row. Look at this, the push coming out again. Carano realized from last round that maybe holding elbows not the best solution, but going to go a little bit deeper in. In fact, the camera is deeper in as well to get a little bit less intel, but being able to get correct and suffice and safe intel as well. But the rotates are going to come on through. Everyone, including the cavalry, are on their way to CT side, as already the base is completely under control of Illusions. It's going to be down to this. The post plan initiated. That's is able to find Carno, get the revenge shot, but even then, will that be enough to bring it home to double digits? We have to wait and see, though. There's going to be a slow round turning into a very fast one. So many trades happening all throughout. It's going to turn out with one left alive, and the defuse goes underway.
They simply had more players on the field to work with. As you can see, Illusions were in the 3v4. They got a great plant off, but a lot of their post-plant positions were very out in the open. I mean, you saw Bandito just kind of standing in the doorway, laying waste with the Phantom. They were able to get one before going down, but it's not gonna benefit you when you already are at a disadvantage number-wise. So double digits are on the way, and so we're gonna have to see if that's actually gonna be a bit of a mental break. I'd love to be able to see the scoreboard for just a second so that we can take a look at the economy once again here on the side of Illusions, because we're seeing a Bulldog here onto Leviathan, it would appear, as well as a Stinger onto Karn. So things aren't looking amazing, it would seem.
This is going to be tough too, Doc, because look, there's so many different ults on the side of Illusions. I'm wondering if this is going to work to their benefit. They're already down 4 rounds. That would be a great time to use those ults and kind of leverage things out a bit. Oh, never mind, they have 4 ults. I'm blind. But the run it back is going to be the one I completely forgot about. Let's see if that sleeper ult is going to work. The different one comes out. Potential flanks coming out on the A side. Look at that. Mats is able to find 2, and look at that complete meltdown. The spike in showers. It's only going to leave 1 left alive. It's going to be up to Illusions. Already down 4 rounds and down 2 different bodies. It's going to be up to the single Bandito to really drive things home. Luckily, though, they have the showstopper. Luckily, though, it's going to be a 3K, but not enough. Gucci's able to come out on top for 2 rounds in a row.
Again, we're just going to see the numbers break their way. We're seeing heavy losses getting onto these sites coming in from Illusions, and it puts them in really awkward post-plant / posting positions because they weren't able to get the spike down that round. They just fell apart getting onto the site, and when you lose that spike that early on, you just cannot do anything at that point. And so they had a great positioning at the end, it would seem, because you have Bandito, one of your best players, topping the charts there at 13-13. They very well could win a 2v1, but they just weren't in a position to do so. Governor opens the round and gets a no-scope onto Zeem. Oh, that breaks the world wide open.
That's no scope number 2 from Governor this whole tournament today. Governor's gonna fall though, but still an op master. Bandito needs to get the op too.
You would think so. They've done some work with it. We've seen the Rays be pretty productive with it. Gucci though, gonna drop the spike in quite a terrible position for the one remaining member of Karn, who only with a stinger still picks up a frag.
There's just nothing you can do if you're Karn right now. No matter which way you put it, no matter where you go, it seems like the intel coming out from the econ here is just going to be really rough. Karn, though, is going to be trying to push on up, trying to find someone on the banister, but it's too little too late.
So map point now here, 4 on the way, 12-6. It is a fully bought up economy for Illusions though, so they will still potentially have a chance here to keep themselves alive in this first game here. Now if they lose here, it's not a best of 1 like every other map we've seen here for tonight. This is a best of 3, so if they lose here, they do still have one more map potentially.
They do. And it's gonna be Haven. We've seen On the Way also perform pretty well on Haven. I believe Illusions has as well. But maybe potentially this could give way to us seeing Icebox. But Governor hasn't had a great last 2 rounds either. Positioning here is looking very interesting on both sides. Look at TCAS playing such a safe one with the judge down below in Hookah. Nothing just yet. Positioning though, the pushing. Oh, you were.
Pog you?
I was wondering. I thought we were just building suspense.
No, I was trying to talk about how TCAS on this judge could be a bit of a liability. Bandito flying on through, whiffs the showstopper, but they get a lot of control.
Oh man, but look at this here, a 4v4. The spike is going to go down yet again, and hey, this has been the best site really for Illusion so far. But look at this, it's a complete slaughter fest inside the Lambs. Will that be enough though? Well, the Raze is able to pick up a few, but even then he's able to escape just a little bit more. That's not going to stop Papa Cole though. It's going to be 0 left alive.
And that'll be map 1, folks, on the way to 13-6. They win Bind, and you said it, Max. We're going to Haven.
That's right. I can't wait to see Haven come on out. You know, we were talked about a lot about Ascent being probably one of the most competitive and even maps in all of Valorant, but I think I think Haven has a really interesting place as well. It's not quite, you know, the 2 different sides traditionally we see in tag FPS games, but the third one adds a lot of rotate opportunities. It adds an unknown factor for both teams to really have to deal with, even if they never go for B.
Yeah, and B is such a weird position because a lot of the times it's just used to get to A, right? Like we see these B-A splits, and it's just a really interesting map to try and work around. And we've seen some of the best plays ever here, GLG, on this map. So it's my favorite. I love to see it time and time again. And it's just an interesting game to watch. And I love to see what the duelists pull up because that could be crispy.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really interesting to see as well. I do want to see a bit of a switch up as well for some of the agent compositions here. Bandito was amazing on the Raze, but I'm wondering now going to Haven if the Raze will continue on both sides or if someone like TCAS will continue with the Reyna. We saw TCAS go perform hugely with Reyna on Ascent only a few games ago, but I'm wondering if returning to that could help make the odds even more in their favor.
Yeah, I do think that moving from Bind to Ascent, we are going to see a little bit less mobility duelists. We might still see something like the Reyna or the Phoenix, something that just has a lot of those flash mechanics that can bind up a lot of the site and still have a lot of durability between the healing and the run it back or something like that, because there's just less mobility really needed on Bind, whereas a lot of the times we were seeing situations on Bind where the Razes would double blast pack into a site and just absolutely blow up whoever was there. You don't see as much as that on Haven.
The YouTube strategy coming out from ranked games on raises.
I don't know.
It works.
I mean, basically you can double blast pack on any map, right? But it's not something we've seen particularly on Haven. I don't know if it's just the way the angles are set up, because if you think about like the map, like if you try to do it down C long, it's such a long corridor. You have zero cover unless you're starting into cubby, and it's just very easy to get picked off by that jet operator or something similar to that. Whereas when you look at A, you have the same corridor, but if you can make it through the corridor, typically what we'll see is the jets tailwind into the site at that point, and so you don't need a tailwind and a double blast pack, I guess. But I mean, we could see raise.
We could, but I think the tailwind, you brought up a really good point, is that the tailwind is just much more effective on Haven, pretty much non-stop. The only really good places you can get the double blast pack are A long, into B site, and garage. And I mean, at that point, why not just click a single button rather than practicing for hours on very niche angles that would easily be countered by a very coordinated team?
Yeah, and then on top of that, like Showstopper's great on this map because there are so many tight corners that you can clear with it / force somebody into to really ruin their day. But it's just paint cans are pretty good. There's not as many great boombot lineups that we've seen so far because they are very long corridors to try and get through, and so they can be very draining to the Boomba's battery, and with no charging point halfway through the map, it's tough to keep that thing going. Need some Duracells in there.
We gotta become like the bunny and bang on the drums. But we have to bang on something else here, and that's going to be the amazing drum roll for going into Haven here. It looks like Zeem going to be going back to the Reyna pick previously on the Phoenix here, but the big $1 million question is, what is TCAS going to play? Is it really going to be the Phoenix?
I do like Phoenix a lot. It brings a lot to the table. It has that healing. It has the flash plus the flame wall is very crucial. And Run It Back has been a pretty stellar usage from a lot of these different players in the past.
That's very true. Definitely a great balance of aggression from a duelist and also just using utility. It kind of puts it in the perspective for Reyna where she doesn't really have any utility except for, advancing her own kills if she can even get kills. And that's a huge problem for a lot of teams at this range. Zeem, though, has been doing a really good job of doing so, but TCAS on the Reyna, there it is, has been able to as well. Double Omens are going to be interesting. No Killjoys this time either. Not that we've seen it on Bind, but we did see it on Ascent from OTW. But the double Cypher, I think, is going to be really paramount to see which Cypher can come out on top.
Yeah, Cypher's amazing on this map. There's so many ways you can use those tripwires. The cameras get you a lot of different angles that you can check out from. One thing that I am super curious about is that we're still seeing the Omen. The poor guy's been nerfed so many times, and so they've kind of tried to tune his role to be less about a smoker and more about just a weird teleporting monster man. Whereas, like, if you want pure smokes, you do have that Brimstone option. I think just the reloadability of the Omen Smoke has really kept them in the game, and if that portion gets nerfed, that's when we'll start seeing the phase out happen. Whereas like Brimstone and Breach, they've been buffed into just almost god status at this point, and we've seen like one all of tonight.
That's a really good point, Doc. I didn't even think of that. The way I've always interpreted Omen as right now is he's more of an initiator than a controller, really. But speaking of control, look at Governor peeking away, not going to be overly aggressive with that Sheriff instead, but instead the rest of Illusions pushing into C long. Going to be a little divided though. TCAS knows that Arena's nearby, but they double peek this. It's going to be the end of TCAS early on, and it will be.
It is a nice little trade as Governor also gets the penetration kill onto Bandito, who was a bit shaken up. But I mean, TCAS is on 30 HP. Anything would be able to drop them. And so they're going to retreat back up B mid. And so now you need to take this little bit of information you've been able to gain as Illusions and somehow find yourself onto a site with it.
There's only going to be one on C-side. It seems like the preferred area for Illusions, the peak right now, but it's only a single Omen. We do see some rotates happening going over though, but look at Karn hiding inside of Garage. Might be able to get a flank double kill here if one pushes up CT a little too soon. It doesn't even matter because the other Cypher's able to find him instead. Spike's going to try to go down for a second time here, but the bodies are whittling away.
Oh no!
Only one! No, it wasn't enough.
Not often do we see a Sheriff bought up on the pistol round, but that is exactly why you would spend those 800 credits. You got 2 penetration kills out of Governor that round, once in window and once during the spike plant off of the recon dart, and that absolutely won the round there. It stopped the plant, it blew up the game plan that Illusions was trying to get going, and now you do get to carry that into the next round / give it over to a teammate and upgrade yourself, and it's just absolute disaster for Illusions, who are going to go for this upgraded Stinger buy.
Oh, but speaking of an upgrade, look at Governor right now, already pushing up very aggressively with the Marshal. Not going to find anything, though. But look at this, aggressively on A, smoking out Heaven already. It's going to be Leviathan, though, with the Recon Bolt in a really good spot. Going to be detecting everybody onto the site, but it's already possibly too little too late. Pushing on forwards, great positioning from both sides of the teams. They just have to push forwards on the defense. They have to get their way onto the site, gain some control, and control they are. Look at that, it's all green.
Karn, just now coming back to life, is going to be a little late to the party, so that should be a pretty easy defuse coming out here, and that's on the case. The smoke's going to dissipate. You can get cheeky. All right, Spike Diffuser killed. It was still a big ask. So, 2 in the row now, 4 on the way.
And this is looking great for On The Way. They've been able to win these pistol rounds pretty handily for the last map as well. And now that bone, we have to see if that's going to be effective. A lot of the times, attacking teams are shut down on these bonus rounds, but Illusions, they're playing it safe. Only a single Spectre.
Yeah, not too worrisome here. Single Spectre is a bit aggressive because it does pull you away from that 2,000 credit mark that seems to be the limit for when you can then force buy a lot of the times, but they have lost 2 in a row, presumably 3 in a row after this, so I imagine that they are thinking they will have a buy up still, as we do see 2 body shots from Governor, just not able to get the finishing blow as Papa Cole with the long range stinger.
Oh my god, don't forget about the op. Give him the stinger instead, but holy, maybe a Bulldog's the way to go instead. A clean snipe to the head's going to lead to the neural theft, and give Tell possibly that it's all going to be transitioning to A site from Illusions. But it's not over just yet. 1 was already detected on A. It's going to have to be a fast rush coming out from Illusions. They have to make this work. Look at On The Way, though. They're playing it safe, especially Gucci from behind. Looking around, playing it safe. Is anyone around the corners? Doesn't seem to be, but the spike's going to go down. We got to keep an eye on this Omen. He might be able to do something huge here, and huge he does. He's not going to be spotted yet, but Gucci's able to find one instead. The duelists are gone. It's only down to Karn once again.
Once again, only able to get 1 before the defuse comes in, but it is doing a little bit of economic damage. They are going to be able to recover the expensive weaponry here, but it still means you have to buy something, right? Like heading into the next round, we'll have to see what Illusions have economically. I think they should have a full buy, presumably because they have had pretty short buys, and yeah, we're getting an Odin, an Operator. Bulldog might be a bit cheeky from Gucci. Not sure if they're just trying to bankroll the rest of the team with that to make sure they have more money going into the next couple rounds, but it's starting to get into that scary situation for Illusions that we saw them in map 1, where once they were 4-1, they weren't really save rounding after that. A lot of the times they were going for force buys.
Gucci, though, has been going for a lot of these counter flank maneuvers, and I think that might be the reason why he wants to keep with the Bulldog. He's not playing too aggressive. He can just get a click to the head when they're not expecting it, but speaking about expecting, Gucci's gonna fall instead. Forget about the counter flank, he's gonna fall. That's already full control of C.
This should give them a nice little plant here as well. There's still a lot of map to work with. You see Karn all the way at the A entrance, so quite far away if his team were to need him. We are going to get some penetration through with this Odin, and now is the retake situation. They find 1 person, they need to find the rest.
Oh, but look at this, Zeem's hiding behind the green box, able to find 1 very stealthily on logs, but it wasn't just enough. These defenders might be able to bring it back, but they have to get the positioning right. Karn, though, hiding in the smokes once again, thrives in the pressure of a 1BX. That Odin's not too far away, and the op, the 2 specialty weapons, 1's gonna go down. He's able to get both! He brought it back!
So Karn coming in late. They definitely didn't expect somebody to be in that smoke. They were too worried about the targets they could see all the way down at the bottom of C long, and it just works out perfectly for Illusions. They're able to get one, keeps the shots on targets after the tailwind as well, and so they drop a lot of expensive weaponry. And look at the credit numbers here on the way now. They heavily invested in that last round, and they're really shaken up about it, whereas the side of Illusions, they were able to pick up some weapons and carry them into the next round, so they are fully equipped.
Yeah, speaking of equipment too, look at that. Both ops coming out from both jets. That means Bandito, how scary was she that last map of the op? Now it's going to be in her possession, and we haven't seen yet how ferocious it could be on A. But look at this, it's already a full-on stampede. Rhinos making their way into A. Iron's now on the Omen as well, a little bit more mobile than the Brim from before. That's going to be a great way to get the spike into the site, but they're playing a weird game with it. It hasn't gone down, they're just trying to find frags instead.
Oh no. Oh no.
Why? What's going on? They're not planting! Plant, OTW! No, plant, Illusion, plant! But they're not going to yet. They're just expelling as much utility as they can, driving off away OTW. They just want to make them as low as humanly possible, and they've done a good job at that. But Gucci down below is going to be falling as well. Papa Cole might be able to find one more, but it's up to the Leviathan. Great positioning, though, from Illusions. Might be able to find one more. They know exactly where this Sova is at, but it wasn't enough with the op. But right around the corner, spotted away. Odin versus a Vandal. Great positioning. This Sova cannot push up at all unless he gets a crazy flick. It's not going to be humanly doable, but that's not going to stop them anyways. They're trying their best, but Bandito with the snipe is able to secure it.
Very scattered round there. They were able to get onto the site, but once they were there, the retake coming in from on the way was very chaotic and really problematic for Illusions. They weren't able to get the spike down like you mentioned, and it just took up a lot of the time. If they had lost a lot more of their utility getting onto the site, they wouldn't have been able to hold back the rush from on the way, and it would have really gone differently there. They eventually get the spike down in that 2v2, which really opened a lot of doors for them because it then put the timer onto on the way versus themselves. And so Illusion, with the help of that operator, were able to stay in it. But it is shaky. They can't keep winning rounds that close. They need to actually start winning these very convincingly so they can keep the weaponry and keep the economy on their side. And this is off to a good start. They know somebody's in window. They just need to find the C player.
And that C player is going to be hiding away. That's going to be Gucci just sitting in a corner using nothing but audio cues. The Cypher's not too far away either, helping out with the camera from a safe distance. But Illusion's playing very slowly at that. They haven't dedicated anything just yet with the spike. They could go C, but there's plenty on C. Oh, in fact, Zeem's just going to push it by themselves. They're providing to be a distraction, but it's not enough. Zeem's going to fall. That's going to be one duelist left alive, and all the ults in the world might not be able to stop this here. This could be OTW's chance to double the points that they have, but Karn's just trying to find the frags. It's not going to be enough. They're all missing their shots. 45 seconds left. The plan's going to go down. It was A all along. They were practicing this as much as they can, but look at Leviathan. He's in the top of heaven. He might be able to get the shock dart kill, Doc, but it's not enough just yet.
Empress is popped, going to be able to get shots on target. TCAS looking to carry this game back. Gucci also picking up a frag, goes for the long spray, but Haroon comes out ahead. Bandito's finally smoked away, and Governor takes it down to a 2v1. Little HP bar on the side of the Jet. They can't dash forward because Gucci's got their number.
Gun here.
Being able to bring it back so effectively on the way, doubling the points over Illusions. And you're right, the rounds that we're seeing Illusions win, Doc, is just too close. And then otherwise, they lose in convincing fashion.
Pretty unfortunate stuff. They do keep some weapons out of the hands. As you can see here, they do have to rebuy 3 of them. They do keep the most expensive ones of the Odin and the Operator, but I mean, outside of that, they're pretty broke, honestly. I mean, 2K for Leviathan is the highest on the side of on the way. If they lose here, it's a little shaky, especially since that would be a win-loss win for the side of Illusions, which is good for them, bad for their opponent. But again, they're also not doing great financially. If they win this round in another like 2vx situation or a 1v1 even, then they might not even have a full buy. They might have a short buy at that point.
OTW loves to buy up heavily as well. The Odin, the Operator, everything that they can to just buy up and spend money, they like to do. And it doesn't work for them. Leviathan's gonna fall. That's so much money down the drain. And it's gonna be aggressively on A again, surrounded by the enemies. Everyone's falling left and right. The plant's gonna go down yet again. This is a great positioning from everybody around. But these defenders, they've played this game before. Can they take Kevin control? The answer for now is yes, but there's only one ult on the board that could help. It's gonna be the teleport from the Omen. But this is not a great time to use it though, but all the ults on Illusion side could send this home, especially the Empress on the Reyna. Hasn't been used just yet, but look at the positioning now from everybody else. It's going to be these attackers having these wonderful spots to stand in. They're able to find all these different kills. It's going to be one left alive. It's the duelist to fall from the imposter.
Great stuff from Illusions once again. They're able to really break onto side. Haroon making the sacrifice play by going in, getting the frag before falling. Even if they die there, I think that's still a great play because it draws the attention away from the aggressing rest of the team. You do see Governor able to fall shortly later in the round, but in the meantime, Bandito had the knives out, was able to tailwind updraft up onto the site and take advantage of the distraction caused by Haroon.
Oh, no.
That's a bit unfortunate. You would like to see updraft used in the round, not before the round, but probably still going to be in good shape.
It is what it is. But hey, at least they can take it over the site again. T-Gas is gonna fall. That's not gonna be a Reyna they have to worry about anymore. It's just the other Jet who's been strangleholding here that need to hold on to. But these defenders are playing kind of a weird game, Doc.
Yeah, they're pretty spread out. They are, again, crippled economically, so they're in here with pistols and shorties and things like that. Karn gonna be able to be given 2 free kills and even halfway on the next HP bar. So 4 on 3, 4 on 2 on, I mean, these numbers are not good. 3 on 1. They do lose a rifle here. I don't want to see them go hunting for Gucci. If they get the kill, great, but their economy, not amazing. And I think the updraft thing is, the round side updraft is pretty interesting because it could be a bit of a CSGO button relic. I know that, like, some people, what they do with the operator, because they would quick swap their operator from it's not operator in that game, but op in that game to knife and then quick swap to try and cancel out a little bit of the animation time. And so a lot of people would quick bind weapon swap to Q. And so, like, you would take your op shot QQ and you'd pull it back out and it would save you some animation time. So I'm wondering if that's like a carryover, because I've definitely done that.
You know, I do that too for Siege, and I'll accidentally throw a grenade at my teammates.
That's a little bit more problematic than just using an updraft.
Yeah. I don't have anyone to play with anymore. But look at this Hunter's Fury coming out from Papa Cole. Oh no, he's gonna hit some of their own teammates. That's not good. Zine luckily does die immediately anyways, so it's not that big of a deal, I guess. But Hyrule, though, is gonna help try to even out the odds a little bit more.
Yeah, nice little trade there, even through the paranoia. They keep their operator alive. Nats is in a great spot here, completely unsmoked, and Leviathan with the frag through the wall. Again, the Odin doing exactly what it's designed to do. Papa Cole found out, but has the overwatching Jet staying alive.
Oh, but look at this, a 2v3 now. It's going to be OTW. 2v2 through the smoke again. Bandito giving Governor a run for their money, but it's still going to be the defenders top here, taking the lead yet again, going to go for the defuse. Now, there's no way for OTW to lose this first half.
Yeah.
Oh, well, they're on 5, right? Tab? Yeah, they're on 5.
Oh,
they got one.
I mean, it's still pretty close.
Yeah,
they only need one more
solid
to not lose the half.
Very, very true, Max. And so,
thank you.
I mean, that shot from Bandito was insane. Just absolutely dinking him off. But we're actually going to see it on stream again. You see the cloudburst come over and just a beautiful shot there. They do get shot through the smoke afterwards, but that's a beauty. That's definitely something you can put on a highlight reel.
Well, for every beauty, there is a beast that comes on through. The Hunter's Fury right away, trying to snipe someone away. Karn goes down. He has been paramount in finding these anti-flank kills. So now this might make the attack a little bit more rough. The defenders have everybody on the board still. They have their duelists. They have everybody they need. But Zeem, pushing through Garage, alone yet again, has done this so many times. It's a bit of a slower round coming out right now. Things are being very quiet.
Yeah, still having that Odin is really seeming to be problematic because of how much penetration it gives. That's an awkward arrow. I don't know if that actually gives you the vision you're looking for because it's in the wall.
Is it B?
It's looking to be a B hit. Lots of smokes coming in. Lear's going to cover over this left side, and Zim picks up the kill.
He might be the way to go. Look at Zim coming in from behind. Might be able to find that problematic Odin. He could find it. They have to push through the smoke, just pre-fire, but no! Wrong time! The double kill, too, with the knives. Bam, bam! Like a little quick draw gun.
All right, now they can't lose that. But
yes, now they can.
The timing on that Empress was so painful to watch because we can see it. For those of you who haven't seen Attack FPS before, the highlights, the silhouettes are not seen by the players. That is just us on the observer feed. So we knew Gucci was there. There was no way Zim did, though, and so they push their ultimate button, their hands go crossed, and they are just praying to the gods that Gucci didn't see them, but unfortunately that prayer was not answered.
Doc, it wasn't just Gucci too, it was also Leviathan. You could have made him get rid of the Odin.
It would have been a nice thing to be sure, but it just hurts realistically. And so 6-4 is where we find ourselves. Teleport gonna get instantly canceled. No shenanigans this time. And it's still gonna be the A hit though.
Oh god, Governor, look at that double kill to rip things apart for this attack. They're gonna slow it down through mud, it seems. This one diffuser, this one spike hidden away. It's gonna be Gucci though with the flank, it seems, able to secure it. It's gonna leave only one left alive. Hyrule, well, no, two left alive, excuse me. It's gonna be A though. Governor playing a very frantic game. Might be able to, no, that was not a no-scope. That was Nat from the back. That's still gonna leave just one left alive. Karn has had a weird game so far. No neural depth coming out, and we're not gonna see it this round either. We're gonna be concluding the first half strongly in the favor of OTW.
Last round before the swap now in the hands, and we'll have to see what we will be viewing. And it is it's a rough one for the side of Illusions, but they've been here before. It was 8-4 last time as well, so it was 7-5, excuse me. But this round's looking a little rough. They don't have any shotguns, which is probably a plus, but it's a lot of long ranges here for the Stinger and the Bulldog, so we'll have to see if they can try and shorten those and force the rest of On the Way to respond. This Odin, though, very problematic for Illusions. I don't think they've quite figured out an answer for it, because it has been all over the place.
And bringing the Odin on B is an absolute lawnmower. They're being blades of grass right now. Come on, let's just see it come out. Shock darts galore, sure, but no, the Odin's never going to make an appearance. The spike goes down. No one's able to see a dang thing, but even picking up the Odin again, it's cursed. Everyone who picks it up dies instantly, but Gucci, he is the frag master of B. He is the gatekeeper of this site. You have to wonder now, can he hold on to it, or is this one attacker from the back able to snipe him away? An assassination at that. Two left alive now for both sides. They have to bring it back as much as they can. Papa Cole's going to make his way going forwards, but no, the no-scope doesn't hit. No, TCAS finds one, but that's going to be a triple lineup. Bring things home. Papa Cole is the gatekeeper of B.
They just absolutely lined up perfectly for the Bulldog, collateraled him through the face, and so it is going to be another 7-5 half actually in favor of On the Way once again, but now we're going to see On the Way on the attacker side. They now have all the proactivity they could want in the world. They get to choose where the action goes down. They get to choose where they frag out, and this could be their pop-off once again.
Now here's the big question, Doc. Do you, at this point, think we're going to see Icebox?
No.
No.
I don't think so, only because On the Way has been very aggressive in every stage of this game, and Haven is a map that you can very... that's cute. It's stuck in there. How did it... because the map exploded, right? But yeah, On the Way, this is a map that they can be very aggressive on and be rewarded for it beautifully. There's tons of angles for them to take. There's tons of avenues for them to attack, and they just have seemingly so far what it takes.
I love Governor on the frenzy. He's been an absolute monster with it. Hey, what did I tell you? He's a monster. But even then, though, they're trying to push up. But although Papa Cole's able to find the Governor, it might be too little too late. There is so much at stake right now, and he has no angles to watch. It's only going to be down to Hyrule. Hyrune's able to find one, potentially find some pop shots for TCAS with a double at the end.
Good start to the second half. They get 4 members surviving, which you're not going to be taking the pistols into the second round more often than not. It's just kind of a mental thing to be able to keep that many people alive. And so they do upgrade some weaponry, couple bings and bongs here. Whereas on the side of Illusions, we're actually getting the first full save from them so far.
Oh, it's... The shorty's interest. Oh, yeah, that's a smart play. Don't bring up the shorty if you're Omen. That would have been trolling.
What do you mean? You throw out the smoke, teleport into the smoke, and then just hang out?
With how aggressive both teams are? I don't know.
It works in solo queue, right? Why not work here?
I mean, this is solo queuing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the A site's completely free. I've seen that in solo queue. Matt's just with a bulldog trying to see something. I do think they see him, but it doesn't even matter. Nats with 2, goes for 3, but Haroon shuts it down.
Spike planted.
This is an interesting plan, and it's a terribly executed one. That Leviathan finds Hyrule, but even then, look at this. Although he's able to find the owl drone, he might be able to spot Papa Cole, but they're going to miss just in time. But they get more crucial information. That information going to be that the Jet's nowhere to be seen. She's going to be flanking from the front, falls as well. It's going to be down to just Papa Cole, and this is a weird plan. And although he might be able to find the Sova, he does. He's going to be immediately refragged.
That's a toughie. I mean, not much you can do in that situation. You committed to the full save. You made the call that you need the weaponry heading next, and boy, are they all inning. Operator, 0 armor. Odin with full. 0 credits across the board. Literally 0 credits on 5 players. I have never seen that, ever.
They declare bankruptcy.
If they lose the round, they're going to have to. They are in it for the long haul. And this, not only if they lose here, are they kind of bankrupt, they also give up double digits to On the Way, who have been absolutely lights out in the red zone.
Here.
Absolutely, Doc. This has just been a rough game for Illusions. They looked so strong in the beginning, but these last few rounds, although they're getting the opening pick is strong, it's still been really, really rough to watch for them. Hyrule playing aggressive. Keep in mind, their economy's terrible. Now's not the time to play that aggressive. This is a shot so up close. The flash goes down as well. TCAS has to retreat. That Omen could have had a huge pick there. But instead, that doesn't quite happen. The Spike going to go for a huge journey around their own spawn yet again. But look at the placement for Illusion sides.
Yeah, nobody's checked short, though, so we are going to see a really nice flank here coming in from Leviathan, who's getting a ton of knowledge, is going to be kind of stopped by this tripwire. It's an interesting position, middle of the thing there, but it doesn't matter. Bandito just takes down TCAS, and here's a bit of a flank coming through, so Leviathan could get a shot on target, but it's just this 2v5.
I think if they're able to find at least 2 more kills, they can bring this back. And that's going to be 1. Can Leviathan find it? No, Gucci's going to fall. This has to be a Herculean effort, and it's never going to appear.
That is the absolute best round for Illusion so far. They only lose the 1 member, and at the end of the day, it's really not that big a deal because somebody's going to buy up for your friend. You kept 4 rifles, 2 of the most expensive in the game, and you win a round finally. You bring it to 9-6. You do force a awkward round here from On the Way. You can see that, yeah, they have an Odin and a Vandal, but everybody else is just in tatters. Like that, this is an awkward round. I think they're having fun with it. They're not too concerned as Papa Cole wins the Odin duel.
Revealing area.
I mean, this Odin, you have to get rid of it. He gets a double kill from Garage. Doc, you have to remove the Odin from Papa Cole. He has been an absolute monster with that. We see Odin versus Odin violence now, and this is looking strong. Penduluming its way into OTW's side. but the damage could have already been done. It's just about a mirror mode on both sides here. Karn holding a very strong position on the top of small box. He's able to find the other side, but the spy is going to go down, but he has 2 more to deal with, whether he knows it or not. A Stampede's about to come through. He's blinded out completely. He runs away through the skin of his teeth. He can get away from it. But Gucci and the Reina, they have a journey to complete here. Call them the Canterbury Tales. They may never be able to make their way fully onto the site or back to England. It's going to be Hyrule, though, hiding away in the cubby of C. If they try to rotate this way, they may be in trouble.
They do have a long road ahead of them. There's still 40 seconds, so they can do some shenanigans, but the only free site right now is B. You do have the very aggressive cubby position, which more than likely won't get checked if they do opt into the C site, so they will hear the spike plant. Will they get a free frag? That's yet to be seen, but it is going to be up to just poor Haroon here to get something going. And so once the spike goes down...
14 seconds.
I like this play.
12,
they're going
10.
for the
Launch time. It's gonna be 7 seconds in a dream. The spike almost on its way down, Doc. There's not a lot of wiggle room now. There's a little bit more time on the clock, but if anyone goes down next, it's gonna be the round in the majority's favor. Look at Bandito up close with the ops. Smoke's in the way. If they're not able to find this, that's gonna be a huge, huge problem. Might be able to find the shot. It could be any which way. Statistically speaking, it's not looking good. No, they have to run away while they can. These defenders are not in good positions, Doc. It's up to Karn now. He might be able to go onto the site and find it while they're distracted by the jet. He has to focus his priorities. He's able to find the Omen, but it's not enough. TCAS with a triple. That has to be the op to finish things out. What's worth more, the win or the op?
No, that's just worst case scenario. Like, you lost your line of sight. The going ghost there from TCAS was perfect. They lose the gun. We'll have to see if that's actually impactful, because their economy was not amazing going into that round. They might actually have a bit of a problem here. Looking at the scoreboard, it's tight. They'll have a subpar weapon if they go for full armor, which the call seems to be light armor. So that's a little bit problematic that TCAS dies there, because they lost the Vandal that they had. But getting the round win to put yourself in double digits, definitely a good mental boost. So that's worth carrying into the next round. And it's going to be not a big deal for half armor, since pretty much every gun in the game will one tap you in the head anyway. And the biggest issue they're having is Bandito's operator, which has been pretty solid so far. So half armor, not the end of the world, just could potentially become problematic if they lose here.
Just sad we're not seeing any Odins this time.
Nobody can afford it. They went all in MC and it didn't work out.
Oh, geez. I'm looking at the scoreboard right now. Mostly I'm focusing on the credits, and you're completely right, Doc. This is a huge recession for both teams. They have to full buy. Light armor, Vandals, and Phantoms are not something you see every day. But at this point, you have to go for it. It's only a slight edge to see a maybe heavy armor Stinger, and honestly, out of everything we see here besides the ops, I would say Hyrule on that Stinger could be the most concerning factor.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big pickup, actually, because, yeah, it's very long ARDs, but as a defender, you're expecting the enemy to come to you, and so you can force them into these really short angles where the Stinger is really good, and so it works out for Haroon, who's had a pretty good showing so far. The only time a Stinger really would have failed them would have been in actually that last round where they had the great starting. They could have done something there, but they just got overpowered in the 2v1, and so it's looking good for Illusions to bring a round back. They have that operator. They have a lot going for them. They even have the Hunter's Fury. So they are in a good position to continue and pick back up on the winning streak to break down on the wave right now, because it is just this half armor buy. We'll have to see heading into the next couple rounds what actually happens, because this is do or die, right? This is the best of 3. You either win here and qualify, or you have to go into the next map to find out if you qualify or not for top 4. And so on the way, they just want to get it over and done with. They want to be secured for the VAL-AM. They don't want to have to play more Valorant after this.
But look at that early Hunter's Fury coming out yet again from Papa Cole. We've seen this happen from him a couple times at that same position, and never really is that fruitful. I think one of the instances where he does get the early round Hunter's Fury ended up being a kill against a Cypher, but even then, it wasn't really that impactful. But this is impactful. Look at Zeem. He's able to find Gucci, and it leads to a whole torrent of kills. It's going to be now ending things in 3v3, 3 ults on the side of OTW, but the Cold War for Governor and Bandito continue on. It's a sniper versus sniper duel. The only thing between these two separating each other are 2 kills in the favor of Governor. Even then, though, you hear the knives echoing away. Where can she be? She's somewhere. But you look at the wrong corner. Leviathan's going to get 3. That's only going to leave 1 left alive. Karn now having to bring things back. It's going to be an emotional roller coaster. If he doesn't win things, it's only closer and closer to getting 11 rounds per OTW's board. He has to push up. He has to get that defuse. He can't let his team down. They're going to fall into a recession if he can't get a kill. And he misses the shot. Lock loaded and Stinger firing on the op, coming down and finding him.
Yeah, you have to be aware that even trading evenly only benefits the attackers before the spike goes down, because it completely opens up their avenues of which site you can take. That time specifically, they were fully open to the B site. They get the spike down. They then force these awkward trades from the 2 remaining members of Illusions. And when you leave just a single member into trying to assault the B site, which is so many angles to check, and one of the enemy has an operator, you saw exactly what happens. Governor just hard scoped on that corner, didn't even consider any other opportunity because they had friendlies watching every other angle. So they just waited and 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 waited.
Oh, no, you're supposed to do it with me.
And then they fragged out.
Oh.
Well, fragged out, they got the frag, same thing.
Look at this other early Hunter's Fury coming out, Doc. It just doesn't work that effectively at times. They're trying to really bank on these common positions that just simply each team don't want to play. They play so unorthodox at times. Bandito's able to find 1. That's going to be a strong opening op pick, but even then, it's just not enough for the ultimate to be used. It's a back and forth.
Yeah, this is looking really strong in favor of apparently Illusions. Holy, Leviathan, the only one remaining here to try and keep the dream alive, and he gets 3. Can he go for 4? Bandito gets to halfway, eating bullets. Had to stick it, just didn't have the weaponry once that went down, but it's now map point, series point for on the way to qualify for the GLG VAL-AM.
That was insanity coming out from Leviathan there. That was... See what happens when you don't use the Odin? I don't think we would have seen that with a hunk of junk machine.
There would have been a lot more bullets going down range, so I guess statistically it would have had a better chance. Like, you know, if you throw 1,000 bullets at the wall, how more often are you going to hit the bullseye than if you throw 100 towards the wall? I guess would be the math there, but... I mean, I guess at the end of the day, he still... Oh, the roll from Bandito!
God. Bandito! And he gets a 3rd one! Holy moly, fantastic work coming out from this Jet. The Cold War turns very hot as 1 more survives for on the way side. And that's going to be mowed down very quickly from Papa Cole. Doc, that whole round was all Bandito.
That whole round was over in almost an instant, because as soon as Bandito gets the collateral, she falls away. Then you have Zeem pick up a 3rd kill. Bandito goes back in, picks up her 3rd kill, and then they just leave it up to 1 last member there to close out the round. And I mean, it's going to be over in nearly no time compared to our replay. Like, they're pushing in. Bandito peeks it and just bingo bango, gets the headshot through another, and everything else from there just falls neatly into place.
How good do you think Bandito is at bowling?
Is that comparable to operator shots?
I would say so. Those pins lined up. Look at that! Another one! A turkey! I think the next one's an eagle. Let's see if she can get an eagle. It's gonna be Gucci hiding inside the smoke. No. Oh, is it? Oh, you're right. Okay, triple turkey coming out from Bandito's able to find another one. It's going to be Nats, though, able to find one in return. It's not going to be a flawless win, but the neural theft could be huge here if he wants to take that risk.
Does find themselves a nice little phantom here, so we'll have to see if they can carry that into the next round, or if they can do some more economic damage, but the answer seems to be neither. So 12-8 now for Illusions. It's comeback season? Is this where it starts?
You know what? I'm inclined to say yes. 12-8 is already a respectable scoreline, but if you bring that to overtime, I don't think either of us would complain.
No, I mean, you got to look at the economy on the way as well. Yes, they have a full buy this round, but go next, and they might not. They do have a bit of a lose streak going, so they may or may not. They may just opt into a save as well, since they are on map point. Their options at this point are either win or overtime, and it only takes one mistake on the side of Illusions to propel on the way that much further forward. So they full buy here, and they just have to put the pieces together as Governor opens up strong.
I was gonna say it might be kind of tough with 4 ults on the board, but maybe that 3 now available for potentially the final round in the series. It's gonna be a lot of power positions happening here. Gucci's gonna be pushing up practically by himself. Leviathan and Cypher not too far behind, but where's the rest of the team? Yeah, they're dead. It's going to be a spike potentially going into the ground now. Still a disadvantage, heavily in the against favor of on the way side. Illusions, though, with the knives out from Bandito, could really leverage things even more in their favor, but it's going to be up to Papa Cole to mow down another one like a blade of grass. Only one ult on the side of OTW. It's going to be a neural theft, but even then, the recon bolt's in the way. It's a 2v2 on each side. 3 kills for Bandito. But what about this final one? That's not even on the site. Nowhere to be seen. Nowhere in sight. Gonna be able to snipe out the Odin carrier. Maybe able to find another one, but the op's in the way, and it doesn't matter. Hiroom gets it.
3 alive for Illusions means they get to build more money. They're actually going to pass. Actually, they picked it up. All right. Oh, because there were multiple Odins. Okay. But yeah, 11-9 now. Things are looking a little bit better. Save round here from on the way. So we should be seeing 12-10 as well. And this might actually be the comeback that's needed in Illusions. They're just picking up the pace. They're hitting their shots. They finally have the full weaponry that they've been waiting for all second half. And they have the stockpile to go behind it. So if they do win a round with heavy losses, they can still rebuy everything and be able to contest into that round and continue this win streak so far.
Double op 2 Doc coming out from Illusion's side. That's a little ambitious, even if it is against an eco round.
Yeah, that actually might be more problematic into an eco, more so than anything, is Haroon and Gucci trade back. The Hunter's Fury just denying so much room here on the map. Even gonna drop Papa Cole, bringing it to a 4v3, and this is actually really scary for Illusions. This could really be the end.
This could be an opportunity for all the way. Whoa, okay. That was Cassidy over here. Billy the Kid kind of action, but look at this. Ready? It's gonna be the small little arm blasting out, bleeding out from the Cypher. Bandito, holy. And this could very well be an ego round-winning win coming out from on the way side, and it turns out to be Governor gets the final kill on the way to the Valorant Pro-Am. That is fantastic to see. And they destroy the competition.
Absolutely nutty. They're taking this best of 3, 2-0, 13-10 and 13-9. Very, very close scores here. Sorry, 13-6 and then 13-9. I thought the first map was a bit closer than it was, but either way, it definitely felt closer. And I will say they did save us from Icebox. So I am going to give a shout out to Illusions for saving us from that travesty. But that second map was really great, really crazy there from both sides. And I do think that we did see some more spectacular plays from Illusions. And so while we are sad to see them lose here, they are still not out. They are still available in the double elimination bracket.
Absolutely. On the way have really proven themselves today. They have had a huge track record, and they are absolutely deserving of moving forwards in the VAL-AM here. It's just been absolute insanity, Doc. And the Odins were insane.
Something else.
Governor was insane. And Bandito, too. Special praise to Bandito with the amazing collateral offshot, too, on sewers. Oh,
that's 2 today with us, Max.
Yeah, 2 collats. You're right. What are the statistics of that happening?
I honestly don't know. Not a math whiz. Doctors don't use math. Are you kidding me? We just sign papers and other people do things. It's a very easy job. No, that's not true. Doctoring is very hard. I'm not actually a doctor. Very hard. Listen to the folks there in the medical field. They know more than you. They went to school for 37 years to learn it. So definitely get your vaccinations, wear your masks, wash your hands, please God, and be sure to come back in just a second, as we are going to send it to a quick break, as we will wait for the Ultimate Finals here at the end of the night. You aren't going to want to miss it, just like you aren't going to want to miss us, and we don't want to miss you. So we'll see you at the end of the break.
See, we'll get another one. Sylph will find Doobie. Blast does find Sylph though in the trade, and now it's a 2 for 2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy. If they can continue to get more here, as Deluxey gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to Pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see, because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavious, as soon as I say it, Defcon gets caught off guard by the shorty and gets immediately taken down, and now the round starts. The massive rotations, though, coming in from Thrifty to go straight towards the A site. Gonna be pretty big, as Doobie will find kill out.
3 members here in Garage looking to bust out, but here's Sylph just holding the angle. Kill is forced off down to 20 HP. But do they repeat it? They just let the site do. They just let the site do. Sylph picks up 1, picks up 3. Badger secures the round, and that's 2 in a row now. Once again for AU.
Sylph just peeking out and saying, look, I didn't want to play this map 3. I wanted this.
The smoke dissipates in Clay. Has his trigger ready.
Yeah, it does heal up the squad a little bit more. Now there's rifles in the hands of Wichita. Can they get more? The lineup! Sylph with an amazing 3K just shuts down the retake from Wichita.
And just cycles through the weapons to find the skin they like the most. I mean, what a lineup right there. You hate to do that. 3 people pushing in from the same angle at the same time. It's just...
by Arma. Harrisburg needs to continue to do that. Work in those pairs, those trios, try to get those trade kills. That's how they get back. But Alex blind through all sorts of different things. Able to get that kill. Taco, though, finds 3. Secures the round for Harrisburg Armada. They desperately needed that to stay in this match.
The uplift from the Jet, going to be taken up a little bit, but not going down. Alex finds Scuffy, just waiting for those exit frags. Is Harrisburg Armada pushing in? Taco finds 1 on the quad. That's huge. Goes for a second. What is that? Oh my lord! With the collateral, the sheriff goes for another one, but not gonna land it. To try to get this quick retake, but I don't expect too much from it because of the buy up from Baba Booey. You see already the stinger of Spangly gonna take out Goaty, the repeat from Qua with the Spectre and Spangly to shut down the rest. A flawless round as it.
If you can do basic math here down below, you see that we are tied 29-29 in terms of round score. We are literally so even in this series. We are flipping a coin to see who's going to get side selection going into Haven. This is quite possibly one of the best series I have ever seen, I've ever casted. So much fun, and you're catching it all here at the Pit of Valor. This is what we bring to you. This is what we love. We look tired. We are tired. But Thrifty with the double Bucky gang coming in.
It's definitely something you like to see.
Yeah, it could. They're looking to try to wreak some havoc, so to speak, as Doobie will open up, wreaking havoc and finding that kill on the Badger.
Yeah, but he can't be ready for this. It's Deluxey just picking up both. And that's a trade. Blast somehow finds Quantavious, though. And this is a very interesting round, to say the least. In a good position, Sylph sprang through the smoke, gets 2. Can't even talk because we're so late into the night. He trades back, gets 2. Back to a 3v2. Spike's going down. Defcon and Doobie. These are the big names for Thrifty. They've done so much for the squad. Can they do it again? It's looking tough. RKS, the sub, coming in, securing quadruple overtime. And we're still alive here on Ascent. double nano swarm to try and, you know, run all the way through. And I mean, that's impossible. You can't survive that. Smoke's now coming out. Beckham's gonna be ahead of it though. Will they expect this? They do see get shots on target, but everybody's still alive. Teleports over the nano, but they can't get through. 2 dead, 3 dead. Only 1 left. Thrifty pick up the first round.
Oh, that is not how AU had planned that round, especially after how they played the first half and how they played. Comes up from Beckham, firing through the wall, but can't find the shot just yet, as Sylph will trade. Does end up getting that kill, but Defcom finds another one.
Now it's onto the site. They're getting hit from all angles. The spike still needs to be defused. Deluxey trades back. RKS showing up for the squad as the fill-in, and Killa continuing his streak of picking him up. 4-2-2 now for that Sova player. Looking real good here on Ascent.
It's a good
that team trade. He's just like, no, I'm just gonna kill you, and there's simply nothing you can do about it. Sylph being able to pick up another kill. They're on pace for a 30 potentially, and that's a scary thought.
The only thing I can compare how Deluxey is playing to is Team Fortress 2 Pyro, WM1 the entire game. That's how Deluxey's playing, and it's amazing. Now, I do want to say, Deluxe has snuck themselves onto the site. Dart sees the dart, gets the headshot, that's it! Chalk it up, that's going to be the victory for Asia United. The spike is down, just like you said, just needs to pick up that kill to secure it, but there's the confirmation from Killa. Just as we thought we were going to have ourselves a long series, a very battled back and forth series. As you can see below, 14-12 in overtime on Bide, 17-15 if you're jumping over. You're only going to get that 1-for-1 trade if you're lucky enough. Killa will find the long range, and that's going to be very, very sketchy. As Beckham is low.
From that, especially with the economy they're facing, they need a miracle play to happen.
Yeah, they do need a lot to come through. This is a great start, though.
Well, that could be it right there.
Yeah, and look at that. Sylph able to name, trying to get another one here. It is this 2v1. They just got to play smart, peek together. Solid FPS tack play, but he somehow gets behind him. Deluxe picking up one, starts to defuse. Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake.
He's not going to fake.
Pros don't fake.
He's getting the defuse. The missed timing from Sylph is going to cost him the round. The defuse comes in. And that's another round of Thrifty.
Up the Odin out of the hands now. It's a 2-on-2 retake situation. Soupy only has one friend left. Is gonna get the nano storm off. And the high flying knives are gonna give a triple kill to Marty.
Well, we're gonna push through, but oh no. Okay, John did find that one, but like it would have pushed back through. Gonna grab the Odin. Oh, never mind. Haha, just kidding. Man, they were teasing the,
expected, but they do end up pushing as a double unit to take him down. And now it's a 3v2, 3v1 as Blast takes down Badger. Doobie will find Sylph, and once again, Thrifty put themselves onto map point.
Yeah, really solid retake there. If RKS had been able to buy a little bit more time, maybe that round goes a little bit differently, but still 6 seconds basically on that defuse still, so plenty of time would have needed to
Mako finds that kill on the Blast.
What a swing from Mako. Shots has his back to. You hear the TP, so those players on B, they got off the site to help them out, but now they have to play for the retake. Clamoran not ready for this player swinging through elbow. Doobie trying to knock them off. He's going to get out with the satchels. What a flick from Doobie. The bridge going to break open with one. Defcon helps with the second. Mako going to go down. Doobie with 2 attackers. Win another one. That's going to be the 5th round. Play it for the time. 6 seconds. He's going to be edging himself closer. Just dancing around each other. Shots going to be favoring Thrifty. They're on map point, Joker.
Beckham didn't have to take that chance. He had about a second left. He could have continued that dance around the block and won the round anyway, but took it into his own hands, took down the shot. Beckham stepping up huge. Like you said, we're not seeing what we typically assume a Killjoy should be, as the rest of AU clean up that C site, leaving only Blast alive with that Marshall just backing away there. Could try to see if they could find a kill out of this. They do find Killa, which helps out a little bit, but still getting taken down. That's round number 8 for AU. Full control of this match right now, but we'll see. Blast, get himself healed up, is invisible. Try to find some more of those picks, but just going back and forth. Kill, we'll find 2. Badger has the SMG, just can't take down Doobie.
Yeah, can't get the shots on target, and just RKS with effectively a collateral. Like, he sees one in the smoke, just happens to get the second member through it as well, and that's Heartbreak. That's full.
That means Thrifty are going to get control over mid, and now try to see if they can go onto this B site. Full execute, full send on to B. This is for this map.
Killa picking up Blast there in a good position. Self spraying through the smoke, gets 2. Can't even talk because we're so late into the night. Doobie trades back, gets 2. Back to a 3v2. Spikes going down. Defcon and Doobie. These are the big names for Thrifty. They've done so much for the squad. Can they do it again? It's looking double Nano Swarm to try and, run all the way through. And I mean, that's impossible. You can't survive that. Smoke's now coming out. Beckham's going to be ahead of it, though. Will they expect this? They do see get shots on target, but everybody's still alive. Teleports over the Nano, but they can't get through. 2 dead, 3 dead. Only 1 left. Thrifty pick up the first round.
Oh, that is not how AU had planned that round, especially after how they played the first half and how they played trying to get the ult orbs. It's been costing them. It's not been working for them. And so now trying to get themselves into a better position. Blast is just going to teabag, seeing that owl come out. But here we go. Now it's the slow push onto A, as one is holding up mid. Deluxe is going to find the first kill onto Deluxe, and that opens things up for AU. They decide, they get the pick onto A. They make Thrifty think they're going towards A, but now they
just 2 on target, 10 HP. He's gonna get peeked. He's gonna get not found out just yet. Footsteps are stomping. There is enough. Deluxe picks up 4 and even gets the dink, but Killa securing it. 2 HP. What? 2 HP?
Not even close.
Not even close, baby.
But that's actually pretty massive there from Sylph to be able to take so many, from Deluxe to take so
middle there. Light will find a trade, but Akame finds another one back, trying to back up. Is able to escape for now. Akame and friend's gonna push up onto this catwalk, but awaits them around the corner. Could be death. Light does find one. Akame trades it out though.
Is going to be able to heal up as well. Tries to keep the operator in hand. Hits the final shot. 4K for the assassin, Akame. And things are looking pretty good now. They've picked up a couple in a row. They've, made...
We thought we were going to have ourselves a long series, a very battled back and forth series. As you can see below, 14-12 in overtime on Bide, 17-15 in quadruple overtime on Ascent. Asia United say, nah, let's just end this. We want to take our money and go home. And they end Haven 13-2. Congratulations to Asia United for winning this week's. He doesn't have position on the spike. He can't get himself in onto the site quick enough. It's going to defuse. And not only will it get the defuse, but Thrifty will get the kill, or the kill will go over as well. The Badger to finish it out. AU take map number 1, 14-12. We have ourselves a series. This is going to be amazing. Asia United coming out strong. But hey, Thrifty looked good too. It's not just a...
I'm not the Parsec. And welcome back, everybody, to the VAL-AM qualifiers for GLG yet again. I'm Rapture Rush back at it. Joined here yet again by my boy Kegel and Mac. Max, how you doing again, boy?
I'm doing pretty good, Rav. We have had a long but awesome day at GLG here, and I wish it was like this every day.
I do as well. But you know what, Max? It is almost time for us to go on home and be within ourselves. It's one big thing I'd mention to, because this is the final match of the night. This is our final best of 1 to be coming at you. It'll be Sakura Storm versus On the Way, right? 2 absolutely massive powerhouse teams that we've seen throughout the entire day.
And it seems like we can never escape Ascent either. Again, we are casting this map probably for the 15th time in a row now between us.
It's like I said it before, I'll say it again. We are genuinely cursed to almost always have this map. If not this, then bind. I've never casted another map with you, I think. Maybe Haven like once. But that's
Yeah,
it.
we definitely have. We've done Haven and Split once together.
Guys, please pick different maps. Like
Never Icebox.
never. Ooh, no.
No, we have.
Oh, we
We
have
have done
Icebox.
every map.
Yeah, we did Icebox once, which was a lot of fun. But we're not talking about ourselves. We're talking about the teams here, Max. But before that, would you mind explaining to the viewers why this is the best of one?
So it's a best of one because all the teams in the semifinals will be determining who goes on to the actual VAL-AM event in March. It's a bit of an odd system, but it wouldn't be GLG if it wasn't odd. That's what makes us unique. It's odd in a good way. It'll all make sense in the end, but whoever wins, of course, you want to win these matchups, will be moving on to the VAL-AM in March. But this one's going to be a best of one because not necessarily either of these teams will be going on to that event, but we still want to play it out to see who will fill out the rankings a little bit more.
Exactly. And now these two guys, these two teams are honestly the ones that have been at the top of the top for the rankings we have so far with these qualifiers here. Man, Sakura Storm has been honestly a fantastic tier two team, which you've seen, going throughout the Knights qualifiers too, and you're going up against teams like Phoenix One taking them down, which fortunately they're not really a team anymore. But that's a different issue. The Sakura Storm, though, they know how to put up a fight. They have really solid defensive positionings and really good holds. And I find their team play is a lot of fun to watch. On the other end, on the wave, we see this guy throughout the entire day. And man, are they just hyper aggressive and do not miss and pinch you in and take you down.
On the way is absolutely scary. You have to have the advantage over them early on, or you will not win. Let alone, we just saw them decimate another team in a best of 3. A best of 1, though everything is on the line here. Those macro adaptations are going to be a lot more important for a team to discover and evolve themselves around, or they're going to fall to the wayside very quickly. There's not enough left room. You can't just throw away a map here and hope for the best on the other two. It all comes down to ascent for these two teams.
And remember, consider both these teams have qualified. It's just about getting that moolah now, Max. The guap is to be able to rack up more Benjamins than the other team. So we gonna see who that is going to be between these two. I'm really excited about how on the way deals with Sakura Storm, because Sakura Storm is a team, that is really adversive to super aggressive pushes. They've been around teams who play that for quite some time, and they have a really talented roster on there and as well. So I'm sure even if the Sakura Storm plays a bit farther back, also much for slow pushes, which we know them to do, I'm sure they will likely catch on the way out right now, because on the way, man, even on the defense, they're known to not really stay back, Max.
A battle of the light, a battle of darkness between these two teams. One, like you said, Rav, plays very conservatively. It's a hard word to say. Another team plays very aggressive, like a steamroller, mowing over anybody they can. One's going to come out on top here. The other one's not. As simple as that, and I think really it's going to come down to the agent selection here. If we see that very defensive team bring out utility like a Cypher, they could come out on top. But if we continue on seeing the aggressive Cypher and sometimes even Killjoy play from on the way, I think they're going to have a very good time here on Ascent.
I do expect to see the Killjoy come out on the side of Sakura Storm. I know what they're most comfortable with too, but on the way as well, like you pointed out before, one of the main things besides the Cypher play, which they've used every single time on Ascent, I remember, is the duo between the Reyna along with the Jet that we see, right? These two have consistently stuck together every single time. They've either gotten trades, gotten early picks, or always gotten double picks on someone either coming out through mid. So it is a consistent menace for how they take early control and try to slow down the pushes coming out from their opponents. It's such a gross combo that they do every single time, but I remember in the match that I personally saw, Max, it was quite dangerous too, just how they're able to stuff in the team they're facing, which I believe was last round save.
You give Governor the op, the game is over. They have all the cards in their favor. And, you know, having the Reyna back up as well is just as lethal. It's, you know, it's a great partnership. It's a duo-ship between the two teams. You know, maybe Governor wants to take the op and go long, have TCAS go in very, very short. It's absolutely scary to see. But we're going to be going to the agent selection now, and this could make or break one of these teams right here, right now, before the game even starts. TCAS already on the Reyna, looking to hover over it. I'm going to guess Governor is going to be going for the Jet, and Nat, last time on Haven, played the Killjoy, and it worked pretty effectively here, but I'm wondering if that trend's going to continue because we did see a lot of Cypher play as well. But now you're probably going to see this on the left side too, Rav. Look at those two interesting agents down below on J. Cruel and Chilla.
You are correct, because Yoru, I believe, is allowed starting this week as well. So this could become a lot of fun. But they change up at the last second. Mochilla wants to go for the safer pick, get that Sova. Now, Sova is really good here on Ascento because of all the lineups you can have. And plus, the Hunter's Fury can become a really big tool for possibly taking out the opposing Killjoy ult as well if it's up at the same time. So far, we're seeing almost the exact same comp except with the change up of the Reyna and the Phoenix. I do prefer Reyna on Ascent though, just because your leaders are just so much more powerful. But that remains to be seen. J. Cruel, we know him to pick the Jet more often than not. But the change up with the Reyna, this could be really interesting. Okay, I would like this. So they'll only have the Omen for the smokes, but this could be a lot more fun.
Yeah, there's I mean, okay, I'm with it. The only difference is going to be, like you said, the Reyna and the Phoenix differential here. The utility uses, the physical utility, I mean, for Runner on that Phoenix, I think could make or break these two teams. Having the mollies, having the flame walls, having the hot hands and pop flashes could be amazing to go up against the likes of Governor and TCAS, sometimes maybe in a 2v1. But we're gonna have to wait and see. We're gonna start things off a little slow on the pistol round, and believe me, sometimes slow is a little comparative, because on the way, treat this as an absolutely big marathon round.
Remember here, Max, that both these, not only the money, but also seeding for going into the finals of the AM. So that remains to be seen. Both these teams are fighting for exactly that. I'm excited and interested. It comes out on top of these two pistol rounds between them. Have usually decided the pace, especially for the opponents of On the Way, and depending on how they deal with this hyper aggressive teams who does nothing but press W key. Similar setup across the board between the two as always. It's a 4-man push onto a site with the Killjoy playing Lurker on B.
Look at this very fast aggression already on A site. The majority of On the Way already playing sites. It's gonna be the Killjoy having to rotate all the way from mid, but the kills are coming through immediately.
And right now, the Runner immediately gets one down as a peeking down to the right. He goes into the window, gets one, but nice trade coming off for On the Way. A spike goes down for them too, but there's a position waiting and looking as J. Cruel looking at the back, but Nats is there, gets one shot, but doesn't finish him off either. And Runner's not getting a triple kill. He's trying to hold down the second. It's a 4v2 max for On the Way. Spike is taken, but Leviathan takes a dirty peek onto Reshort. Talking off with the frenzy, but has to reload it. Can't get it. And Bearcoon will finish him off. That is the first round for Storm.
A beautiful round at that. On the Way, mostly congesting themselves in A main. They had no utility to really use. They just stormed on in with all the frenzies they had, but it just wasn't enough. We saw the attempted flank coming out from the Killjoy as well. Bearcoon tried to do something, Nat tried doing something interesting with the Ghost and just kind of going very stealthily. Didn't quite work out. I think had they gone a little bit faster, it could have been more impactful, but the fact was that Storm, all they had to do was hold heaven and just wait for the audio cues to go under.
And we've seen Nats do this a lot here, Max. We'll see wait on the opposite end of the site to watch the flanks come in, but this time, though, he had to land his shots, right? You're only going to stay at the opposite for a flank watch if you're able to get those kills, but with him not being able to pick up any one of them, it's a bit unfortunate. We'll see. Bearcoon will likely peek out with a standard, wait for them to come through. It's a full push coming through A main. As Spike's coming up to the back to use the leer to clear out sight. This TK's not there yet, but the Molly's stopping the push, Max.
Oh, that highway's gonna block everything off, but that's not gonna stop Bearcoon. He's able to find one, but then the trades come on through. The floodgates are open. Look at how aggressive On the Way wants to be again. That's the name of the game here. The plant's gonna go under, and yet only one is gone on each team.
Right now, still 4-4 on both sides. We're looking to find some info and take down the turret at least, because they don't want to deal with that. For giving away their positions. The runner at the site, trying to use the smoke to just set it up, putting it down on speedway, so they can't see Rashura coming in. That's the final shot they're coming out to, and the final molly as well. After this time, they can't start the pushes for much longer. They got a governors waiting for them. Because the smoke and dies before he can actually get through, Max.
Moly, only one left alive for the defense now. They have to stay alive. It's just a tiny bit longer. 3K from Mochill. It's going to help secure things. But Sova versus Sova, it's too little too late. Sheesh. 3v3, or at least 3 kills on both sides for each there. But the positioning I thought was really interesting there. We did see kind of the bonus buy-up round coming on the way on the way, but it didn't quite work the way they had hoped. It was Storm who bought up materials a little bit more, able to steal weapons away from on the way once the body started flying, and they used that same exact weaponry to take them down in the post plant. They just had to hide a little bit longer, both teams having to utilize weapons from each other's sides. And with that being said, look at Leviathan already, 5-1. He has been a great entry despite having 2 other duelists doing that job.
Yeah, just holding down that site with his life by Green. It's really well done. Again, on the way, taking these a little bit slower as he got through A, but he sort of gets the shot on the molly with a second. Giving up his life for it though, but the spike's not even in their hand. Although B side is open, almost all of on the way are no. And have to move over, but J. Cole's there watching for the cross. Gucci takes so much damage. The spike is there. If he dies right now, this could be extremely detrimental for on the way.
Gucci is completely cut off from the rest of his team. That Jet's gonna of course push up and find the kill. J. Cool is able to just completely win the round from here. There's no physical way these attackers can bring it back. It's a 2v1, even then. It has the positioning, the environmental protection for J. Cruel. It's gonna be a little bit, but now it's a 1v1. 50 seconds left, Rav, and Rashura knows exactly where this Reyna is, and more likely than not, how and where they're gonna peek, but he only has a Bucky.
I mean, don't not estimate that long-range Bucky shot here, Max. It is absolutely disgusting, but unfortunately, Rashura doesn't go for the second because he was pretty low and gets spotted out because that fire and T-Castle, you let it burn here, baby. Going to take you down. On the way, goes up 2-1. Really well played for them at the end. Now, but you were mentioning, right, they were stuck in a really tough spot, but on the way, I find having a really solid habit of, hey, let's move with teammates and not give the opponent the 1v1s, which you know we might lose, especially close range with a stinger as well. So with that round going in their favor, they're able to go for kind of these half buys too, considering they're in the bonus right now. And sorry, no, last round was the bonuses. They should have the overall econ advantages. Storm is the save.
Oh, this weaponry on the defense is rough to see. The Buckies, again, coming out weren't effective last round, and yet they hit the play with Sheriffs again to try to stave things back. On the way, have a great advantage right now. They're able to push up, they close the door, get on the site without losing any bodies. In fact, not a lot of damage has even been taken down anyways. Rab, look at Gucci right now. They're watching the door. It's like the end, or I'm sorry, the beginning of a new hope where everyone's trying to storm their way through. But Leviathan with a double kill!
I believe he also tagged his team a little bit there too, but Bearcool goes to the side, gets a triple through grass with a Bucky nonetheless. Oh my, oh, that is sick. I'm sorry we missed that, unfortunately, but without making it even yet again with a 4K, Bearcool dies to the shot at the end and nets. That's the final kill, stopping the spike from going down to go up 3-1. I mean, yo, who said the Bucky was weak? I was lying to you, Max. Let's go Bucky gang here, baby.
Big Bucky boys.
I love Darth Mike. he is one more time just for the crowd. He's a big Bucky boy.
Boys. That was some really good positioning from Barracoon. That entire round was in his hands. I don't know, to be honest with you, where he was playing from, but wherever it was, that was the best positioning we have seen from Storm in this entire series. Barracoon now having a slightly more aggressive and much more ambitious position here, needs the hideaway. He still wants to try to find a kill on the highway. To be the Jet dashing on and overwhelmed by the aggression, has to push his way in the boathouse. But look at that, Rashure's gonna come to safety.
Yeah, exactly. Use the run back. Actually gets one kill too because that Molly slowed down the push for so long. They decided not to push too. Bearcoon takes a bunch of damage that they immediately just stuff in the push from on the way. And because they actually committed to going down main as well, they lost so many members, and because they were all split off, they just died for it. Leviathan just he has to pick up the pieces because the spike is down right in front of Boathouse. Nice shot there will attack a Barracuda, but he is waiting, try to catch them as they're coming to get through market. There's 2 people just left. The Omen on the other end, waiting to go beside his teammate, but like you mentioned, Max, spike is stuck on site.
Scary position to be in. Leviathan needs to push up a bear again, but the 3K might be able to make this a 4, but he's surrounded by the enemy. He's not even able to move an inch, let alone a mile. Mochilla able to be a Mo killer right there. Fantastic to see. Storm able to get another point on the board. They were able to take advantage of the aggression, and again, an MVP for that round has to be Barracoon. Had Bear gone down, it would have been an absolute avalanche against the defense there, but being able to rotate away back onto the back of B side, rotate around to left stairs, and get himself a new position towards B main where he can watch all the enemies, you gotta give thanks to Rashura for that too. They were able to collapse and strangle on the way to suffocate them to make sure they could never really sufficiently get onto the site.
And now it's on the way on the save right now, Max. We'll see as it rushing on the site yet again. Governor takes every single shot to the body, but 1 HP and a dream left on. He does have a judge, so if you were to find a tighter angle, he could possibly trade up, but yet again, Nat's coming on the side, watching for that flank through mid. He doesn't see anyone, but Runner is waiting for him. He knows he is coming, and only has the Marshal right now, but use the lockdown.
Oh, this is the first lockdown we've seen this entire series. This could be devastating for the attack. All they have to do is push in at this point, stuff them away, but Nat from behind is able to find Rashura with just the Sheriff. But Runner, he's trying to help out as well. Everyone throwing out their utility and revenge, but no one's able to really get an advantage. Double Sheriff Cowboy duel coming out, though. There's only one left alive. It's going to be the Sova. He's up in heaven, but too little, too late. I don't think he can defuse it.
Right now, there's so much. There is still a fair bit of time remaining, but he's now just fresh out of luck here, Max. You need to get outside, you need to get on it now, but right now there's gonna have to rush out, and Tags dies to the spike, but for a good cause, because they get the thrifty nonetheless as well. And yet again, a lot of that set up by Nats. If Runner has stayed by mid, then they would have been able to catch out Nats. Sorry, not Nats. They would have been able to catch out. No, I'm gonna, yeah. We'll catch at the Killjoy, take out the lockdown as well, and not put Soccer in such a precarious position where they essentially had their backs to them, because you saw that Rashir got caught out by that, and Mochilla was there. Mochilla was just wondering, like, okay, all right, whoa, what just happened? Like you mentioned, it was high noon. As right now, on the way, look to enter through Bay Main yet again with Sova looking through mid, trying to catch info.
This B main push hasn't worked for On the Way. Not once, Rev. But they're going to try it again. And, you know, the Molly in the hands of that Phoenix 2 could be great for stalling. And it's making me wonder, with the spike so up close on the entry, is it going to be able to stranglehold them as well again? And it looks like they're going to fall for it, but the hot hands are never going to go into full fruition. They just collapse onto the site, leaving only 2 left for Sakura's Storm to really bring it back.
And yet again here before, Max, we saw before that the Killjoy mollies were the biggest factor in between shutting down the initial push. But this time you saw that Killjoy could not get mollies out in time, and because they were able to enter fully on the site, although they only last one, but Governor with a nicer peek onto Runner, were able to easily get on site and then dash in and together as a team as well. And that's the cleanup yet again from Gucci. They went out on that as On the Way go up 5-2. A fantastic push from them.
That explosive aggression we saw at the beginning of the round was paramount. Had they waited in B main longer, Rashura would have come out with a hot hand, thrown the molly on the other side, and would have been aggressively pushing in on them as well. They couldn't escape. They would probably die from the molly. And so being able to time that just perfectly, whether they realize it or not, was a huge factor in the success of their round. But B main, that's the only way they've been able to win, is that explosive reassurance to get themselves onto the site. A main, they go in incredibly fast as well, but they have to get the spike immediately down.
We'll see right now. Sakura Storm wants to make sure that cannot happen, as Runner FPS is being that big, bucky boy, waiting for any peeks and drones. Catches one at the end, tags him too. Takes him like for a little bit of health, but now they know at least gonna push out through A main. Jacob winning early with the shorty. All these shotguns and barely any time here, Max. But On the Way decided to cut their losses and move on over to be a good call by them. But there's another Bucky boy waiting for the entrance.
What a great stall out here, but look at Barracundo able to find one. Can he make it 2? He's been able to get so many different kills with it, Bucky in the past, but the drone's going to help him out a little bit more. Turret going to have to be recalled, or at least a little bit back now. Not going to detect anybody, but look at this. It's still a save round, and the Shorty's able to take away half the health of Governor, but Governor don't care. He's going in quite literally guns blazing.
Diffusion also popped into the side to take on Mochilla out of guard and another lockdown user right at the end just to force them out of the site, but the spike will go down at least on A. But look at this split positioning as well, because it's still as Osaka Storm have control. They decided not to back off, but from the back here on the way, get the big flanking, Governor cleaning up the rest. What a that was actually really well done setup by them, because they enter onto the site, go onto heaven, and flank them from the back as they cleaned up and make sure that even with the lockdown here, Max, because you saw the Shaka Show were not backing off, so it was either be locked down or die for it as well, and they chose death.
Yeah, it was a tough call for a lot of Sakura Storm, but luckily for them, it was a save round. And now, because it was a save round, they can buy up, and they wasted 2 on the way's ults. That's really, really good for them. They may have not won the battle, but that gives them the chance now to win the war of this next round. They're behind by 4 different points now, and look at the aggression coming up from J. Cool, especially. A single ping is able to find the opening pick. That's going to be the Killjoy gone. No potential lockdown anymore. No Sentinel utility besides a Sova now. All the pressure is on his shoulders, but the pressure might also be on the 3 now, having to aggressively enter on B.
There's a slow way the Lears are put out ability, but they know J. Cole is watching that angle, just hard scope it in. Just trying to see if anybody crossed through, because the cross for the smokes really aren't there. They could use the jet smokes and use 2 and just try to dash on them so that way they don't get shot right now, and at least allow their teammates to enter safely through Boathouse. And just so they don't have the threat of the op in front of them. But Leviathan goes on to A, trades 1, but gets taken out by the back by a runner, so they know it's not down. But oh, Governor shows his shoulder and dies for it on the way, man. They waited too long and committed too hard, and now they're down to 2.
40 seconds are left now. Empress is going to be popped out, and despite all the odds, it's 2-1 on the way's disadvantage. Yet they still want to push this. If they lose this round, economically it's not going to look good. 3 for J. Cruel. He hasn't had to move an inch so far, but it's only going to be down to Gucci, last alive now, and doesn't last too much longer either. Coming off from losing an eco round, coming in strong by only losing 1 body, their Sakura Storm is looking fantastic going into the latter half of this first half.
And the play there, Max, honestly should have been the call for the rotation from on the way. Although they got 1 down on A though, and they traded for it, they knew there was only 1 more person there at least, right? So if they made the rotation out through A main and decided not to pick the op, would have been the better call. But they just stayed and chilled there. Not too sure what they expected in terms of flanks, but didn't really use smokes before we saw. Essentially, just kind of just white peeked in. But hey, man, that op is quick, and it is 1 shot, 1 kill, so something that you might not want to go into right now, but they're gonna run it back with the B main, push smokes to use that again, but no op peeking them to be sure it dies for that.
Look at this here. Runner's gonna be hiding in the back of sight, gonna be able to call extra help here. All the aggression on B has worked very well in the past, but the trades keep going back and forth here, Rav.
Still right now, 2 onsides, they move on, and Runner has the shot, gets 1 paranoia through the blind smoke. Barely gets C out there, but Gucci has the shot, takes down his counterpart. And here comes J. Cruel, who was looking down through mid with the op this time. I'm sure the positioning might have been a lot better if he was down by A, but A, you cannot predict everything. I think it's going to be the right call to decide to go for the save for the op as well, which I respect that. I would have done the exact same.
Yeah, J. Cruel has been an absolute monster with the op these past few rounds, and keeping this op could, well, normally, it would give them a better advantage, but it looks like, no, that won't be the case here. In fact, the op won't be going to possession of anybody. No one was able to pick it up in time. Here's a scary thing, though, about this next round. I think it's going to be a B-sided push, and the sole reason that I want to say this, and it looks like it might be proven wrong, but the end result still is Leviathan bringing out the Odin. This Odin wears and tears everything on Ascent. All the power positions that we see, especially on B side, destroyed by the Odin. So if they want to aggressively push in here, having that door ripped open, and even going quickly under hell, Leviathan might be able to very quickly help take over on the way for on the A site completely quickly. J. Cool, though, on a mini save themselves, have the knives in hand. This is going to be really good, Rav.
They don't know that Nats is also getting a peek out through mid, just waiting and lurking for anybody to cross them. Barracuda finds Governor at the side edges, firing through on A. But Nats come through, waiting for anybody comes to the smoke. But Barracuda comes up through trees, man, and shots them all into A. May the turret finds him, peeks out J. Cool immediately with a flick, and takes down Nats is just now Leviathan peeking out with the Odin, but this guy does not have the angle, aims to the wall, and unfortunately dies. The Sakura strong comeback 7-4 here back. So bringing some economy to guns back in their favor. With just the last shot being before the switch, so it's nice to see them actually get a little bit back into shape. Alts also on the side of Sakura Storm with the lockdown along with the Hunter's Fury and the run it back though. It is just the teleport from Gucci.
I got you, bruv.
I have no idea where Barracoon hides, but you have to watch out for him. J. Cool back on the op again. Isn't going to be that helpful because nobody's there. The spike, in fact, is on the ground outside of Catwalk, and that brings up a really good point. There has been no mid presence from either team the entirety of this map. It's been ignored completely, smoked off at the beginning of every round. The most we've seen is a single owl drone, the one we see now that has really given a display.
You do see Natsu more often than not, trying to lurk through mid to try to find the cross just like that, but peeks out, gets traded though. It's a good job by Barracuda to take us out the counterpart, and that means the lockdown is now well and ready in hand. The door opens, Barracuda was waiting for them to come out, gets a double nonetheless, but that means lockdown doesn't go down here, Max, though. So they lose all that util. It's now 3-2 slow for on the way. The spike is now down. I just have to wait to possibly find them. Autosphere used as well. Just one more off the left. I mean, they run it back, but Governor's waiting for them right there through tree. Smokes out and knives are in hand right now. Just one left.
Knives are out. Buns are out, Rav. Look at that. Another 3K from Gov.
Yeah, the Governor performs a deadly acupuncture up against Sakura Storm. And now they go up 8-4. They're looking real good going up on the attack here, Max. So right now, Sakura Storm, what do you think they got to do to possibly just counteract this super solid aggression coming out? Come on,
look, Rav, you're already 4 points behind if you're Sakura Storm right now. You've brought out everything, but we need to see a little bit more aggressive killjoy utility on their own defense. Barracoon has been able to get so many kills, but they play so aggressively. Those 3Ks were important, but as soon as they fell away, well, that was really good for on the way. Now we just need to see Nats with their own defensive utility now step it up a little bit more. They can learn from the mistakes that on the way kind of brought out but took advantage of, and if they play a slower game like we were expecting to see on their own defense, it could go very well. But this attack might go just as slow.
We'll see right now. We've seen how good on the way was on the attack as well, although it was quite back and forth. Like, but on the defense too, we see how aggressive they push exactly like that. TCAS and Governor yet again do the same A main push every single time. They usually manage to get one or two, but this time they get traded out and they put themselves at a mana disadvantage. But Leviathan traded one is watching out through May main, and Gucci gets the second. Putting them at 1-2 right now. Just Gucci left with the cross shots out, Frenzy in, but there's two there instead of one, and the two, being the bigger number, will usually crush the one here, Max. So really good job by Sakura Storm, but they need these two pistol rounds to go well for themselves if they are to have a chance to make the score a bit more even. If they get this one too, which will be on the bonus, right? They'll probably have guns in hand and on the way. They're going to close that gap, so perhaps on the way we'll have to rush a little bit more if they are to make where they're going.
Absolutely, Rav. And the frenzies have been absolutely paramount for these opening rounds for all the teams we've seen in this series. Luckily, or maybe not so luckily for a lot of these teams, we are going to be seeing nerfs for both the frenzies and the stingers coming out probably tomorrow. And so this is the last final night they can really enjoy it. The spike's going to be on the ground on B side here, and that's going to be a very spread out attack coming out from from Storm side. Things are looking a little hairy, though. The smokes are be coming down on A main, but yet nobody on the defense really wants to play that aggressive except for Governor.
Well, Storm right now peeks out through A main, gets Governor, though, but we've seen TCAS and Governor do this push every single time. They usually manage to get the trade, but they didn't peek it twice as two this time, so that means that's a free pick. as on the side of Sakura Storm, just
Here.
things not exactly going the way like they usually do right now, Max. But
Yeah.
doesn't mean they're wrestling out of it. Yeah, Storm moved themselves down to the A site with only one waiting out right out through A main with that Bucky. And the rain through trees, the Molly outside peeks out, gets one immediate flick. And there's the smoke. That was a little cheeky pick by him, Max.
That was crazy, but Rasher's getting the revenge kill, taking down Gucci, and the others are going to be getting back onto the site. I was going to say, Rav, losing Governor so early on was bad, but this is compounding the fact Leviathan forced into a corner at the top of heaven. They're trying to find the penetration hits, but it's just not enough. What could they possibly do next? Well, honestly, they can't really do much. That's going to be another attacking win for Sakura Storm, and they're going to try to bring things back a little bit more. They played it slow in the beginning. We predicted that Sakura Storm would probably play things a little bit slower in the beginning of these attacks, and they're doing exactly that. They're not exactly slow because they can't be fast. They're playing slow because they're playing more calculated. The early pick on the Governor was extremely important, and that relied on the way only having one duelist to try to take things back. Even if they did have all the Sentinels in the world, the firepower wasn't there for them. They already had to go for a slight disadvantage, and looking at the setup again, they're trying to do the inverse, but this time B.
Now, yet again, Governor and Teak, as they get peeking out, get found out by the turret, take a shot onto themselves. But Bearcoon actually peeks. I gets a double nonetheless, though. The Storm is just running over on the way right now. Although Gucci gets one onto Bearcoon, but that is 1 out of 4 people. He only has a classic. Although running gets spotted out, it doesn't really matter because we sure that there's at the back to take him out. That was a
over before it even began. That was an insane. Bearcoon has been absolutely insane this entire match. 24-9. I don't know what that divides into, but it's a lot.
Don't do it.
And
it's not worth it.
No, I'm not going. My hands are up in the air right now. But, you know, the aggression coming out from this Killjoy is fantastic to see. But take a look at J. Cruel, not King K. Rool, J. Cruel, hiding back a little bit more, waiting for really a lot of these counter flank maneuvers, or even waiting for the positioning to be in their favor. It's slower, but look at this early lockdown that might come underway. It's going to be devastating to see how A site's going to transform, but these defenders are not really rotating fast enough for it to be effective.
I mean, right now, there's still the main port is locked down to yet again just clear out the site to get the plant down, and also give them enough time to actually get some solid post-time positions so they're able to defend against what's coming at them with the trap. So, with the Sober Dash, just spot out a couple of them with the Oda waiting at the back. He's peeking out through hell. He gets a fair amount of shots into, should tag to the Omen a fair amount, but doesn't necessarily matter at this point because Leviathan has the other better Odin too. Going shot the back flex instead. Okay, takes out two really big picks. The Storm is waiting. It's talked about the shock. That's what doesn't necessarily matter. Switches the classic and comes out the train in the air, bro. And Odin yet again with that glitch pop going out back and forth. It's going crazy, but it's not brazy here, Max.
Holy crap. What a close ending there. I really like how both teams employ the same exact flag for each of their attacks. Yeah. We've seen the Sova and we've seen the Killjoy both go for the same tree maneuver, and this has been multiple times now in both halves, and yet either team just have not adapted around it. Put a Killjoy turret there if you really need to, because honestly, each time the attacker's been able to do that, it not only has worked almost flawlessly for them to win the round, but it's also been working really well to really break up the defense.
Yeah, because as of right now, on the way, not going to have much difference in the way of guns. We have to go for the broken buys, but you're going to go for the same aggressive push out through A main, one shot down with 3 people there. Barracuda takes a tag to the face. Loses almost all of his shield, but has teams behind him. Mochila takes on both, and Governor being able to finally trade him, but that allows him to get the Heartless Fury tags up one. Does not get the second confirmed on the way yet again, already down to 3 people.
Even though they do have the disadvantage here, well, maybe now they have a neutral advantage. Actually, no, I apologize. It's still a disadvantage in the favor, I suppose, of On the Way. They are still in a better position, I would say, than Storm are. They have to make their way onto B site. They're completely congested, and all detected. Leviathan has a piercing gun, too. It was like a kid in a candy shop, but he only chose one little piece of penny candy to walk home with. Leviathan's trying to find another one. The shock darts aren't going to quite connect, but the spike has to go down in a 3v3.
Right now, the site is theirs, Max. The Governor's waiting around the end to get the door knocked down to a Leviathan waiting to peek through, but Runner finds Governor as he tries to come through Speedways, but still 2 people left for on the way, though. The area's gonna fire out. We do a fair amount, but we'll see. The TP's there as well. They just need the info if they can possibly find them.
This is a tough position to be in right now. Double smoked on B main. They have to push their way forwards. The sticky, icky goo down below. I hope it's mud, but it doesn't matter as they have to drown in it going forwards. And that's a triple from Runner. Holy. And now look at that. Storm, they use that mitigation of a slow attack in the beginning to ramp things up to 100 by the end of the round to steal away a win. And not only just win to take the victory of this series overall so far, they've been able to win this second half flawlessly because of it.
We've seen actually the attack from on the way we saw before as well is very back and forth depending on who they're facing. Sakura Storm is a well and practiced team, right? They're not going to be caught out by many of the tactics, and they've been able to read a lot of what on the way wants to do and consistently and consistently be able to shut down many of the different cheese picks that the on the way try to go for. So
what is Barracoon up to? A lot of audio cues, at least 3 or maybe even 2 of the 3 footsteps heard by this Killjoy is going to give tell about the defense. Look at this though. Everyone rotating around, but just like an AI guard, that Reyna comes back around just for 1 small second, but rotates. They fall for the bait. It's hook, line, and sinker. But this Reyna is so indecisive. This could make or break the entire tactically stealth operation that Storm wants to bring out. If Sakura can pull this off, it might be greater than Ocean's 11, but right now they're in the ponds. They have to keep pushing, Rav. Things are very scary right now again, but look at this. All congested, all 3. No audio cues against them so far, but look at the rotates. Everyone on the way realizes that things are a little too quiet going forwards. The first smoke's going to go through. They give tell, and that has to be a quick rotate. But the big question right now is, Rav, are they going to dedicate to B, or are they going to go back to A again?
It looks like they're dedicated right now as Mochel Yege also uses Silver as she tags one as well. So sees one up by CT, but J. Cole gets found on Leviathan. It's really a big pick with Silver being down. He's been so good for the Bear who's waiting to punch her to catch him through market. It was TKaz. Cannot find anyone right now. He's waiting to enter in through sight with the rest of his teams as they all enter 1 by 1. But Gucci would likely get caught up by Barracuda if he doesn't check his corners, and I do hope, yes, he checks his corner. Shout out to him as on the way enters on 1 by 1. They're just better at that. It seems as though Sakura Storms was not prepared, but they're still in a 1v4 not here. Max Run FPS stuffed in the back of Boathouse. The defuse should be theirs.
Brawl of green on the kill feed canvas there on your right, absolutely bringing things home to a tied 9-9 between these 2 teams here. That was a fantastic rotate coming forwards. They didn't crack under pressure, and I think most importantly, they were able to find Barracoon too. They didn't have to worry about the triple kill king having to find any of that success that round. He held a corner. It didn't work out for them. Everybody else, like fish in a barrel, hid down below, and it was easy to get the power positions to nail them away.
I mean, what kind of pond are they going fishing at, Max? Because that's the kind where I might actually be able to catch something right now. Because on the way, like, although it was clean for them, they've been caught out a fair amount of time so far. So we'll see, able to keep up with the consistency. But I did like the slower 4-man retake that they were able to do. I was expecting the Raiders to push out with the Lear before, but you know, I liked it a lot more that they waited for all their teammates, because that's how good executes are done. But J. Cruel gets on TCAS, the same double peak done by Governor. TCAS shut down yet again. But Leviathan there at the back for the support has spiked down outside as well.
Rotates now, going through mid-side, blocked off by the Omen smokes yet again. This could be free access to go inwards, but no, these attackers are still going forwards. They want to push A, it seems. There's only nobody onto the site. It's only the Sova left, and he has to make a trek around the world. Rashura takes down the last of 1 of 2 of the defenders left, and might be on the way to being out of the tournament. Things continue like this, but the Odin's able to find one. Rashura's gonna fall, but although he is in the same position, we've seen him so many different times before, Leviathan has to use that Odin to walk away with a triple kill, but it's too quick, it's too slow. At the same exact time, Mochilla is able to find it. And now, double digits for Sakura Storm. They are playing mind games that On The Way just don't bring out, and they don't really seem to prep for either, while On The Way has been much more leaps and bounds ahead in getting these frags and getting these kills. It's the matter of Storm playing around with their environment and the map to really use the timer to their advantage when it's typically against them.
I couldn't agree with what you hear, Max, because you even mentioned about Storm consistently adapting what On The Way are using, and essentially just evolving around it. And you can see a prime example with that B main push that they do, but right now they're pushing all through B main, use the running back, catching that TK as well, closing the door on it that might not even go down right now. The running back, although it does expire the red at the end, that means the sight is still there, the spike will still go down for the Sakura Storm. As On The Way to retake.
Oh man, it's back on B again. Enough with the boat puns, enough with the pawns. It's this nautical nonsense is something that you wish, but look at this, it's a 4v4. Someone has to come out of here a loser, or we might see things even out here. All pushing forwards here, a lot of penetrable walls, but the Jet dashes away just in time. But here, the magic trick up their sleeve is gonna be the lockdown, forcing everyone in a small little gullet. Rashura has a molly, might be able to take down the Omen, but it's going to tell exactly where he is. It only leaves one left alive for the attack. The molly takes down Killjoy, and this detained Storm can't get anywhere. And it's going to be the knife. The knife hacking him away. The demon falls. Van Helsing is back.
Man, Max, you truly said it there, bro. If nautical knots be something you wish, but then I guess Sakura Storm have to go ahead and drop on the deck and flop like a fish here, bro. Because that's kind of all they did. It's just it's kind of stuck around and got caught out and died, unfortunately. It's Sakura Storm. I'm not gonna do this, but On The Way with these retakes, though, I like it a lot more with the way they attack a site from two different angles. And seems that the Sakura Storm just aren't one of the traits. Just simple and plain as that. Like, On The Way do look the better overall shot team, but Sakura Storm look more controlled with the way they're able to hold down the site. But we'll see. As of right now, the same control can come through as they move in through A. B has been super favorable for them. Higuchi immediately shuts down the door, so they cannot move any further. But the lockdown should clear out the site for Sakura.
Another ult comes down from the Killjoy. The attacking one's not nearly as effective as it was on the defense only a round ago. Plan is going to be going down relatively soon. In fact, it's right now, and that's going to be the defenders all having to push through Tree of all places to really bring things back. This is such an unorthodox angle. It's going to catch on the way out by surprise. Sakura Storm needs to adapt around this right now because they're piling up bodies.
Yeah, this is one back and forth. The Empress finally falls, as well as Runner moves through. Just holding down Hella for as long as he can, considering he finally falls. Oh, a nice flank coming out from Bearcoon, but the spike is being defused, and On The Way just don't know. He's gonna stick it. He's at half. No, he can stick it right now. Oh, watch you guys that are right at the final second. He can get the one. Leviathan gets the final shutdown. There it is, and there's the defuse for On The Way. What?
Color me surprised. I love the double smoke brought out by the Jet to make sure they were completely hidden for the entirety of the diffuse duration. And although I don't really think it was that impactful for the end of the round, had there been more bodies on Sakura Storm's side, I think that would have been a round in On The Way's favor regardless because of the ninja diffuse.
Yeah, because you saw he did eventually stick it to half, though, and once the smoke dissipated, eventually did go ahead and come back. But by the time they were done that too, because Runner had given up health control, there was no one by trees, and only because Sova was down waiting outside here by Wine, he got picked up. There wasn't much sacrifice for two. Oh, but Governor going for that super aggressive peek with the ult. Is able to finally his counterpart, which is big, and Leviathan only gets like 2 shots, but I believe he tags up no one, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, why waste time? It's not going to benefit anybody. Little does he know, though, the majority of the people that would have been afflicted by the Hunter's Fury are in range now. Had he just waited a few seconds, it probably would have been pretty effective to change the round in their favor. But So far, it's going kind of slow. Everyone on the defense is waiting for the retake in trees. They realize how effective it was last round, so why not repeat history? The Owl Drone's not going to look there. They're more curious about sight because there's so many places for the defenders to hide. But there we go. They're going to explode like a jack-in-the-box back all over the site. In fact, Barracuda now needs to play a little bit of catch-up. Even though the attackers do have favor of the site, they do have the advantage. It's all about that heavening tree control. And Leviathan.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Leviathan getting paranoid, but Slowfire's running right at the bottom. He knew he'd be there as well. But the heavening control is there, and so is the entire site and the round. As on the way are 1 point. Smash the pointo, as you say in Japanese. From going home, taking all that first place prize money and getting the more favorable seating going into our VAL-AM $2,000 run by Player Zone.
Wish I had $2,000.
Same.
Yeah. What would you spend yours on?
Honestly, bro, the way I'm looking at it, I'm just trying to go ahead and get Dogecoin to the moon right now.
Ooh, that's a good one. For me, you know, I'd buy some drink control. You know?
I would also buy drink control.
Yeah.
That's cool. You know what? Forget Dogecoin. I want nothing but drink control, and so is Bearcoon right now because he's awake and alive, but he's not looking at Governor. TKaz and Governor's back and forth duo have been such a menace for these early round pushes though, but still getting the trade out front, and Gucci at the back gets run up, but Risher does spot Gucci. He knows he's there, but Spike is down. As they've all pretty much gone off of a main, but Jacob gets him. They're pushed up so far forward, they're basically trading spawns here, Max.
Oh, this is rough right now for Sakura Storm. They've come so far for a conclusion like this. They do get the spike back in their possession, but even then, is that really going to be enough? They still have to worry about Gucci. He's hidden away on A, and they don't even realize it. Rashura has control of it. He's able to find Gucci as well. This could be the turnaround that they need. Pushes up now. That's gonna fall. This is looking really good. A whole bunch of missed frags coming up with Leviathan. The Sova versus Sova battle are the last ones that determine the series. If Mochilla pushes up and is able to find Leviathan, take down the Odin King themselves, this could be fantastic. But Leviathan, where are you going? No, go back.
He thought
There's
it was
nothing for you to say. It's gonna be a rotate. No way. Are you kidding me? Okay.
No.
Okay.
I was
heart attack has been prevented.
Oh my god, Leviathan goes to the other side. He thought it was a fake posse waiting for him to go there, but the spike was planted. I mean, it was a probable take. Likely would have happened. Shot that he needs to check his corner, but he doesn't check it. No! The clutch by Mochilla makes the right call and hides at the right angle as well. Super deep. Now Sakura Storm are back in it. Full guns in their hand. Well, actually should be broken by for a couple of them at least. But guns still in their hand. They're not ready to go home just yet. But they need this round.
There were at least 5 opportunities in that round for On the Way to steal that final round away. So many different opportunities here, and once again, we're going to be returning to B main. If you are Sakura Storm, you don't want to go anywhere near after what just happened to you. There is going to be, there's an Odin, and there's Ops on the board for, I believe, both teams here, and things might get a little bit hairy if you go to a highly penetrable site like B site. But though things are smoked out on CT side, this is going to be really good for them to attack forwards, because it's going to be a very linear path to find these defenders. Or maybe not.
Maybe not. There was Leviathan peeks out, gets the Odin kill as well. So, but the spike will still go down too here, Max. It's a. But then I went out on the ways I'm waiting to push in all as through 5. Hardest Freddy should be able to tag. One, but Leviathan here, man. He's super low, but you know how much work he can do with the Odin. But they can't do much right now here, Max. It's so tough.
Oh, jeez. What could very well be the deciding round if we go into overtime or not. Look at the kill feed. It's going into the red side. Only one left alive now. It's going to be up to On the Way. Can Gucci bring this back? The answer is going to be a hard no. We're going to overtime, though.
Yes, sir. This hard fought battle here, back and forth yet again, man. Sakura Storm being able to clutch that out. That was wild here, Max. Because considering the overall back and forth, because considering how much Sakura Storm were in the lead the entire time, how they're taking all those rounds, but on the way, barely just clutching it out and inching into the finals. And I still think about that clutch from Mochilla, man. He made the right call. He hung on to A, but imagine if Leviathan stuck by A. It's got very different, very, very differently. But now, on the way, on the attack, we know how good they've looked here as well, considering what a stranglehold they had against Sakura Storm. See what happens as they all move in through A main, yet again with Nats being the lurker by B. Ooh.
Everyone's starting off on even footing here. 5 grand credits, each to everyone's favor. But J-Cole, he's going in tough. He doesn't have any armor here. Any shots are going to be even more lethal to him. And look at that, even without seeing the enemy, he's going to take so much damage. This is going to be an interesting retake. Coming out from the defensive side, already down a body, a heavily damaged upper Nola, dead. They have to survive now with 3v5 and defuse.
As they all coming down to the trees, the door is wide open on them, but there's waiting and they're rushing in to the loving arms of Governor right now. A Storm peeks and gets 1, gets 2, gets 3, but not the 4. Max will clutch it out at the end. Let's go. 1-2 tea biscuits for you and more for me, says Runner.
On the Way has had a spotty track record on the attack here, but they have had a better defense. Their defenses have worked pretty well, and this could be the end of the line right here for Sakura Storm. This is a battle for seeding, and they won't be knocked out of the tournament, but they will be knocked down to the lowers. That's going to be a scary procedure even then. Look how many other players, how many other great teams are in this tournament, or even future tournaments. This could still decide so many different factors for their future.
So the Way right now is looking to defend, but Sakura Storm do the same play they've done very early on. Many of these rising Killjoy Ultra will not stop them, but Nats will get 1, get traded out by the side of Leviathan, but 2 down. The side is there right now. Max is all of on the way. Rush over on the Sakura Storm side with Bees there, but Bees is so hard to retake. The Spikes are going as of right now. They do have full util on their side. We'll see what they can do.
Spike goes down. Lockdown is in Sakura Storm's possession. It's a now or never moment. Are they going to use it now, or are they really banking on winning this round and saving it for later? There it is. Okay. I was scared for a second. That is immensely powerful. They can destroy that lockdown. On the Way could win this, but they still have a man never mind. They have an even count.
Yeah, as he just walks in through the molly right now, TCAS. Oh, he gets detained at the last second. With that lasting for a while, the Spike is taking down TCAS, has to peek right now. Has to try to get 1, but dies for it at the end. But Guac at the other side, get him the refrag. He has to go through the boathouse. He has to peek right now. He has to clutch this, but he has no time here, Max. Because even if they clutch this round as runner at the back, that's the final headshot, and we're going to double overtime.
Double overtime, Ravish, another commonality between us casting. It happens all the time.
It's what fits better than me and you casting, teams clutching it back, going triple overtime, and it always being on a set. Gotta love casting.
Hey, we're a lucky duo. What can I say?
Why lie? I know, man. It's a absolutely great time because we can just get familiar with more and more situations. And Max, how often do you see this, right? It's like the team that we thought completely had it all, and suddenly, not only by necessarily a stroke of luck, but maybe just some sugar, some spice, and everything nice, the Powerpuff shots are formed.
Oh, but Professor Mutating added a secret ingredient, aggression. Everyone's pushing on the B as soon as they can. Look at Governor. He's finally able to find an opening pick in at least maybe the last 10 rounds. With that being said, though, Barracoon coming in clutch, not quite the triple kill master that he usually is. But even then, though, 3v3 positions are in the favor of these attackers. One defender hiding away inside the back of B. It's not going to be enough. J. Cole needs to be taken care of. A triple from Governor. They have to bring this to overtime again, possibly. Runner, though, tries to make his way forwards. It's not going to be enough. The plant goes down. Extra money, but the round has already been over.
Doesn't matter. On the way yet again, clutching up on the attack. But now when it comes to their defense, they truly have to hold here, Max, which is where they get caught up more often than not. and all gamble on which site they end up stacking more. They usually go for the 2-3 split, and like you said before, mid control is almost never a factor for any of these teams. And for the side of Sakura Storm, if they make the right pick, if they make the right gamble for which site that perhaps they could possibly take over, they know they'll be perfectly fine. But at least on the way, changes it up by stacking the Killjoy util by B. The posse still on the push, but Gadwar yet again pushing out, catching out J. Cool. It's a big early pick with TCAS, but with him getting caught out, there's a second, gets the refrag for his partner, his eyeballs, as they say. But now it makes it a 4-3 yet again. Sakura Storm still to commit to A.
You're completely right, Rab. All the chips went in the favor for Sakura Storm to push B, but yet they're still making it work. This could be the final play right here. One left alive, Shura falls, and on the way, get better seeding than Sakura Storm in the GLG Pro-Am. Beautiful work overall. And I mean, one heck of a battle going forwards here too. A lot of mispositioning from both teams, but a lot of great positioning too. The flanks we saw on attack for both teams were actually fabulous to see. But you're right, the late game Killjoy was a little underwhelming at times. The utility, except for maybe a few lockdowns, was kind of absent at times.
Yeah, it really depending on where those mollies were too. That especially they're on the defense to be able to slow down a lot of those pushes. It was really back and forth. Like if he made the right call as to where he wanted to put them, great. If he didn't, they kind of just honestly went to waste because of how early they were being set up though. But right at the end, when the mollies were needed most, really they were fine. They're still all the opposite on the other side. But what did make the difference is TCAS and Governor here, man. Those double peaks that came out every single time. The super aggressive pushes, whether it be through B or A main, they always managed to at least get one pick, if not two, putting Sakura Storm at an immediate man disadvantage. So that's sometimes in very intense situations that can catch you off guard. But Sakura Storm yet again still look absolutely fantastic. I remember both these teams have already qualified for the main VAL-AM. That's all the way down in March. But right now it's about better seeding.
Absolutely. The better seeding is going to be absolutely paramount. It can decide the futures of who you go up against, whether you got better seeding or worse seeding. Could be good or bad. It really depends on a lot of factors. But we're going to have to wait and see what those factors can really bring to the table here. And we're going to have to wait a little bit longer for that one. We have had a beautiful day today of amazing matchups here at the GLG. Of course, it's pretty par of the course too. But you'll find out more about that as you see more awesome matches in the future for the Great Lakes Gaming Lounge. But make sure to stick around. Follow all of us on Twitter. Follow GLG on Twitter as well. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for a more amazing Valorant.
Underneath heaven area, drops below, takes out 1 and 2, finds them both there. Really nice play from Benji. Redux, super aggressive, is going to take out and going to take out slow motion there. Singularity finding Munchie as well. So a lot of kills coming in fast here. Operator in the garage here, gonna find a nice shot through the wall on slow motion and another one. Taken down by the classic from Dip. Slow motion does find the kill and finds another. Definitely tough. They do push really hard in here, and Tizon does get a kill, but oh my god! Scrounge comes in playing on his steering wheel, and now the push does come in. Shade does get verified. Now in a 2 versus 1 scenario, Munchie takes out Shade, has to stop Dip, who is sticking this defuse. He doesn't seem to notice though. He's not gonna get around the corner.
Cypher cam through the smoke. Benji, though, gonna come flying in, taking care of Chif. He isn't gonna find the headshot that he needs. The angle is going to get swung instead by his teammates, who are all going to fall. Perseverance goes down there to Dip as well. So
I survived obliteration. I will survive them.